And gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 17th, 2026. And even though we had some escalation yesterday, you had your first ship get attacked over the last 5 days in the Hormuz. They killed one of the leaders of the IRGC. It seemed escalatory, but oil is barely up. And even though oil is up, you actually have the market ripping right now. It is once again a lot of this individual company news. So we just talked about it here. Essentially, I don't know if the war is over. However, that pricing and looking ahead, some people are already arguing the war is over is priced in. So we're going to talk about that today, what that really means. I mean, in one sense, the market's going to do its thing. I do believe that oil, that is going to be the star of the show. So we got a couple of things we're looking for. There's a closed door meeting we're going to hear from. You got a lot more individual company news. There was Amazon, OpenAI. You got to hear all of the NVIDIA stuff yesterday. They even got price targets, Qualcomm with a $20 billion buyback. So once again, we are waking up to all of this financial individual company investment news. Yesterday you saw that, and if you didn't know, yesterday's 1% day on the S&P, that was actually the biggest day to the upside since this conflict has began, considering that's where we close. So we're going to see where it all leads us today. We have a couple of things in store. I have a feeling it's going to be a good day, up or down, my friends. So I hope you're ready for all of it. But Chatadonia, before we begin, before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, all the veterans. God bless you, man. And again, look around, man. You have people right now doing the stuff that, whether you agree or not, there is people doing the most honorable, heroic things, and I don't think we could ever take that away from them. So God bless every single person serving. Pray for the people out there, man, even on both sides, because I'm pretty sure there's more people who want all of this conflict to end than they do for it to keep going on, man. I think that goes for the people out there serving as well. So God bless every single veteran, everybody serving right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless every single one of you and your families, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, it's only Tuesday? Oh, man. Well, good morning. Are you guys liking daylight savings? I'm kind of getting used to it, bro. I'm kind of getting used to it, dog. It's kind of nice. Bright and early, Chatadonia. So, yeah, I hope you're ready for it. We got about 1 minute, 1:50 till the bell. I'm going to be watching the chip stocks, NVIDIA, Micron. Keep an eye on China, too. They also did talk about it. White House confirmed that they're looking to delay the Xi Jinping-Trump meeting by a little bit due to the conflict. Keep an eye on Bitcoin, Uber. They had a deal with NVIDIA, GLW, Coherus, a lot of the names that have kind of been running. There was an update there from Jensen on the copper and how they're doing some of the wiring and stuff, and that made those stocks go down. Fun and Pizza keep getting M&A activity or those rumors. And then again, Amazon, OpenAI, they did some sort of deal this morning, and then Qualcomm with the buyback. So like you saw yesterday with NVIDIA, man, just that one little move that had the ability to move the market. So like I'm saying, today is a little different than yesterday. Yesterday, not much happened. Today, you woke up with a little bit more conflict. Again, even Iran was targeting oil production rather than storage and refineries. You finally got a ship attack. There was stuff going on. So oil's still green, but I do think what you are witnessing right here is more of these individual companies, the news. Again, Delta came out this morning. And they were saying that they had one of their best bookings in history over March. So airlines raised their guidance despite the fuel costs. So people are feeling a certain way. But we could talk about some of the forward-looking statements. And then cash balances jumped based off the hedge funds. It was their biggest one-month jump since the pandemic, meaning that some people got a little bit cautious over the last 30 days. Again, that's after everybody was just buying the dip. Run it hot. All of those things. So, Chad, less than 10 seconds. Let's have a good day, man. Don't pump on each other's heads. Do whatever you want, but be wise, man. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, we're off. Oh, NVIDIA with the $2 dump? What? No, my thing has to be glitching. I mean, I don't know. After seeing yesterday, though. Anything is possible. All right, I'm gonna see where those plays went. Do. Oh, they actually came down for now. Again, I got the really cheap ones, but yeah, and then I sold all the dailies of those. Those dailies are confusing. And then EWY Korea is pretty active as well. Take a look at Amazonian. And then Bitcoin faded. Bitcoin was up like 2 or 3 last night. Oil's at 1.2. So you're opening up here about like 0.5. Russell 0.6. SPY's doing better than the NASDAQ and then the Dow. Are? Very interesting. So that means the, what's it called? That means the staples are probably catching a little bit more of a bid. All right, we'll see. Yeah, staples are up only by 0.38. It could be financials. Again, financials financials are up by 1.3 to start. UAL, Uber, yeah, transports are going to do pretty hot today. At least for now. They might fade a little bit, but again, Delta, they had good guidance. JetBlue had good guidance as well, and then Uber had the self-driving car stuff with NVIDIA. Even Lyft got a little bit of a boost. Some of those are starting off pretty hot. Fizzer's up 2.3. So again, financials are really running right now to start out. So again, you got your little tech stocks. I mean, NVIDIA just sold off that pre-market gain. All the chips did, actually. And then Amazon's still holding. Amazon was up a little bit more. Oracle has a little bit of a bid. IGV, let's go, bro. Where you been at? Where you been at, bro? IGV took a 1-week vacation. He was like, I did too much work during the whole volatility. Fun is still going up. Again, it was Jana Partners pretty much. They're already up 10. They were calling for a sale. Again, we played this one before. Options are kind of shit. Good morning. Yeah, where are we at? Spy. Let me put up the SPY. Okay, GLW, Coherus. There was like 2 or 3 other ones. They were related to the NVIDIA stuff. You got a gigantic gap up now, though. I mean, again, you're up by like 0.5, 0.6. And then, so like you're right in between. Last time we did this, you ended up fading. So remember, this gap has not been filled yet, the 676. So you got like 3 more points. We'll see how fast it does it or not. But again, you're opening up pretty quick. Meta running. Meta. Yeah, Meta's up by 1.8. Silver and gold too, surprisingly. Those are catching a bid. Again, I think Bitcoin's the only one getting left behind. There you go. Now it's climbing. But again, Bitcoin was up like 4%. And then I think financials are the big leader here to start off. Like we said, I mean, depending on how people feel, I think individual companies are going to be more of the drivers. And then finance has been the cheapest and the most beaten down one. They are trying to say, they've done this before, as far as the like high yield credit and the credit issues, they're saying it's not systemic. That's literally what they said a month or 2 ago at some of the other bankruptcies. So that's going to kind of be your sound and resilient. The question is, which one do you wake up to? And do we get another set of bad news or not? NVO, Tesla. Again, there's a decent amount of FDA actions. NVIDIA in the red now. Every time NVIDIA goes up? My goodness. So yeah, all the chips started off really good pre-market and then they dumped. I'm surprised the market's holding up that strong. I think it is the Googles and Amazons. I mean, Amazon's up by 1.2 right now. But yeah, so SPY's still going up. I think it's a mix of the banks as well. But yeah, NVIDIA already gave that up. I mean, you guys saw firsthand what NVIDIA could do yesterday. That little candle that it had, it ended up moving the market a couple of points. Yeah, Owls up 5. Again, the banks are looking very good today. Again, XLF itself is at 1.4. I would argue that's the leader for now. I don't think anybody's doing that good. And then Dow only has 3 names in the red. But let's see. Yeah, finance. Finance is number 1, and then consumer services, then health, then tech. Because, yeah, staples aren't leading there. Do I recommend IGV? I think the time for that is, I bought it at the bottom, so I don't know, like a couple weeks in, considering what it's went through. I don't think I'm the guy to really ask about it. You know, we've been watching it pretty much every day, but there is another play out there that's aligning up with the IGV, but I think it's going to play a little different. But yeah, I'm still at the point of writing it out and managing, so I'm not really thinking about establishing a new player, not on that. Uber, USAR. Uber's still going up. Uber's up 5. It's been a while since Uber's ran. And then SMR, you did have Oklo news this morning. But yeah, SMR is up 5. The uranium plays are going up too. Damn, Reddit's even on the high. So yeah, so 673, I mean, you're either, 3 to 5 points away to fill that other gap, or you're going to go 3 to 5 points down. Yeah, 3 points up or 3 points up or 3 points down to fill any gaps. And you still have the gap from yesterday too. Hot dog. So Nvidia is bouncing around now. Light, where are we percent wise? So SPY 0.69. NASDAQ has overtaken the SPY. Yeah, Qualcomm, I mean, 20 billion buyback, not bad. MO on the low, and SanDisk. Yeah, bro, Qualcomm. Someone was asking me about that the other week. I like Qualcomm a lot. They just don't really move too much. NVIDIA's dividend so low. They paid a dividend for a while, but kind of just turned into a growth stock. IGV was a play. You thought it was long term? No, I don't know how you got that and missed the play. So this was it a month ago? So during the Anthropic event, we watched it live, and I was saying this might be the bottom, just because it was a collaborative effort rather than cannibalism. And then the next day, I told everybody on stream, you didn't need locked in for it, and I told everybody about a very risky play depending on the Anthropic ban. So then we went pretty hard on IGV as both a play, and then the next couple days we added Oracle, and we talked about even considering IGV if you didn't want to pick a name. So it's crazy. I don't know how you picked up on that, but missed that one. But yeah, it's old now. I mean, that's we did that before the war even started. So that's why we kept getting excited about IGV, because as the war broke out, our IGVs just kind of kept going. Adobe, speaking of software, so again, that's doing it. And then Korea is up by 1.6. Let's see. Rivian. So Rivian's up too. There's a lot of things up right now. Jeez. Habibi. Dow Jones, 24 green, 6 in the red. NASDAQ, 94 in the green, 7 in the red. I don't know, man. 434 green on the SPY, 66 in the red. I don't know how I feel about this one, man, you know? This one seemed like, what time is it? It's only been 7 minutes. Anytime you have that many in the morning, you know? Some might say we pounded IGV. They pounded it, I'm telling you. It was a pounding. They did March, they did April, May. They pounded everyone. I don't know how they kept going. This is a pounding. Dude, even Jensen said pounding yesterday. I don't know where this word came from. New York sues Trump admin over subway funds being frozen. Travel. That actually makes a lot of sense. Airbnb, Expedia's up like 7? Yeah, it's all because of the airlines. That airline demand was hot. They just set a record, surprisingly. The pump right now, I think it's just this companies. And then we talked about this one last night. I wanted to put this in the video, but I would have ranted on this one for days. So I figured I would wait till I saw you guys this morning. But there's 2 themes kind of going on. Some of you are not going to like hearing this. I will tell you right now. Just I could tell. I mean, even yesterday, people got mad if the market crashed on the war. They got mad if it went up during the war. So you got to think about it. But remember, Wall Street's a piece of shit. I've been trying to tell you guys for a long time. And even last week, I was telling you, too, how everybody needs to look ahead. Do you guys remember that? And I was saying, and that's what I'm saying. This isn't even done yet. I will tell you now, with a day like today, with equities up, oil still barely up too, even on the escalation, I don't think we're out of the woods. Not at all. I still think you're going to get a little drama, but like I was saying yesterday, I think you're going to be a little less headline sensitive. But yeah, you're not out of the woods just yet, but the market is looking ahead to other things. The way Goldman Sachs put it is they compared it even to like COVID, and they were saying how the markets cannot afford to wait for a resolution to a problem that they know will eventually be resolved. That's one way to look at it. Then the other side, Bank of America, they're talking about how pretty much, policymakers are going to step in. The private credit stuff is not systemic. They're even saying that the war is not going to be long. The only issue right now is that the dip hasn't been big enough. Not to mention, a lot of people are bringing up all of the hedging that's taken place. We talked about that last week with the skew. But my problem, and this is where I'm saying we're not out of the woods, but this is where it gets frustrating, we're still in the box. This box we've been talking about for 6 months, all year. So imagine war, conflict, all these things going on. You haven't had a big enough dip for the contrarians to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy it. Yeah, this is such a good deal, even though there's mad conflict and everything else. That just hasn't materialized. So it's a mix of all these things. So I'm saying you're not out of the woods just yet, but you are playing a different scenario in the last couple of days where I think we're not headline sensitive. The equities itself are able to move you a little bit more. And then, again, we talked about it last night. I put that one on the video. Oil is not a contrarian play anymore. So if you think oil is going to go up, that's part of the crowd. More people now are positioned and expecting that. Palantir with a rip. Yeah, IGV still back to 86. Finally, Habibi, finally, and oil on the low. Spain did announce they were releasing oil this morning, which is a little bit better considering they've been kind of dramatic. Dude, they used the private credit not systemic. They used that excuse a couple months ago. The first couple of cracks at private credit, they said the same thing and it worked. OpenAI spokesperson, company signed agreement with AWS to enable deployment of AI models on U.S. government networks. 42. Reeves, globalization as we knew it is dead. This is an anxious moment. All right, UK. HDR Staples going down. Again, watch the travel names. And then Palantir, software. They're all kind of ripping, but Palantir is like painting the high ticker right now. Even Microsoft, not up as much. And then I'm surprised NVIDIA, man, that pre-market was a lot more active. As healthcare, they're barely green. Healthcare and staples are not they're not too strong. Again, this does seem to be mostly tech and then finance. Finance is the real big, that's the one, dude. Considering all the drama and the whole not systemic and everything else. So yeah, but like I was saying, I don't think even we talked about it a little bit here in the morning. I think the war trade is kind of priced in. Let me put it this way. If the war ended tomorrow, I don't think the SPY would go that crazy. I think you'd get a little bit of a pop and then a little drop, but then that's it. But I wouldn't, I think oil is the one that will go crazy. So that's where it's saying, with people looking ahead like this, staying in the range, whether you think there's more to go or not, this whole, the whole war trade, it's going to end eventually. In the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out if there's a permanent repricing, but it does seem like oil is going to be the star of the show. But I think market-wise, you're getting to that point where even if the war ended tomorrow, I don't think it would even be a big tailwind for the market itself. it would be a tailwind for oil. But so that's why it's like some people might get frustrated. They're like, why is the market going up? I mean, I think even if you had good news, the market would barely go up, and then we'd still just stay stuck in the box. So we'll find out, though, but not out of the woods. You still need, until there's a clear off-ramp, I wouldn't get too excited, and I do think that's where it all leaves us. Taking turns. Yeah, is Sock up? Oh, finally, Sock. You want to play? That's crazy because considering how oil's trading today. Yeah, watch the travel names. I think that was probably one of the bigger. That added a lot of relief. Although it could, I think you're totally right. It could be spring break, but you know, just think about the drama. You got war in the Middle East. Everybody freaking out. The oil, fuel prices. They thought these travel names were gonna get clobbered, but I guess people aren't going to Dubai, but they're fucking going to Miami. Or is it Houston this year? Okay, RTX on the low, SanDisk, Pfizer starting to take off. I mean, considering a lot of the other healthcare stocks, that one's interesting. And then oil's still slowly working its way down, only up by 1/3% now. Yeah, that was the headline yesterday. I showed you guys in the video. Trump even said, he said, I expected the market to go down more. So that kind of maybe put off the whole Trump put for a little bit. But like I'm saying, I think a lot of this is just equities. You know, we started off this week. The Khargis thing did not lead, Kharg Island did not lead to major escalation. Then we come here on Monday. All of a sudden, the algos and financial investment and news, we start to hear more about that. And just don't, that's what I'm saying, just don't underestimate a couple of good companies, big companies moving up. That's able to move the SPY. You saw that last night with NVIDIA, because NVIDIA just jacked up the SPY for no damn reason. That candle right there, that was 3-4 points. So, you know, as long as these companies start to look ahead a little bit more, that's going to paint a different picture on the S&P than oil and all that. So like I'm saying, the problem's not over. I don't think we're out of the woods, but in the same respect, though, it's like the market is looking ahead by a wider margin. And it's, again, I think this week might be a chill out week. We'll see any further escalation next one, and then that's it. White House received offer from Democrats on DHS funding. That's coming in now. Global Foundries now on the high. See if any of the other Intels and smaller chip makers run up. Because again, this is all even without NVIDIA. That's the crazy part. So you're moving like this without NVIDIA really doing much. Even SanDisk just went down. I guess they're just still, chips in general are holding their gap up. Again, more travel. There's Caesars. IGV still at the high. PayPal. I think it's all financial. What's tomorrow? And then tomorrow's Powell too. Like I'm saying, I think the market just distracted on finance stuff today, or this week, until we actually get something crazy. But ever since Kharg Island, the escalation has not been major. You know, you had one boat attack in the last 6 days now, after you had 7 of them in one day. So people were a little worried this morning that Iran was attacking oil storage or oil production. That could be seen as escalatory, but then again, I mean, compared to what you saw a couple of days ago, it might be hard to top that unless they go full crazy on the strait in the boats. I mean, this is definitely better than it was last week, but can't stress it enough. This isn't over, but the market is looking ahead, as we talked about last week as well. Zim on the low, CNI, a lot of the shipping companies. And then SPY's still working its way up. 648. I heard people say China was in Taiwan, but I don't know if surrounded and escalatory. I don't know to that extent. Again, financials, IGV now took off, bro. It's been a while. It's been a good, long time, old friend. Was it maybe bio? Oh, I forgot about that. Microsoft going up. I think all the software, even damn Oracle trying to play along. And now Apple, too. I think everybody except NVIDIA, surprisingly. NVIDIA is still up a quarter, just not moving. But yeah, all your big tech and then Amazon up 1. Boeing is green. AVAV dash. Now AMD starting to go up in shop. What are we hit 0.38? Oh, did we fill that gap yet or no? You're getting close to it. So again, now you're back to what? Last Wednesday's level? And remember, the end of the week last week, that's where it got a little bit more escalatory. You had the we had the release of the SPR and all that, and everybody tweaked out a little bit. Yeah, so software is still rocketing up. I think SPY's getting pulled down a little bit by all the other ones, but today I didn't I didn't expect this to turn into a what's it called? Into a software day. So very interesting. Yeah, Oracle, Palo Alto, Palantir, Microsoft, they are literally on a tear right now. Been a while, old friend. Been a while. Crowd. I mean, shit, even CRM. And then you had Adobe. CC Chemers. That's a pretty big pop. 5%. Check CC. I don't know if it'll have follow. They jacked up all the spreads. There might be something with that. Check CC. I don't have a headline on it. Yeah, 5% on that candle. Spreads are absolutely horrendous. Chemours. I mean, most of them are down. Yeah, I don't see anything yet. They did an offering the other day. Trump. Oh, is he live right now with Irish? With the Irish. Is it 11? Or no, that'll be in an hour. Gosh. All right, well, oil popped a little bit off. We hit our high, 0.75 of the day. Oil's first little green since both the open and pre-market. I don't know what's on with Chemers. Again, they just had a nice little pop there. Yeah, it's literally software watch. I mean, if you want the SPY to slow down, it'll probably either be financials calming down or then your big tech starting to chill. Yeah, SOC's still up. I mean, all things considering, oil almost went negative. It's decent. The chat delayed. It is, but my clock shows 9:53 too. I mean, by the time you say it, so I don't know when you'll. Again, you're depending on your internet too. That could make it laggier or quicker. Eli Lilly and NVO. Where's Pfizer? Pfizer already came back down. Space stocks, RKLB, and then more of the uranium. So now Nvidia's on the low. Again, chemical. Yo, bro, even Dow went up a lot too. So that one's kind of odd as well, because some of the fertilizer, all the other stuff went down, but Chemers and Dow, those are both moving up right now. SPY up 0.7, Russell 1.1, NASDAQ 0.8, NASDAQ and Dow 0.8. So expensive. YouTube and FIFA team up for World Cup 2026. Rivian, bro. That was moving from the morning. And then Disney, they came out with some big plan yesterday. Sing on the low. CC debt refinance. I don't know if it seems like they're all moving. That one was a little bit bigger. They did an offering the other day. But then Dow and a lot of the other chemical companies are up, and then uranium and fertilizer is actually doing well too. Oh yeah, it is a spinoff from DuPont. You're right. So yeah, they kind of going hand in hand. But CC moved up 6% now. So I had that up in the top. Now MOS and CF are going up. Her neighbor recommended you read Richest Man in Babylon. I told him I already have it on my bookshelf. That's amazing. It's a good book, bro. Ask him more questions. Anybody who got Richest Man, bro, if they really read it, you should quiz him. Say, who's Arcad? What's luck? What happens with luck? I got sheep to sell you. What? You gotta read it. You gotta read it. Nibis, they did an offer. I mean, Nibis also, damn, back to 117 though. That was exactly where they were after the first like Nvidia thing, and then they had the Meta one. Or was it Meta first? Conoco, oil companies are on the high. XLE is ripping out of all of this. So again, oil is still green on the day, believe it or not. Boeing business is doing well, significant gains in recovery. I think Boeing's talking somewhere. You just had a candle, and I have a headline coming in right now too. Yeah, XLE 52-week high, so energy companies. IBM CEO says he hasn't seen AI result in net decrease in workers. Claudebot be a good option screener if you could get it active like API data, or even then, like, I mean, on certain things, like if you have a Claude or a Gemini, if I ever need to like look up something real quick, if I need background on a stock, just even typing it into any LLM could take you a long way. You just have to know if it like is bullshit. That's kind of been the advantage of there. Boeing, Wichita defects have dropped 40% year over year. Defense unit posed to earn positive margins in 2026. So yeah, you just got to be able to determine whether or not your AI is like hallucinating. But if I need like historical facts on a stock or trying to figure out something, that would take a little longer, or if I don't know it off top. Yeah, you don't need a Claude bot, but you could throw in an LLM. But if you want something to like scan for you, if you could get it through active data, you could tell it what to look for. Broadcom and Nvidia on the low now. So SPY chilling. We've been here for about what, 30 minutes now. Oh, this is the same price. Bitcoin was supposed to do a little bit better, but software said, nah, dog, it's my show. And then again, we're going to get Trump here in a little. They all kind of chilled out, though. So Nvidia is starting to go down. Nvidia just flipped red. Financials still holding. Energy stocks are on the high. IGV still killing it, but it did already hit 87, came down 50 cents there. UK Finance Minister Reeves, I believe regulatory innovation and rationalism. Yibbity bobbity boo. Check Boeing. Again, I don't know if that margin comment moved it. Still near the low. Hightaker still has a couple. Actually, Hightaker is almost fully active. And now Coherus, Check Coherus, GLW. Those are starting to come up after their little gap down on all of that. Then the chemical names too. SPY's technically at VWAP right now. And then oil a little bit off the bottom. ASTS. I trust nothing strange open. I think it's all stocks. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like the problem is not over, but people are looking ahead. Pending home sales, 1.8 versus minus 0.6 estimate. But like I'm saying, if you get 400 stocks going up after they've been kind of beaten down a little bit, the index, we've seen this all year. Every single day for the last like 6 to 8 months probably, we have witnessed, you know, no matter what's happened, if the stocks kind of move in tandem, that weighting, that's what's moving the SPY. So today, the fact that oil was still up, and then the only optimism is in the last 6 days, you've had one somewhat major attack, even though you could interpret one of them as more escalatory with the production, oil production itself. So that's where it's kind of, I think, setting us up. But like I reminded y'all last week, the market, you should look ahead, because before you know it, they're going to look ahead. How much Oracle do I own? Not too much. I think one deposit. You could double check the video, but I think one deposit, or a little less on the big account, and then I think the small account has a full deposit. So not anything too crazy. You know, my plan with the software in the long term, you know, I didn't know it was going to be the bottom. I think we did very good, but at the same time, you know, like I was telling everybody, whatever, if you were trying to buy anything, yeah, oil's starting to come up here again. Said if you wanted to buy anything, you kind of should have, what's it called? You should have some in the future and be ready to pretty much purchase it again. You're getting comments out of the UK. Again, IGV, banks took a candle down. That's what I think is a big driver right now. Boeing's dumping. So again, whatever Boeing's saying right now, they may be guiding lower, because he just said margins will go positive, stock didn't go green, and then they just fucking got clapped. Spreads are fucking insane on that. Space stocks, again, Lunar and the other one keep going up. The Trump, nobody is actually down. So that's, I mean, it could all just be talk, but at the same time, you know, that joint coalition, it seems like the last couple days, even over the weekend, you haven't had traction on it. A lot more pushback than support. All right, SPY below VWAP. Surprisingly, I didn't move the premiums too much. But this is typical, I mean, of the morning. I thought I'd do it in a little bit, but it's been 30 minutes. 30 minutes straight gas, and now you're doing the red here on a Tuesday. The premiums are a little up, but then you're right below VWAP, so I'll give it a second. Boeing! Oh, maybe that premium was a tell, dude. Like I said, those were all gapped up. They ripped. One of them's still cheaper. I'll leave them for you. I don't know if that'll hit, but if it keeps having this volatility, that should move around. Yeah, again, I mean, we saw it from here, but whew. I did not take a SPY put. No, I'm looking at them. I was going to, but the premiums are still cheap, actually. But I have a target in mind, but I'm gonna be patient. I don't mind if I miss it. Just because usually when there's this many names green in the morning, it's just easier to go down. So like any time over the last couple weeks where I look at the amount of names up and down and I'm like, yeah, 400 names are up. Usually at some point that levels out, because now that means you have potentially 300, 200 names that could go down, essentially. But like I'm saying, today I think is being driven more by equities than anything else. Again, Boeing now, that's coming down a lot. There's talking somewhere, bro. Let me see if I can pull it up. But it's more along the lines of I think like banks getting a bid or holding you up, software holding you up, every travel stock is holding you up. You know what I'm saying? It's like the market's not reacting to the conflict today. It didn't yesterday either. That's why we woke up with a lot more news. Damn, Boeing, what the fuck are you doing, dude? FAA streams commercial space license approvals. Hey, yo, check the space stocks. That's why they're going up. You got FAA news, but damn, Boeing. In high school, you was the man, Boeing. If you took that one that I told you, that 9-cent one popped. That doubled up already. Yeah, you made 100% if you took that one. As I said, I'll leave it for you. But yeah, that was crazy, bro. Boeing just dropped $10. Boeing on place to complete 737 MAX 10 flight mid-testing next year. Is it right now? Yeah, Bank of America Industrial Conference. Email DJT Golden Age at truthsocial.com. Please register. First name Moshadaba. Company IRGC. What would I be? I say media. Verify email. I have read and accept. Oh!
Coming out of inventory versus
this guy sounds high as fuck.
Right.
Bradley Frizzo and the base!
Looking in, when will be a tighter
Bradley.
rollouts off the line to deliveries.
Bradley
coming out of the second factory.
Yeah, this year.
Bradley, should I buy a call?
And you think about last
Bro,
year.
now we got Boeing playing. You got Bradley Frizzle in the peach.
Last year on the 737, we delivered 447 aircraft. About 50 of those came from aircraft that had been built prior to 2023. So it was a fair amount that had to
Bradley,
do some
I'm
completion
feeling it,
work.
Bradley.
But that really bolstered the delivery.
God bless you,
framework.
Bradley. You got me hyped, bro.
Level.
Bradley coming in on the peach bottom.
And similar type of story at about 15 in that
Boeing bottom peach with the fire with the
inventory. So
he got the whole market looking at. He hit the peach. I don't know where that came from. I love you, Bradley.
When you look at 737, we expect around 500 aircraft this year.
Pay P that IPO.
And that's supported by the 42 rate as well as we're expecting to go to 47 sometime mid-year on that program. In addition, we are building another 30 737-10s for delivery in 2027 once that gets certified. So actually, build will exceed deliveries this year on the 737 program. Let me just stop here on that program.
You only want a peach by the pool
week, I think
you're in the mood. Want Boeing to do what you do
on 737 due to a
don't get me started on that
internal notice.
I haven't heard that song in like 2 weeks, bro.
In one of our facilities. Since that time, our team
right
went through the investigation to that analysis.
German government EU summit to deal with high energy. We are skeptical about price caps and market intervention.
What's come out of that is we've got about a population of about 25 aircraft that are impacted by that, so they'll have to undergo some level of rework. But you're talking around 3 days of rework, so not a significant amount of rework on those aircraft. We have resumed deliveries as of last week.
Expect
so
500 737
deliveries
this year.
Of aircraft. And so the impact here is really one of timing. We'll see about 10 aircraft. We're expecting to deliver around 120 737s in the first quarter. So we'll slip about 10 of those deliveries into the second quarter. So fairly limited in the grand scheme of things. That'll put a little bit of pressure on cash flow in the quarter. I talked about cash flow being similar to what it was last year, maybe a couple $100 million worse than last year as a result. But at the end of the day, we'll get those
NVIDIA still selling. Spies at VWAP. Space
really
stocks. There was FAA news. Watch out for that.
Production.
But yeah, so
really
banks
didn't change.
Come down. Watch banks and software versus chips.
It was not a safety flight issue at all. And again, we worked that with the FAA. And we fully expect that we'll change rate to 47. Like I said, around mid-year. The team is actually working to an earlier date than that, but we're, kind of for purposes of conservatism, I'm around mid-year.
Okay.
And we're still expecting to deliver around 500 aircraft. So really not much change at all. It's something that the team worked through. And
That's
frankly,
weird. My
probably
wire gave me that headline
that,
before the
really
fucking
using the lean and
before
continuous
the
improvement
call.
tools. Go down root cause,
Yeah, now it's
corrective
popping off
action,
that.
understand the population
The cash
affected.
flow didn't sound good, but I think the
Besides getting
500
to the
aircraft.
corrective action, determining what you can do to, using continuous improvement parlance, mistake-proof. So how can you prevent something like this happening? Do a read across and other types of systems and machines so that you don't see a reoccurrence of this. So I think that the BCA did all the right things.
Sri Lanka president, two ships carrying 90,000 MT of crude will not arrive on time.
Noticed in the first place? Like what in the quality system said, hey, you know what, we have an issue here?
Well, they observed some nicks in some of the wiring, and that traced back to a machine that was that had just didn't have the right calibration settings. And so they have to go back and trace back.
We'll go to the bathroom real quick. We're just
the
under an hour
of the setting changes.
Follow me on Instagram.
So, but in the meantime, what they've done is
you got some videos there, Doc,
and you're able to manually do this. And so they've been doing it manually.
Got it. And then maybe just as what we're talking about production. In South Carolina, how are things going with 787 and the work?
Oh yeah, good. Thank you for asking the question. On 787, again, the rollouts have been pretty good actually. For January and February, the deliveries have been a little bit lighter. We've delivered about aircraft quarter to date, which is lighter. We're expecting to deliver anywhere about 20 aircraft in the quarter. So we expect that to be close to maybe 15, maybe one or two better or worse in that ballpark. And that's mostly related to seating certifications. Kelly talked about that in the fourth quarter call in January, and we're still paced by some of these certifications that we're working through. Again, the build is happening, so we're really not changing the production cadence. The factory's been really, for the most part, unaffected there, and so we continue to expect that we'll deliver 90 to 100 aircraft this year as well there. So for that program, it's a timing issue as well.
Got it.
It's a little bit later in the first quarter, but we'll catch that up.
Got it. And what we've heard is the front end interior seats cert issue.
Yeah, the premium seating has been challenging. Those are very strict, rigorous types of certifications, and you wouldn't ordinarily think so, but they are. Yeah. They're difficult to get through, and airlines like to have their specific, unique configuration, which they view as a differentiating selling point to their customers, and so we have to work through those.
The maybe changing gears a little bit to the defense business. We're going to see potentially another large uplift in U.S. defense spending in fiscal 27. Mm-hmm. How's that look for you guys? I mean, what kind of opportunities are you looking for there?
Well, and then 40 minutes ago, I don't know if Trump said anything or if this hit the wire. The national, what is this guy?
Generating about $27 billion.
National Director of National Counterterrorism resigned.
And you're looking at potentially
he put out a statement
upside.
saying he cannot, in good conscience, support an ongoing war with Iran.
Agreement with the Department of War.
Is that when oil bottomed?
PAC-3 intercepted our seeker there, and I think the team is committed. And they got ahead of it. They had made some investments on the production system on that program earlier, so that enables them to ramp up a little quicker than they otherwise would have. On that program, so they're doing quite well.
Yeah,
and
so
what's it called? Much robust. We're having a lot of dialogue.
Some of those premiums, like even on the downside premiums,
mainly the U.S. DOW
cheaper.
Customer on the platform.
So even if you
bought
a fucking unless you were near the money, but out of the money
yes,
I was
we have
watching,
to
it's the
kind of
same
work
fucking
through
price.
these lots.
Those Boeings would have hit though.
But we're in a position.
I know it literally went 100% after the Peach.
Contracts.
I wish I could make that up,
on
but
the tanker program as well. So
Peach is real, Doc.
There's just quite a bit happening there.
The legend of Bradley Frizzle, man.
And as you know,
one day they'll know. One day,
a significant amount of activity in space, and our team has a very good business there, and so we're positioned quite well to participate in these higher budgets.
Got it. Are you...
For us, it's execution. We got a backlog now. Execute on that backlog and make sure we earn the right to bring in additional business.
Myrna now.
Any thoughts on FAXX? What could happen there?
I would be speculating, Ron. We're waiting that's been on and off.
No, Trump nominated the counterintelligence dude. He did. He
we have
mentioned
to follow the customer's lead
said
on that. And
early in this admin, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of America's media
proposal to the customer, both technically,
commercially, while at the same time
protecting the Boeing shareholder. But that's ultimately the decision they got to make, and on a timeline, their timeline.
Yeah, Trump
nominated
nominated
that's not something that we necessarily have much of a say on.
Trump nominated him in February 3rd.
Comes up all the time.
So he just got in a month ago.
Potential incremental charges in the defense business.
Yeah, it's been
Delta and UAL, AAL airlines are coming down now.
Jay Malavi is going to come in and do a bunch of EAC reviews, and we're going to have a whole bunch of charges pop out left and right.
A couple more medical names like Abbott coming up.
Starting in January, I was able to get access to the defense.
Yeah, he said Iran posed no threat.
And I've had a number of reviews, and it's not just financials. It's strategy. Its capability, how is that capability relevant today? How will that capability be relevant tomorrow? How can you enhance it? What type of modifications and what's the investments necessary for that? So it's much strategic.
Okay, so SPY still going. I mean, it did 30 minutes.
But just on the financial,
30 minutes up off the gap up, kind of flipping.
I've had a chance to
somewhat typical.
The
premiums aren't there, so in a weird way, you get last call if you think you're going to really flush. Premiums are the same price out of the money from where they were out 30 minutes ago.
In there, they've got the right performance baselines. There's sound reasoning for the assumptions that they have in those EACs. And so, like Kelly said, you can never say.
Yeah, honestly, oil kind of bottomed when that dude resigned.
But I don't see anything.
I don't see people talking about it. He just posted something on Twitter
and they're doing
to announce
a good
his
job of
resignation,
staying on
and then he
track
posted the letter he sent to Trump.
That they have in those EACs. So I don't see anything imminent. We'll continue. Look, I do ongoing reviews on the commercial side. I'll be doing ongoing reviews on the defense side, just to see how we're doing. But there's nothing that comes to mind that worries me.
That's great. How's supply chain? I mean, are there pinch points, and how are you managing that? And can
the restart process to ratify U.S. trade deal after block?
You have in front of you?
Yeah, I think in the short term, the answer to that is yes. We're going from. Let's just start with BCA and the 737. We're going from 42, and our next rate change will be going to 47. I think that the supply chain is very well positioned to support that change. Pretty much across the board, we have an ample number of fuselages. We have an ample number of engines to support that. As you start going beyond 47 into 52, it starts getting a little bit tighter. And there's areas.
I like TAP a lot. I think it's one of the lowest prices that we've been able to get it at. I remember I got some of those 43s, but
equipment demand
42 is awesome. But if you have only two deposits, depending on what that means for your portfolio,
we have a very good relationship
you probably
with our engine provider.
Put some into TAP, but you could also wait. So with like TAP and KMB, you don't have the ex-divvy for another 3 months. So whether you buy now or later, you're going to still have to wait for a dividend, and then also at the same time, it's just one of them is like that's just a new low on TAP.
That we're dealing with on the 787.
So you could start with one and save one of the other deposits.
Some issues here and there.
But it's up to you, not a recommendation. Again, look at what's in the rest of your portfolio.
The quality needs to get better so that we can improve the delivery. And when we're going to go from 8 to 10 on the 787 this year, that'll be probably in the back half of the year. Is our expectation there?
Boeing
and again,
Bradley
I think when we go from
fucking Boeing,
12, in future years, that'll be something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Same thing, I think that we'll have to keep an eye on the interiors and probably engines as well.
And maybe back on 787, should we be thinking about a 787 freighter as a potential replacement for the 767?
It's possible. It's under consideration. The team considers it. I mean, right now, look, we've got enough on our plate to deal with, and then. The investment there is not insignificant, and it's not easy. So it's not something you can just do on the side. And but yeah, it's under consideration.
Yeah, interesting. What's the aircraft pricing environment look like?
The pricing environment, I'm going to take that question back to the question that you asked Kelly in the fourth quarter call.
WDC
and you asked
STX.
The question more in the context of just
so those are
profitability
waking
pools
up now.
and things like that in the industry, and would you change that in
I remember Sandisk went
program?
red for a little bit.
And
still lagging.
I agree the way Kelly answered it, and I think it's equally applicable to the pricing environment now. And what he said is that a lot of it comes down to contracting, the risk that you take in your contracting, the terms that you agree to. And you take a step back and you think about the Boeing company and what we are, is we're an aircraft system integrator. And we take a lot of
literally
risk
watched them all go
associated with being
100%,
an aircraft system
Bradley.
integrator. And so the contracting, the pricing, as well as the terms that we agree to should be commensurate with the risk. of that. And so we need to protect ourselves probably better than we have from a risk perspective on the term side. And the pricing should be reflective of the risk that we're taking as the integrator. And so I think we are seeing a better pricing environment, and it's reflective, I think, of a move towards that. It's not just being kind of opportunistic because there's minimal slots available. Yes,
I get a deposit in 2 weeks.
But I think that we need to be just more prudent in the way we price. And again, like I said, it's got to be more connected to and correlated to the risk that we take as an integrator.
I mean, just maybe double clicking on that. That was a question that I asked. Do you see the industry move in that direction? Because I would argue that I think most investors think that Boeing
on oil, it hasn't. I mean, still about 1.7. They're still below or right above the opening bell, but below the futures.
I can't speak for others. I can only speak about what we're.
I mean, all you need on oil is if it makes one of those $1-2 sticks.
I'm really, again, impressed with what BCA, but what Stephanie and her team and her sales team are doing in terms of just being more prudent with sales campaigns, being more disciplined, just using sound reasoning for to the extent that we're incorporating changes that customers may or may not have seen in the past. And so it's just logic based. Yeah. And so, I think that there's just room for that. And so whether or not others are doing
Sri Lanka president, another shipment of oil will arrive tomorrow.
I think discipline is an important part of our recovery plan.
Yes, that makes a ton of sense. I mean, what are the key building blocks to bridge
Teva, Abivi, Abbott, XBI, a lot of medicals going up.
Deliveries, inventory drawdown, working capital.
Oil didn't move too much on that, but you had the Sri Lanka thing. But everything's taking another wave to the upside again.
Deliveries is just a big component.
Again, uranium's still going from the morning.
Across the board on the two major programs, 737.
Core weave with a dollar launch
provides a cash flow boost.
About 1%.
We're also getting a benefit from
and now materials,
excess
MP.
Inventory burn down in 26 relative to
RCAT and biotechs.
And then we have timing. I mean, this year we see some timing benefits in terms of new orders. That varies from year to year, but we're expecting some benefits there, which will give us a little bit of a boost as well. And so some pretty solid contribution out of BCA. And then you've got BDS with the profitability improvement. We'll continue to see a contribution from them as well. So they're shifting from a business that over the past few years have been pretty much negative cash flow to a business that will be break even to positive cash flow fairly quickly here. And so they're on the right path. It's just the cash flow will follow the profitability path for them as well. And then BGS, just kind of clicking along. Just continue to grow and drive some cash flow. So those are all the positives that we'll see in cash flow.
I don't have any UNH, no. I like UNH. I have old Humana, but that was before all the drama.
We do have negative cash flow or higher negative cash flow.
The UNH is my backup plan
this year. We still are going through a certification program, and we're building aircraft.
Fat girl that's in love with you.
Year. So that
I don't know if that makes any sense, but yeah, I'm assuming that if we miss every opportunity this year, towards the end of the year, I think UNH will still be down. Or in that same range.
We'll see that for this year and next
Good quality company, though.
$4 billion.
But for now,
and then we have this kind of one-time payment, this DOJ payment that from our settlement, and some additional corporate costs that we're dealing with too. So those are all kind of things that are dragging it
Banks almost gave up 0.5%.
But I still feel comfortable in that range. Given all those moving pieces.
Yeah, end of the year.
So
maybe
there's a number
first
of
quarter
that
next year.
Moving around.
UNH will be on
when
GLP-1s.
You look at it, we talked about this.
I think we have. That's again. I've been saying this for 8 months now.
When you put aside, and I know
think it's been pretty true.
So you can't necessarily ignore it. But when you put aside some of these temporary issues that we have that are impacting our cash flow, whether it be some of the pricing penalties that we've had, some of these excess advances that we got to work through.
That's still like $100 range,
and where we're going to the aircraft build on 777. Once we get ourselves
that investigation
fully delivered and get ourselves on the increasing rates, it's all temporary. That'll all burn off. And the types of cash flow that investors had come to expect from the Boeing company, it's in front of us. It's right there. It's not tomorrow. It's not today, but it's there. And so I'm very confident that's going to happen as long as we execute.
Okay. How's it going with
How's it going?
Hiring and retaining employees? I mean, is that stabilized? Is it?
Absolutely. You think about that, Ron, maybe 2 to 3 years ago, there was just so much pressure on retaining talent and it really was all types of skills. It wasn't just technical skills. It was technical. It was factory workers, it was other professionals. It was just difficult to retain talent.
Our
Our retention rates are very high this year, last year, and this
software
year.
Still hold on. Again,
part of it is, I
kind
think,
of weakened.
I came into the company in August, and I just saw a change, really a level of enthusiasm because employees started to believe that we could recover. And I think that has just grown the momentum there, and I think that as a result, the retention has just been fantastic.
Yeah, I like Kimberly's the
we've
better
got a 4%
quality.
acceptance rate for
Even then, at the
applicants,
anything
in the
99,
company,
101 is
you may
decent.
ask, well, then how did I get in?
I mean, I bought it higher on
yeah,
the
it's a good
last
question.
purchase
We're
because
still
we got
working
the
on that,
divvy.
but I did get in.
They're better quality.
But,
the
I
thing
think
that
big
sucks
picture,
is TAP is
we're
just
doing a good job
10%
of
lower.
retaining our employees, particularly
They're
our
5% lower than the low.
employees
So
on
TAP's
the
actually a
engineering
new
side,
price, but TAP's
as
a little
well
more
as on the
riskier.
factory side. We've been able to increase the headcount. We pretty much
Yeah, I
have
like both of them. The good
employment
and bad
levels
is that
we
you
need,
don't. There's
to
no
deliver
dividend
these
for the
rate
next 3
increases.
months. So
Now
unless
it's
they
a
have
matter of
individual news
training
or
for
earnings,
those that are our new
they're
employees.
probably going to stay
And,
within
I
the
think
range
we're
they've
doing
been
a
in
very
the
good
last
job
3
there
months.
as well. And so high turnover really hasn't been an issue for us for a little while now.
You could ask whatever you
And
want.
how's the relationship
Man,
with
you
the
want to
union
go
kind of
promote
now that
ISIS,
we're
you're
past
free to
the
do that.
Yeah, I do. Look,
If you
everyone
want to
moves
blame
past that, we move on.
a certain
And we're all one team.
ethnicity
And,
for
a
all
lot
the
of our
problems
incentive
of the
structures
world,
and
you
bonus
could do that if you
across the
like.
company
Or a
are
religion,
tied to
it's
one
up to
company
you. Do
scores.
whatever you want.
And
Whatever, but get a long term, okay?
Everyone's moved past
you guys
that.
have no rules in
It's
the
all
chat.
about,
I don't
making
mind.
the
I like
Boeing
stock
company a better
questions though.
company each
I'm
and every
really
day,
good at them.
and
So
delivering
you might,
to
I could definitely work with you on that.
requirements. I was in Renton maybe about 3 weeks ago, just talking to the team who's going through the training, and the executive who's going to manage the Everett line, the North line. The way she explained is like, look, I'm not your
Ticker's
boss.
picking
This
back
aircraft
up
is your
again.
boss.
30-second, 1
and
minute.
we need to do what it
Get
takes
oil
to make
stopped,
sure that we take
going
care of that
down.
aircraft.
It's like
It's
kind of pinned around the opening of the
articulating
futures.
what we're trying to accomplish.
Boeing just said
and,
higher
the Boeing,
CapEx.
Boeing employees have bought into that.
Yep.
So we're seeing some really good progress and, like I said, better performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You maybe switching gears a little bit.
Switch gears.
You guys have massaged the portfolio some.
Excuse me?
Would we expect any more portfolio management in terms of the assets you guys have?
Well, I think it's good corporate hygiene to always look at the portfolio, and we will do that. We will continue to look at the portfolio and determine whether or not there's things that should be pruned or things that should be added. And so I think that'll be an ongoing review. There's nothing imminent, Ron, that we're looking at. But I think the board expects management to give them portfolio reviews, and we're
Hey, yo,
do that.
Delta is going to be at a conference here in
but
a
I can't say
second
there's
too,
anything
and Honeywell.
specifically to speak of at the moment.
And then I always wonder about this, as you know, and I think this is a question in the back of people's minds. How are you thinking about?
Or no,
airplane
that's
development?
Pacific time.
And
Micron,
previous
52-week
regimes around
high.
the company said, well, we're not doing that. How would you frame it now?
I would say that there will be a day where we have to enter into
Alaska's at 10:10, and then
anytime
MP.
near.
That's the MP candle.
But we do think about the
MP is
technology
going to go
that's
live
be
in a little bit.
required on a new program. We have dialogues with suppliers in terms of technology. Propulsion technology is a great example on how something like that will look like. Looking at things like
Alaska and then
new
Southwest, so that could
types
change some of those travel ones.
that you can apply.
Everybody could just be hyped on
to
Delta,
aircraft
but that could change some of it.
And what type of structures are you going to be looking at? So what type of systems? There's so much to look at. You just can't wake up one day and say, hey, we're going to develop a new aircraft, and all of a sudden say we're just going to turn the engineering lights on for that.
Everyone
You have
keeps
to think
saying this
about the
meteor
technology
thing. I didn't
beforehand.
see
You have
that.
to start technology development, but that in no way means that anything is imminent. So it's unrealistic to say that we'll never develop a new program. We will at the right time. But as Kelly has repeatedly said, and I wholeheartedly agree with him, there's three conditions that need to take place. Number one, the market has to be ready. Number two, the technology has to be ready. And number three, the Boeing company has to be ready. And none of those three are in a place that we believe that would come anywhere close to supporting a launch of a new aircraft. You look at the market, we've got overdue aircraft. The customers are just give us what you've sold to us. We've got a $560+ billion backlog. We just have to deliver on that.
Oh shit, there was a meteor.
As I mentioned, on technology, there's still just a lot of things, trade studies that have to take place, and there's just a lot of pass before.
That's great. This reminds me of, remember, there was that one in Russia in like 2015?
Configuration around that. So it's very, very kind of just really early. And then the Boeing company, I think we spent the last half hour plus talking about what we're doing today in the here
Pretty
and
cool.
now. We have to complete our certification programs, the 737-7-10.
I like AWK. I have it in my OG long-term,
777X program we have to complete
I'm
as
up
well.
a lot on it.
I
don't like buying stocks at all-time highs.
And none of those conditions are anywhere near ready.
I like the industry. I think water's a great investment.
Path here. So
you need it.
Like I said, that day will come, but it's not anytime soon.
And then, the one business in the couple minutes we have left that we just didn't really talk about is the services business.
Mm-hmm.
How should we be thinking about that?
Are you wrong thinking
the
TAP
growth
has
profile
limited
there,
upside
and
since
how you
alcohol
broadly think about
consumption
that
is
business?
going down?
Yeah, it's a good business.
Yeah, a little bit.
To it.
Because it's not about I think what you're saying, like I wouldn't attach that to upside. I think you're acknowledging the risk.
Work,
so the stock has risk for what you said, and that could be a financial challenge, a long-term challenge even. But I don't think that determines its upside more or less.
Suppliers who are then turning those and putting those into
like go look at how alcohol companies, like remember when fucking White Claws came out and shit?
And the
White Claws gave upside even if the alcohol stayed the same. And then that changes some other things. Or if they save money and they get a lot more, it's different.
Very good place in the marketplace.
The stream alerts are not the same as locked in, no.
Parts and make some margin
stream
on that
alerts has been closed for over a year now.
Because it's kind of a one-stop shop. It's easy to come to the Boeing company and get a bunch of things.
I have to make a decision there
to fulfill your needs, and if you're a commercial airline,
I think either in the next week or 2 weeks, by the time the war, we'll find out. But we might reopen stream alerts. But
project out. If you think of where they are trajectory,
put a bounce.
They've got enjoying the commercial, supporting OE, commercial aftermarket, a lot happening in military sustainment on a lot of our platforms. And as you know, Ron, these military platforms they get modernized.
Oh, what up, baby?
Often, and they have to continue to do work on those. So. It's a good business, and you see it reflected in the growth rates and in the margins.
Whatever Iridium is, that pop.
With that, that's pretty much everything I had, Jay.
Well, thank you for your time, Ron. I really appreciate being up there.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, pleasure.
This is what they listen to? All right. Well, that was interesting. I mean, Boeing, that was probably one of the bigger intraday moves. Banks gave up a little bit. We're still in this vibe. I mean, some of you said it's awfully quiet with the Iran news, and remember, yesterday it was too, but this morning you actually had more Iran news than yesterday. You had one of those commanders killed, first attack on a boat in the last 6 days, and then even like oil production getting attacked as well. But the market is kind of in this equities mode. I mean, do not be deceived. I don't think the problem is over, but people are definitely looking ahead, and now stocks in the index are moving more, even despite oil being slightly up. So, if anything, yesterday was your best day since this conflict began with that 1% open or 1% close. So, we'll see where this leads us by the end of the day. We get Trump, I believe, in 30 minutes. So, yeah, we'll find out, man. We will find out. You can't hear me because of the noise? Oh, well, hi. Now it's gone. And look at that, man, in due time. But yeah, I said stream alerts are not the same as locked in. Stream alerts have been closed for a year. And then what did somebody say to me about the, I don't know if you heard what I said on TAP. Like I said, I don't think, I think TAP has upside. I think what you're acknowledging is the risk. And I think you guys are correct on the risk of alcohol consumption, but I don't know if you guys should watch the video on the trading fraternity when I bought TAP. I think all of that stuff still remains. One of the reasons I like TAP is that it's below book value. So you get a certain, and usually, just like Benjamin Graham will tell you, companies below book value, they might have limited growth, or they kind of not showing there's a reason why they're below book value. That's the paradox. But at the same time, the reason why I like TAP at the moment, and even though it went a little bit lower now, is that I think everything you guys are aware of, like alcohol is bad. People aren't drinking alcohol. The trends, the generation, you all know this, right? I feel like everybody and their mother is aware of this. That's why I bought TAP, because I do think a lot of that is priced in the sense that it was already down before everybody. So the big thing, although TAP is down, just at the time, bro, when I bought TAP, Dio and some of the better companies, bro, they were trading at almost like 30-40% higher. So there was better companies that had premium, but that's why I was like, the one that got beaten down the most already, I already think that's kind of priced in. Can alcohol trends get a lot worse? I think they could get worse. I don't know if alcohol is going to go down another 50%. So like I'm saying, when we were picking up TAP, you're $1 lower. Meanwhile, a lot of the other alcohol companies that still had premium, those are the ones that haven't hit their bottom, more or less. I don't know if TAP hit the bottom, but TAP was definitely closer to the floor than Dio or Constellation or any of those other companies, which I do think have better portfolios, granted. But then again, I got encouraged the other day, though, bro. You know why? I was at Costco, and I see this guy walk out. He has a hat, sunglasses, and he walks out of Costco, and all he had in his cart was a fucking case of Coors Light. I was like, yeah. So I was like, all right, man, that was very encouraging. I feel like I used to see that a long time ago, but yeah. But other than that, I do think I think alcohol, and this idea that alcohol is underperformed and the trends are there, I definitely think that reflects in the stock prices of these names. I mean, Keystone, didn't you just drink Keystone because, like, you wanted cheap beer? That's what we used to play beer pong with. Keystone. But yeah, so we'll see. I wonder if it'll get, I do think alcohol might decline more, but at this point, like, remember, it's not too often you watch a generational clap like that. So I do think a lot of it has came down. And then, just again, TAP is the only... I think all of them still have premium. Like, I think Dio and a couple of other names, you're still buying them at, like, 20 times earnings or something. So, again, Dio has a great portfolio, and it is foreign, but like I'm saying, it is... the valuation of it is a little bit higher. Yeah, dude, the price to earnings on STZ is 23. Price to earnings on Dio... 17. That came down a lot more. So Dio, again, they just dropped 30-40%. Yeah, and then TAP's around like 8 and 9. That's a 4. I think TAP's PE though got clapped recently after that last earnings guide. But yeah, they were already near the bottom. Who else? Brown Foreman, isn't that one? Was it BFB? That has a good portfolio. They're at 13, so that's a little bit better. But yeah, they may not grow in the same way, but I think they have upside depending on how trends and products and overall financial management, but I think the risk remains. Tesla on the high. You're not seeing what could propel the market upwards. I don't think alcohol is going to disappear. So I think random products and trends, I mean, trends are finicky. I mean, that's it, bro. If this next generation of, give it 5 years, 10 years, if these guys all become drinkers, or if there's something bad that happens and everybody gets sad, or everybody gets happy, alcohol is I just don't think it's disappearing. I don't even drink alcohol. That's the crazy part. Trump admin said it could be forced to shut down smaller airports if government funding standoff continues, TSA officials say. So, yeah, it's like, I just don't think it's disappearing. Remember, when we bought MO, you guys don't remember that? People were saying the same exact thing. I just simple logic. It's addictive. People like it. It's been around longer, multiple generations. I mean, alcohol existed before my parents. Same thing, even with nicotine. So it's like those are sadly my hedges on society. I've invested in those. My mom would not agree, but I was like, Mom, you don't understand. They're great. Yeah. Well, remember though, at one point was smokeless. And people thought smokeless was going to kill tobacco. So they were like, why would you buy MO? And that's the thing. These companies can always pivot. If a new trend comes out, anything could happen. But at the end of the day, I think you're always going to have a base level of drinkers. I think you're going to have a base level of smokers. And that's why it's like if you get it at a low enough price, I don't think it's too bad for the portfolio. I think the Fed tomorrow is going to be big because of the SEP, and I think the Fed tomorrow kind of highlights how the market's moving, where we have a lot of we have a lot of financial stuff, more or less. That's why it seems like we're more stock driven than geopolitical driven. But I do think Powell's going to warn about inflation and try to kind of stay out of the conflict. Maybe we'll get some clarity, but I doubt it on his path forward. And then the SEP is probably going to be the big driver. I did my portfolio hedges the sin, bro. I like energy drinks. I want Red Bull. I think Celsius at that $20 was pretty appetizing. I think if they ever came down there, but I do think, I mean, if I could ever get my hands on Red Bull. The private, no, you're right. It's the issue on private equity, and they're the cheapest they've been right now in the last 10 years. Financials, you know, the price, like when we bought JP Morgan, it was in the hundreds, but the earnings have gone up since then. So even though the nominal price on financials are higher than just 2-3 years ago, the price to earnings relative to the SPY, it's the lowest it's been in 10 years. So, and that's because of the private credit stuff and then the KKRs and all that. So that's the value right now in the market. If you want to try to buy the dip, it sucks because there's like still a little bit more to go. But at the same time, if these problems are not systemic as they keep insisting, then yeah, that's probably that's like your software deal right now. But I would argue software was a way better deal a month ago because software was down 30%. Software, we have never seen a decline like software relative to the market ever in history. So that's why I'm saying, people asking me about IGV today, it's just very different. Like, dude, we were yelling about it last month. It was scary. There was a lot going on, but that was a deal and a price that you don't see too often. So banks and private credit might do that. Just like I'm saying, even with software, you should be ready to either purchase more, and then, you know, you got to really pick them. Or I don't know if there's a ETF you could go after, just because it is, it's like it's in between best deal ever, and then at the very least, it's a multi-year deal right now, and it's at least cheaper than a lot of things. But the risk is a little bit more opaque when we're looking at it. But yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, that's the value right now out of any industry that exists. Like you're trading multiples below compared to everything else right now. So if that gets better, they're going to come back up. If it gets a little worse, it might meander, kind of like, you got to think like healthcare. Someone asked me, I don't know if that was you, asked me about UNH and healthcare, where it's like worst case scenario, it might just stay at that low for a year or two. But I do think if people really, private credit issues go away, even rates go lower, you get an opportunity to refi and get some money pumping, I think that could be a very good dip buy. But I'm not ready for it yet. If you fucking slash me down another 10%, I'm fucking shopping. You know, that's what I'm talking about with the market here, that, you know, and I hope you guys have got to learn that from me. Even software, I think some of you were surprised with some of my moves in software, but it shouldn't have been surprising. You know, if it's not a good deal, I don't fucking want it. But even if it's the most random shit, if it's high quality and then out of nowhere it goes to a low enough price, it's always a good deal. You make your money on the buy. That's why I was saying, like, even with this volatility in the market, the ironic part about everything is that we've seen this geopolitical freak out. You've watched all these things play out, and it seemed aggressive, oil going up and all that, but it hasn't provided a deal for the contrarians to be like, oh yeah, that's easy money. I would like to take risk here. Because if you go low enough in price, you should always take the risk. That's how software felt. Again, I didn't know if it was going to last another month or two. It could have gotten worse, but at a certain entry point, it just becomes kind of a no-brainer. That's how I feel with the what's it called, the tech stocks, or the the bonds and these private credit funds. They're almost there, but you slash that down another 10%. I mean, it doesn't matter what the hell's going on. If it's high enough quality, good enough balance sheet, it will be worth the risk, or you could at least protect yourself with a low enough price. The problem is that when things go down, but then the purchase price doesn't even offer you that protection, that's where you're going to be a little bit more patient. Chips are on the high now. SPY's back to VWAP. Hey, yo, TSM. And then VIX is on the low. R at VWAP? Yeah, all the chips just ripped. STX, WDC, TSM. NVIDIA's chilling. Yeah, so financials are, like, again, private credit is discounted a little bit more than financials right now, hence everything going on. But then, what's it called? The banks, like I'm saying, they're still high priced nominally, but relative to the S&P and the valuation, because of how both the S&P and the banks have grown in the last 2 to 3 years, they are the lowest PE relatively in the last 10 years. So when we bought the software, again, shopping both either the flips as well as like Oracle, again, I picked Oracle, but we did talk about, you could have even got IGV. Software was the lowest it's been relatively ever in history. That was the biggest drop in 30 years relative to the SPY, the valuation, all of that. And it was still up there. So again, some of them still had higher nominal prices. So hopefully you understand that. I'm not trying to say do this or do that. I just want you to understand what it means relatively and looking at how much their earnings relative to the price you're paying. And then if you compare that to the overall market in S&P, that gives you another idea too. It's not like you use that all the time, but if you wanted to gauge some of the more recent moves in context, you could do that. Do I have a gambling name you like using the same line of thinking as cigarettes and alcohol? No, because gambling has been around since the age of time, but it's just different. It's not, these gambling companies are newer, and at the same time, it's like casinos and stuff. It's not like they've had the craziest performance. So if anything, it would probably be a casino, but although I do think gambling will be around, I mean, remember, we had DraftKings. I bought that a while ago. I had it in one portfolio. We sold it when we got the farm, but I'm not as, I think the addictive nature of like smoking and drinking is way more reliable than gambling. I mean, because you could, you're not going to wake up in the morning and be like, yo, I need to hit a $5 parlay. You know what I'm saying? But you might want to pop a Zyn or smoke a cigarette, or again, let me put it this way. If you lose all your money on gambling, you're not going to be like, let me gamble again. Some people might, but you might become an alcoholic. So maybe what I'm playing on is the fact that I think the gambling stuff will probably benefit my smoking and drinking stocks better. But yeah, so I do think gambling is going to be interesting over the next 10, 15 years, but I do also think people will remember how taboo it is. Just like you could even argue that's what happened with alcohol to a degree. We grew up in a generation where people were, killing people, driving drunk. People were, a lot of domestic abuse, a lot of stuff that caused by alcohol, and you see how the next generation responded. But at the same time, like, I do think gambling is going to, the generation now that's loving it, they forgot what happened when you fucking normalize gambling. It's a decay on everything. So I do think down the line, in another 10, 20 years, the kids today that are growing up watching, they're going to be the recipients of what gambling created, and they're probably not going to like it the same way. It's kind of dark, I know, man. Wait till I tell you how iPhones are made. But yeah, that's why I've always said, I mean, I do believe the whole entire market is evil. So that's just the contradiction we have to live in. And that's why. So if you are worried about that stuff, you may want to not do it. They have Gamblers Anonymous for a reason. Oh yeah, I know it's addicting, and I think it's bad. But like I'm saying, most of the time gambling was illegal to a certain degree. It was, all casinos. It wasn't the same way, but like, I think gambling is more harmful than weed. Like I'm saying, you give it 10, 20 years. Like, did you guys see that article? What happened? That people started harassing one of their reporters. People were sending a massive amounts of death threats and doxing a reporter so that he would adjust his report and say that Israel got hit with something, so that they could win a bet. This was just in the last like 24, 48 hours. It was pretty dramatic, but just again, who was it? One of the basketball players, gamblers keep harassing his wife because of the bets. Like there's people forgot, like remember gambling and this like normalization of gambling. And I'm not saying this to like turn anybody on or off. I'm just telling you guys the history of this. Most of it was taboo. You know what I'm saying? Most of it, they've already done this. The Chesterton's fence. They put up walls around. Like, you ever wonder, they're like, why can't we gamble on sports? Why was it such a big deal 10, 20 years ago? There was a reason why. And the older generations experienced it, and then they put up this fence around, making gambling really, really accessible. So then 20, 30 years later, everyone's like, why the fuck do we have this fence? They rip down the fence. They're like, let's gamble. And now little by little, you start to see kind of these like societal effects, how it impacts people and all that. So like I'm saying, like in the long run, I think you already saw that with alcohol, and that's what's led to this downturn in alcohol. Cigarettes, it was a little different, but I think alcohol caused more pain than nicotine and cigarettes. Cigarettes give you cancer 20, 30, 40 years down the line. Alcohol, you could ruin your life in a night. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. Again, gambling, what it could do to society, and then people, it's like that's going to have its impact 10, 20 years down the line. But I don't think it's going to, I don't think that's going to help the gambling industry when all these young generation people that have to go through it, they're going to have their dads, brothers, moms, cousins, sisters. They're all going to see it from a different perspective. And even then, some of you might be older and you guys are going to be like, I was there, we should ban it. Or it might just come off really taboo again. Daryl Strawberry. I know, isn't it crazy? There's a lot, bro. There's a whole history behind why gambling was, why it was so restricted or legislated. But now it's, we'll find that out. You rip down the fence. You don't take down a fence until you know why it was put up. And that's what we're going to kind of start to learn. But that's why I think it's going to affect it down the line. But I do think DraftKings and stuff like that will be around. But I do think it's going to have it's going to go through the same boom and bust, kind of like alcohol. But it might, I don't know if it'll operate at the same pace. Oh yeah, Russell Westbrook. Yeah, they kept harassing his wife. Dude, it's why. It's funny because nowadays you have way more connection. Back then that's why it's like it's already taken on its own form. But yeah, it'll take time. Yeah, I do think gambling will benefit from the screen time, but this is where we're going, talking like trends. That's what you guys got to really think about, is like generational trends. Every generation is different. Like, think about the kids nowadays and think about the teenagers nowadays. Think about some of you guys. Some of you guys grew up in this fucking political age. That's why, like, even when I talk politics, some of you take it as info. Others of you'll be like, what type of heresy did this man just say? Because think about it. Some of y'all 20-something now trading in markets. You were 16 during the damn Biden-Trump hype of the most politicized, polarized generation ever. You see what I'm saying? So, like, that affects how you behave. And then the kids who grew up under all the gender stuff, the kids who grew up under all the Jesus stuff, that's gonna affect the next generation depending on how it plays out. Like I'm saying, a lot of the people who are in their 20s now drinking, even 30s, saw a different impact from alcohol. And that's why you could argue that they do other stuff nowadays. There's other trends where they may be doing other drugs, and there's been different appeals. Again, that's part of the generational trends. But At the same time, like, I know, like, because I always preferred anything but alcohol. I mean, in college, it was fun. You drank in college. Again, social trends are different now with how people hang out and do stuff. But when I remember being 18 years old, and I would say this, I would even explain this to my parents. They didn't agree. They would beat the fuck out of me until I was able to move out. But the whole idea was just like, yeah, how many of you have said this? Weed does, you go smoke weed, you're going to sit at home and play video games, eat some food, and go to bed. People would end up drinking alcohol. They would get in a car and kill people. They would beat their wife. They would go get in trouble, end up in jail. Like, we saw a different effect of alcoholism, and it turned people off. It turned off a whole generation, I would argue. That's why they were like, yo, let's do this instead. Or I would rather do this instead. So it was like that impacted people, and that changed what their behavior was, and that changed the trends culturally. So it's like the same thing. People are going to watch what you guys do now. You know what I'm saying? All the people who are, 5, 10, 15, 20 years old, they're watching what people are doing right now. And then depending on how it plays out, they're going to come up with their alternative, and they're going to figure out what they want to do instead, because they're going to say, whether it's gambling, smoking, mushrooms, drinking, politics, social media, all these things, they're popular now. But I mean, people used to wear bell bottoms, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people are going to see things and be like, oh, I want to do this. I don't like that. And then that's where you're going to get these ebbs and pops of what's going on, socially, and how that relates to companies. Remember Sparks? Yeah, dude. I think that was one of the first alcohol drinks I had when I was a kid. It's bad, bro. It's bad. Oracle, Micron. MSTR, is Bitcoin? Yeah, Bitcoin's waking back up. Remember, it was up a lot more last night. Smoking's your priority. Nobody died of smoking too much. 100%, bro. That's like a mentality. And that's what I'm saying, though. It's like, imagine all the things happening now. People are going to do that with other stuff. Like, I don't know what happens after gambling. Someone might be like, I'm a code. Gambling, nobody lost their money coding. Like, who knows what they come up with? I'm like, I'm going to be a robot. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. It'll be interesting with AI, but like certain things, again, like even mushrooms and certain trends, even GLP-1s, for crying out loud. But it just all depends on what the social impact is after, a generation of using these items, products, drugs, whatever you want to call them, or whatever they end up being. Yeah, you could decriminalize them, but it's not going to change the effects, more or less, right? Maybe when things are less like taboo, like, or like less like, the apple and Eve, if no one tells you not to do it, it might change the desire. But at the same time, it's like certain things like gambling, like just, it's one of those things where it's going to leave more people damaged than not. And there is history. Again, same thing with alcohol, same thing with mostly any drug, but it's just going to be kind of the impact it has on people. And then how does the other generation see that, and what pathway does that put them on? Yeah, the drunk people. Yeah, and people don't like dealing with drunk people. That's what I'm saying. I think our generation probably witnessed that a lot more. But then again, I mean, have you ever dealt with a fucking crackhead? Like, I remember I would tell you guys this a lot last year. Have you guys ever dealt with a gambler? I don't like drunk people are annoying. I would say crackheads and like, you know, drugged out, nodded off motherfuckers are probably number 2 because they're just sad. But then I think gambling is in the top 3 because have you ever dealt with gamblers? They're angry, they steal, they get mad at you. They're highs and lows of emotions. Like I'm telling you, bro, most of the people who harass me all the time is gambling. That's it. They get very, very angry at you, and it's just they're never happy, and they literally impact all the people around them. So I think it's the same thing where eventually, give it a decade, you know, people are gonna be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do this instead. Well, they might invest instead. Yeah, if people, you know, if a child watches their family and their father or mother lose their money to gambling, they might be inclined to invest. I mean, again, I watched my family lose everything in real estate. I wasn't like, I'm never going to buy real estate. I said, I'm going to learn how to do it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, that got me into my parents never touched the stock market, but I was like, yeah, I want to trade some stocks. But again, it was investing. Oh, it's Trump live. Where are you, Donald? Donald! Yeah, and Bitcoin's breaking out right now, too. Whatever that is. And then FTI. Yeah, gambling ruins lives. That's gonna spread, like, once people see it. But yeah, it is. I talked about this last year. I mean, I was a little bit more, like I said, I was really worried for people, and I was very straightforward about it, because like I'm telling you, with the rise of the poly market and the Kalshis and all that, I got a little bit eased when I found out it's just people just betting on sports. You know, I thought it was going to spark more of a gamble on everything, political gamble on, and I think that still could happen, but it just, the data and they're all just, you go on poly market, you go on Kalshi, you might want to bet on Iran, but you're 3 bets away from just betting on ping pong, and that's where most people end up doing it. So that's why I was a little bit eased, but I was telling y'all, I was like, man, gambling, it ruins, people think it's just like you ruin your own life. That's just not true. When it comes to gambling addiction, when it's all said and done, you're going to ruin your life. Then you're going to take money from people. You're going to steal money from people. You're going to lie to friends and family trying to get the next bag, the next play. You see what I'm saying? And then before you know it, it literally, there's like a circle around you that gets really affected. Your friends, your social, like I'm saying, I mean, I've had people, you know, I've been here to help. I still am. But I've had people go off on me for certain. It's like, you're going to start, people who are there for you to support you, gambling will slowly erode and degrade that.
People who support Islamists about, I think that's what members who are speaking about this, I think that's what they mean. They should be more artful in their language.
This is supposed to be the live with Trump.
We love Muslim people. We love peace-loving Muslim. But we do not and cannot countenance Islamists. That's the distinction.
Should there be consequences, though, for that language?
I have a question. That's why I wanted to do my video.
He laughs just like Ned Flanders. Yeah, Bitcoin straight up. I got a foot shot. What? Where the fuck is this camera doing? Yeah, bro, Bitcoin straight up. Long term, screw all the gambling. Amen, bro. Your children will thank you. Isn't that the small minority of occurrences? Yes, 100%. But what's the problem? So I forgot, there was just somebody talking about this the other day. But like, it is a small, like, it's not like you're not gonna fucking pick up DraftKings and then the next moment you're fucking a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? But the problem is the scale. So even if it's 5% of people develop a debilitating, life-altering gambling addiction, right? Let's say 5%. Is that a fair number? 10%? 1 out of every 10? Or, you know what I'm saying? Is 1 out of every 10 gamblers developing an addiction that could lead to damaging future financial, all of that. Is that a fair number? Or is that being, I'm sure we could actually get some data on it if we really wanted to. I'm just spitballing. But yeah, let's say it's 10%. Orbs and Coinbase sponsors, they had their pump yesterday. It's moving a little. Remember, it does this every couple weeks. Oh, shit. So general prevalence in the last 2 years, clinical addiction, roughly 1 to 2% of the entire adult population. Problem gambling, subclinical, around 2 to 3. So that's about 5% total. And then online sports bettors indicate that 17 to 20% reach the threshold for problem gambling. And then 30% are at risk. So we'll go with 10. Okay? Let's go with 10. 10% conversion rate, right? But now the problem is the scale. So now you had 10% of 1 million people a couple years ago. Then that 1 million turns into 5 million. And now you have 10, 20, 30 million people with it on their phone. Are you seeing what? So the number just in volume is increasing. Even if the percentage stays low, the amount of people now with the accessibility and how it's like spreading, it's going to be a lot of fucking people by in the next 10 years. Microsoft reorganizing Copilot. Yeah, oil didn't move too much on that Russian thing. Bro, 1 to 2% of the entire global population is clinically addicted. That's crazy. So again, but then it's saying online bettors are around 20%. Where did the video go? Yeah, we're supposed to get Trump here in Ireland. Spies coming down. You had Bitcoin make a move. Ulta, they sold off the other day. Yeah, that's global. So 1 to 2% don't sound like a lot, but that's an entire adult population. That's insane. Eli Lilly XLV on the low. No, this is just like gambling. Like, well, I guess that could be like, it's all sorts of gambling. I don't know if options counts. I would count options, but I don't think these stats do. I'll bet you 5K I don't have a gambling problem. I'm sure. I'm down, bro. I'm down. Brazil. Is the dollar climbing up? All right, well, we're coming back down. Let me check those. Remember I told you those premiums earlier? Speaking of gambling. Oh, yeah, they're all down. So you have same exact premiums down 50%. Unvax, Myrna, FDA withdraws 2 temporary COVID guidances. That's weird. They're going up on that. And then Aptiva, APTV. Where's RGV? So yeah, nice little talk on social trends. But this ties into, again, alcohol, cigarettes. You know, that's why it's like, I think the trends are all, who knows what's going to happen. You know, people were talking about that. I thought this was fascinating. Are you ready? So like Gen Z, like both girls and guys, but mainly the women, this one's trippy. People are saying that Gen Z does not have their own like fashion trend. Like, you know, it's so odd when you really think about it. Like every generation, especially the women, they kind of develop like a certain style and fashion. They're saying Gen Z does not have one. And like the youngest generation, they pretty much, it's like a mix of everything. And like, but a lot of it, it's not necessarily as unique, where they've developed their own even fashion trend. Yeah, it's very, very, it's different than what we've seen in the last couple of generations. So it's like shit like this where it's just like things are, they don't have their own unique style. It's like, so every 10, 15 years, how people are going to, what trends are going to get picked up and go down. It's like, that's going to just keep changing. And I mean, if anything's shown us stuff, it's like, you know, trends are not really reliable. Yeah, but a lot of like the jean trend, it's like a different type of vintage. Like it's not, like think about it, 2000s, they had their own style. The 2010s, even like up till like 2016, really. But and then obviously like the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, they had their own styles, but people are saying that has kind of stopped. Only drip I need is my long term. Whoo! Amen. It is. More people are the thrifting. But then that has been part of a trend. But I definitely think you see that a lot more. The shiesties and big hoodies. That's what I'm saying. Even the baggy jeans, like that was all, these were all prior trends from like other generations. Bro, people were rocking the shiesties in like, what, 2016, 2018? Yeah, that, I mean, that's an interesting one. The toys in the what's it called? The toys and the like cards. That's why these companies are like, you've had more in the last couple months, these toy companies, they're like, yeah, we cater to adults. VIX is on the high now. So remember, right here, the VIX was going lower at VWAP, but then now the VIX is actually climbing here as so again, we're either about to dump or it's going to just keep dancing around. Russell taking a cheat, Clay. We did not talk about Netflix today, no. Iridium, we saw that one pop. There's a couple of names still moving. Let's see the numbers. IRGC, we have begun a new phase of impactful strikes against the American Zionist enemy across the entire region. Dow Jones, 9 in the red, 21 in the green. So that's like 5 more names went red. NASDAQ, 85 green, 15 in the red. That has not changed too much. SPY, 424 green, 75 in the red. 76. They're using all the styles previous. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. But they don't have their own like unique one, which people are talking about. Which is, I mean, it's funny because it's good for companies and, you know, certain producers, but you haven't seen a really unique identifying fashion that would pretty much identify and exemplify the generation. You think Trump asked for help from Europe knowing they declined at another? Yeah, it's like unless he really has this Iran situation on lock, it's like I think he kind of expected it, but like at the same time, I don't know if he's dealing with a lot of things at once, especially if he wants to do Cuba now. You're already hearing that. Then you have Iran. I mean, I don't know if he's going to stage a full-on fight against NATO now at the same. That one wouldn't be like a physical fight, but it is interesting because it does, if they don't support him now when he's kind of more preoccupied, especially even with the midterms, it's interesting. The one thing I would say is that Trump is like, in an odd manner, for especially considering how much the guy in the beginning was, talking about they need to win the midterms. He's operating from a stance where it seems like he doesn't give a fuck, which I would argue is both good and bad. I mean, you don't want to lose the midterms, but then at the same time, he is a second-term president, so it's not like he's going from a stance of like, doing what he's putting as certain priorities without kind of being handcuffed by potential politics coming up around the corner. But yeah, it's either weakness or bait. I would agree. I don't know which one. Myrna and Pfizer on the high now again, and then Hasbro. Speaking of toys, I don't know why eBay is up. A lot of other consumer stocks did decent today, or like online. Let's see if there's a headline. No, there's nothing. This suit and tie, bro. Didn't I tell you? Myrna ripped off of that. Bro, you remember that little FDA guidance thing just made him rip. Even Pfizer's kind of breaking out. So Myrna's doing well. Usually Myrna rips when we start going down. And then Whirlpool on the high. But yeah, Myrna just took off. Bro, I want to wear like suits from the 50s. Remember I told you I wanted to do that, but I haven't gotten around to it. But deep down, I want to wear a suit to the gym. But yeah, it's been busy, man. I haven't been able to go suit shopping. How is oil not going down yet if the tensions are easing? The tensions aren't easing. I mean, the last couple days they have this morning, that was the irony of this morning. So you actually had finally a boat got hit, as well as attacking of oil production. It's not that the tensions have dropped. It's that people are looking ahead, expecting them to eventually drop. Does that make sense? That's the market. May not be, the crowd is expecting oil to just keep going. Most people, again, you've been hearing this for the last 2 weeks, depending on where you get your propaganda from. Markets are different than society. Society is like, oh my gosh, a war, it's conflict, it's right in your face. But the markets are expecting that eventually this is going to fade away. And that's why in the meantime, they're kind of looking ahead a lot more. They're reacting to financial news, investment news, all of that. For culty blinders. But I need to I gotta go get it tailored. I gotta find one. I want to wear like a top hat. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I think I'd look really good with the top hat. Honestly, bro, in my whole I like real estate, I like money. I think I'm gonna get a monocle. You know what I'm saying? I really think I could pull off the whole Monopoly Man shit, bro. I told my girl this idea. She's not against it, but we haven't had time to go do it. But I really think I could pull it off. And I think it's just different. Because, bro, you guys got to realize, I was dressing homeless and, growing out my hair, looking like crazy before everybody started doing it. And then, next thing I know, Sam Bankman fucking copied my hairstyle. Now, all these kids look homeless. Now it's not even It's not the same message that I was going for back when I did it 10 years ago. So it's just like, man, I need to put on a suit. I want a monocle, a cane, all that shit. I'll be like, y'all ain't got this shit. You know what I'm saying? We got to just take them back, bro. Just like eventually you'll get a rate cut. Well, a little different. I mean, rate cuts dependent on the Fed. I mean, this is the chart I've showed you guys a couple of times. This is, like I'm telling you, most people, when I said like the last person to attack Kharg Island was Saddam Hussein. You have had tanker wars. That's literally what it was called with Iraq and Iran. We've had Desert Storm. You've had another issue with the 70s and then the Iran Revolution. Again, even 2003, Iraq. We've had a lot of things. So the whole idea is that, you know, this is how it looked over the last 7 major Middle Eastern geopolitical events. You're down about 4% in the first couple of weeks, and then right into like week number 3 and 4, things chill out, and by month number 3, you're usually unaffected. The median is way higher. So yeah, bro, this is just how it's played out every time. That's the crazy part. And then we've gotten a lot of the, like I'm saying now, everybody has moved to a certain degree. So yeah, Trump, the U.S. has been informed by our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our operation against the terrorist regime of Iran, despite the fact that almost every country strongly agreed with what we're doing and that Iran cannot in any way, shape be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. I'm not surprised by their action because I've always considered NATO, where we spend hundreds of billions of dollars protecting these same countries, to be a one-way street. We will protect them, but they will do nothing for us. Fortunately, we have decimated the military of Iran. Navy's gone, the Air Force. Because of the fact that we have such military, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. Likewise, Japan, Australia, or South Korea, in fact. Speaking of the President of America, by far the most powerful. What the fuck is... Hold on, I need to read the full post. Wait, I think, is he disbanding NATO? Because he's saying we don't need them. Because of the fact we have such military success, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. Japan, Australia, South Korea, in fact, speaking as the President of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, we do not need the help of anybody. Thank you for the attention to this matter. So, I mean, he said, I don't know, you guys should be helping out. Now that I think about it, I don't even need your help. Who wanted your help to begin with? Sounds really dumb for you to help out, you weaklings. I do think he is implying, I mean, he is kind of talking shit about NATO, but it seems like this coalition, that narrative is kind of going out the window. I do think it is a setup for him. I think he might clap back at NATO. He's not saying that he wants to disband NATO. That's probably the next step, or not get involved or give him money. But he's changing his view from over the weekend. Over the weekend, he said some of these countries should help out, and now he's saying we don't even want NATO's assistance anymore. We don't need it or desire it. Mm-hmm. Honestly, like, I feel him. I'm not... I don't know if we should disband NATO, but, like, bro... Like, if I went and, like, bro, if I asked any of y'all for help and then you were like, sorry, man. After I was like, bro, I've just been helping. Like, bro, if you ever asked me for a ride to work for years and I gave you a ride anytime you wanted, and then the one day I'm like, hey, man, can you give me a ride to work? And you're like, nah... Gas prices, I agree you should get to work, but I'd be mad. I would probably subtweet you on Twitter. I'd be like, yo, fuck all these people that asked for some help, and anytime I just needed assistance one time. I just needed you to show up, bro. Fuck you. So honestly, I feel like he is hurt, because I would be hurt. I would be hurt by that. So, you know, but I do think it could be a setup for him. He's going to clap NATO. What can he do to NATO? I mean, he could just either offer to leave it or not give him money. But I don't know. But then that would be very destabilizing. He's like, fuck it, Russia, you could have Ukraine. I don't even want Ukraine any. You know what? Actually, I want a refund. Can we refund it? I want a tells Vladimir and Vladimir too. I'm done. So I don't know, man. The National Security Director, or the head of National Security, I think, or Counter Security, was the guy who resigned. Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent. That's who it was. This isn't a ride. It's asking for you to help steal one. Well, listen, man. If I helped you steal a car, I would expect the same thing. Man, I get it, though. I feel you, but I'm not. I would be hurt, too, bro. That's why I'll be like, bro, I just helped you fucking jack that whip, and you ain't, man, how many cars have I helped you steal? You would want to help me steal one? You ain't want to help me steal one car, bro? Are you for real? He's gonna repo the javelins. He might, man. He might. Trump leaves NATO, they would dump the treasurers. They could, but like again, like right now, sadly, the irony of all of this is that the people more likely to fall into recession by high oil prices is the UK and the EU. They're getting wrecked by the high energy. That's the irony in all of this. I even commented, someone was like, that was Carl Quintanilla. He said something about US needing oil, but it's like the reality is Europe needs the oil more. That's that I think a lot of people are missing out on. And then higher energy, you think your gas prices are high. Imagine what it's like for the Europeans in the UK. And then now, if there's no NATO, then you're worried about Russia and all those other things. They're either going to have to get oil from Russia, or their oil and energy prices are going to spike, and then that's going to actually impact them a lot more than America. So that's just true. I think that's a fact right now that most people are either conveniently ignoring or just not aware of. But you saw this during Russia-Ukraine. Remember, we had bad inflation. We had high gas prices. It was way worse for Germany, the United Kingdom, and all the other EU countries. Yeah, it's like getting into a fight at the bar. That's it. Oh, I have a great example, bro. It would be like if my little ass and like one of y'all was really tall, and I'm like, hey, man, I want to try to get into a fight. You don't need a fight. I just need you to stand behind me so it looks like we got size. And you're like, nah, man, I can't do that. I kick you in the knees. I say, what a fucking waste of these knees and shins. Just stand there, bro. Just stand behind me. That's it, bro. I need you to be like, what's up? Like, can you flex a little bit, dog? Are you kidding? You gonna make me go in, man? It's bullshit. I think a bar fight is a good analogy. You're like, well, you're trying to take over the bar. Still, bro. Still, I got Napoleon syndrome. They kind of stopped buying, or they buy it from India. It was loaded in India. They still remember that whole debacle? I'll be like, who is there? Last time you got in a fight, who was there running through kicking shins, bro? I was there for you. Shit, bullshit. I just need you to hold me back. Make me look aggressive. Come on. I don't think I could do that. I just don't think it's appropriate. Baba and China on the low. Where is Trump? He was supposed to be on at 11. Let's see. And Meta's on the low. Yeah, Trump was supposed to be on. It's been 30 minutes, so not too bad. Oh, we still got another hour till Euro close. That is true. Napoleon wasn't even that short. I mean, he was probably my height, but still. He wasn't. I always thought he was like 3 feet tall, dude. He was like 5'6" or something. 5'8". Don't tell that to the guys on Reddit. They'll get really sad. But yeah. Is this Kevin Hart in the Rock movie? It kind of sounds like it. That'd be a good one. Yeah, China went down. Who was our winner today? Banks? They're still up, but not as much as the morning. I think holding Kharg Island is getting China involved. Because they get 90% of that oil goes straight to China. The Fed, they're gonna, they try to stay away from it. Remember Russia, Ukraine, the Fed, they're gonna talk about it and they'll say it's a near-term headwind, but then they're gonna say how they don't want to respond to it because it's usually short-lived, and they're going to say that that's outside of their scope, more or less. So people are expecting the inflation on the SEP might go up a little bit and then slower GDP. But I think Powell's going to try to just say they notice it, they see it, but there's nothing they could do pretty much at this point, let alone do they want to respond? Because again, things come and go. He'll probably mention Russia, Ukraine, and how things both came and went, and how they don't want to react more so on that. But if it did become prolonged, then yeah. He was 5'10"? No way. Bro, so I'm smaller than Napoleon? Hold on, I'm Googling this. No, he was 5'6". Yeah. But like, I think people thought he was like 5 foot tall. XOM, ADM, and the food plays are again. Oil's back up. I mean, where were we? You're like slightly above the open, and then you're into the lows of the pre-market. But again, you're still up 1%. You did drop 5% yesterday. They're saving what they have while we waste our stuff on nonsense. They might, but because that's, I mean, in Iraq, Iran in the 1980s, after Saddam attacked Kharg Island, they technically didn't respond for 2 months. 2 months later is when Iran escalated. After that was the 80s. However, I'm gonna tell you guys something, and some of you are not going to like it. And that's not my intention. I just believe that this is the truth. Okay? Are you ready? Well, the spy's dropping right now. If you want me to save it, I can. BKR. Again, energy names are going up. A couple of the food, fertilizer plays are there. And then, yeah, everything else is kind of running up or running down. Oracle, where's IGV? That's still kind of chilling. But, yeah, spy's in between the gap. So can you guys handle potentially a different view? I would like to tell you, but I just nowadays with all the propaganda, I do think some people are going to get mad at this. I don't know why. I think it's pretty objective. Are you ready? Iran is not that strong. I don't know why people I do know why. Propaganda. I don't know why people think this. That Iran is they have something in their back pocket that makes them stronger than they are. Their best case is they got motherfuckers in cowboy hats holding the Strait kind of hostage. But let me put it this way. Iran couldn't even beat Iraq 20 years ago, 30 years ago. It's not, Iran doesn't necessarily, I don't know where this idea that they are this strong superpower country, I just don't believe that's true at all. I think Iraq or Iran is substantially weaker than most people would insinuate. Their allies, they just bombed their allies. Their allies are Russia and China at some point. But what did Russia go look at Syria? Push comes to shove, those guys are dipping. They're not, again, Syria used to be the ally at one point, and then right when that shit went under, they're like, I'm out. So yeah, but it's I do think the terrorism and the fact that they have these groups and they're willing to do certain things, but I don't think they're strong. And I know a lot of people, I've been seeing people believe that, but I think that's actually crazy. I don't think that's reality. I don't believe they're annoying and they could cause problems, as you're seeing with the Strait, but I don't think it's anywhere in the realm of, I would be more worried about other countries in terms of power and military. SOC is going up. SPY coming down. Oil's taking a candle. 15 vessels traversed the Strait of Hormuz over the past 3 days. So 5 a day. 8 dry bulk, 5 tankers, 2 LPG carriers. This could be China's dumping. Energy's going up. This could be, I don't know if it's going to be a front run on what Trump was going to say. Because, again, he was supposed to go live here, but we haven't seen him there. All right, bro, you just dumped 2 more points. Did those plays go up? Remember I was telling you they were just, I bet you it's the same price. Oh, no, they went up. They doubled. Finally. Yeah, Israeli raided target Haruf in southern Lebanon. Gulf diplomatic missions have completely left Iraq. I don't know what that means. And then, yeah, you just heard shipping data. It didn't seem to, again, 15 ships in the last 3 days, so it's 5 ships a day. Yeah, their terrain. Well, that's what I'm saying. I think Iran is annoying. You see, they could drag it on. They could make it. They use the Houthis, all these other. They're annoying, but they're not. I don't think they're powerful. Unfortunately. Like I'm saying, they think about it, bothering Dubai. It's they could piss them off. The United States has encouraged Syria to consider sending forces into eastern Lebanon. Sources briefed on the matter. Damascus is reluctant to embark on such a mission for fear of being attacked into the war in the Middle East and inflaming sectarian tensions. That's the candle. The U.S. wants Syria to invade. Jolani, bro. They're like, come on, bro. You were cutting heads off a couple years ago. Can you just go in and... He's like, I don't know, Donald. I don't want to inflame attention in the area. Interesting take, but yeah. So yeah, I think that's what it was right there. Oil going up on this. I don't know where. I think it's coming from Reuters, to be honest. But they're saying U.S. has encouraged Syria to send in, but Syria is not even down. Remember, Syria is recently failed state, used to be Russia-China ally, and then again, we pretty much supported the Jolani, literally former beheading guy, as their president. So that one's interesting. But if even they're not down, that's not even a NATO ally. Very interesting. I think it's Reuters. I don't have a source on it. I just see that though coming across. So like I'm saying, it might be it's most likely Reuters. But that caused a little reaction, and then it's just odd because it highlights the whole NATO doesn't want to help out, but even Syria, but then it's insisting on ground troops but not our troops. So again, pretty much U.S. trying to start a proxy war, essentially, and get Syria to do it. That doesn't sound good, though. It's Reuters, yeah. It doesn't sound good because this just sounds like fucking Al-Qaeda 2.0. So what's the plan? Give fucking Jolani a bunch of guns? Then have him do it, which it may sound good in theory if you don't want U.S. troops, but at the same time you run the risk of just fucking weaponizing and arming a full-on fucking another Middle Eastern militia that may not agree with you down the line. The sources, Reuters sources. So there, I mean, there's your fucking Reuters headline. But again, you'll rip too if Donald Trump's like, why would I do that? Why would I? Who said that? That sounds dumb. But yeah, that's your little reaction right there. No, well, remember, like we were just talking about Syria. Syria used to be a big Russia. I mean, again, I'm pretty sure, didn't Assad go to Russia? The former leader of Syria, I'm pretty sure he's in Russia right now. So they were, again, Russia had forces there, even China. But then, yeah, when it fell, the Syrian, Jolani, remember, Trump invited him to the White House. I thought that was weird. Because I was like, dude, this guy a couple years ago was literally beheading Americans. No exaggeration. Trump was even like, he's a rough guy. He's a rough guy, but everybody deserves forgiveness. He said something like that. Like, what? So, yeah, it is, it's like, so you have some U.S. support, legitimization of the new Syrian rule, but I think Trump's trying to pull that favor or that card real quick now, but yeah, that's not that one's a weird one. I don't know if that's true. Let's be real. That's a surprising one. So if it's true, that'll give you a little bit more, but it's not like our reporting here has always been accurate with some of these info, especially Reuters. But yeah, that's what caused that draw. You got another dollar pop on oil, 95.50 on futures. You're up 2% on the day. SPY's still green. Everything's still green, actually. But that slashed most of the money down, or most of the gains. Figs on the low. I think it's funny. I think the funniest part about the headline is if Syria's really not down. Listen, Donair. That was a few years ago. We were doing the militia, all of this, Habibi. No, I think we need to approach diplomacy. We should have a talk, you know. I prefer a lot of different approach. I know. Because it's kind of funny if you think about it. He's saying he doesn't want it. The guy inflamed tensions for 2 decades. He's like, I don't know if now is the time. So I'm saying, bro, when you get into power, things change, I guess. Whatever EDSA is. EDSA. He said we could do cyber. You want cyber? We don't do beheading no more. Not popular. It's not in vogue right now. We could do cyber. You want crypto? Huh? But I don't know. This too much right now. It's not good for our press. Our Twitter account is doing great. We don't want to jeopardize. Like I said, I don't know if that headline's even true. That's Reuters. That got you down, but I mean, all it's going to take is one denial, or we're going to get more on it. Trump and Taoiseach Martin to meet in Oval Office soon. Meeting pushed back to 1:15. Says they're going to meet soon, but yeah, I don't know. It might have been delayed. It's already been 45 minutes. I think the end goal, realistically, is eliminate enough of the people who are controlling the country to inspire those protests to start again, and have somebody come and take over Iran that is Iranian, if that makes any sense. Because people are forgetting what just happened, in the beginning of January. Remember, they were protesting. They were mad. That was something, it was actually a sight to be seen that, the people in Iran, there were hundreds of thousands of them. And again, a lot of people got killed by the government, and they were, they squashed that rebellion. I think the idea is to cause a rebellion so that way you don't have to do nation building, and that there is somebody or a group of people in Iran that are politically motivated that would want to take over, but not necessarily us do it. I think a good example would be the Egyptian revolution was that 2013, 2012, when the Egyptians, they just started protesting and they got rid of the president, and then boom, they installed their own government. You could have argued that would have happened in Iran in the beginning of this year, but then Iran, they were strong enough to control their own people, as they have already for the last 30, 40 years. So I think that is probably the end goal. But at the same time, like Trump was even mentioning, right now there's still people, they go and protest, they're still getting killed and shot. That's not really helping the morale of the people or incentivizing them to try it again or do it. That was Arab Spring. Because that was crazy. That's what happened. Egypt, that happened without anything. That was just cell phones. That's it. Social media and phones. And these people are like, yo, fuck this. And then they all protested and they overthrew the government. Ah!
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor.
Look at the fucking green tie. Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day.
From Ireland, and
I was like, wow.
That we know, we get along with. We've had.
He said you should come on St. Patty's Day.
We continue.
Spend it with us.
Have some big discussions today concerning trade, concerning lots of different subjects. We have a tremendous trade relationship with Ireland, and we'll keep it that way. I think it's going to be expanded very greatly. Probably they want to talk a little bit about tariffs, but I won't mention that. We won't bring that up. But you might want to be discussing that a little bit. But it's an honor to have you, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
And may I thank you, President, for facilitating this visit. And in what is for us probably one of the most important weeks in the United States. And in many ways, you're affirming the tremendous bonds between Ireland and the United States that go back to the very foundation of this republic.
Okay, oil breaking out here, your highest as you've been since like 5 in the morning, about to hit 96 bucks on the futures.
And I spent the first 2 days in Philadelphia, going back really into the heart of that history, and the fact that
I think the drop
Irish,
was this Reuters report that the U.S. asked Syria to have ground forces. Syria was not down. That was a Reuters report about 20 minutes ago.
He designed the ball.
The oil started ripping and the market went down.
So in many ways, our connection is foundational. It's historic. And the Irish helped to build America. We're very proud of that connection. And we think you hosting us here in the White House is affirmation to all the Irish Americans out there and to our diaspora in this country for what they've contributed to America. And that's very much through the prism this year, the America 250. It's a very exciting year. Right. We're discovering new things. I mean, even a guy from my own city, a guy called Stephen Moylan, who was an aide-de-camp to Washington, he's regarded as the guy who came up with the phrase, the United States of America. First written record, good. And it's in New York in the history of those bonds.
Well, you told me something before that was maybe the most interesting of all. How many presidents are in some way related through blood with Ireland?
23.
Can you believe it?
23 Irish presidents.
They're great politicians. Yeah. The Irish are great politicians.
Absolutely.
No, but think of it. 23 are in some form, and many of them have gone to Ireland.
Absolutely.
Grant
went to Ireland after his presidency. Right. I was saying earlier, Ronald Reagan's visit was an extraordinary one in a place called Ballyporeen in County Tipperary. And of course, John F. Kennedy, whose grandfather was Irish, came back, I think, early '63. And that's a very memorable visit because of what tragedy that happened subsequently in the assassination, which touched people in Ireland very deeply. And so the Kennedy family strong resonation with Ireland.
Well, we like the family too.
Yeah.
One person in particular, one very non-controversial.
I know that. Yeah.
But now he's doing a very good job. Though. He really is. But we have more, I think, people here by far than you have in Ireland that are of Irish descent. Yeah. We have. So you have quite a few, but we have a lot.
You have a lot more than we have.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing, by a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a great honor. And
thank you.
Any questions?
What is Ireland in September? When you stay at Midday?
Well, I'm having, it's a great thing, my son and my family, we have a great golf complex in Ireland, one of the best in the world, called Doonbeg. It's in Doonbeg.
He loves this.
And it's been amazing, and Rory McIlroy loves it. They all love it. Great golfers. You have a tremendous golf tradition, and it was chosen for the Irish Open, which is a big deal. That's a big event.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Everybody wants me to be there. You just said, I hope you're going to go.
I did.
And we're going to try. We are going to try, but it will be an honor. But it was a great honor to be chosen. They only choose the best courses in the world for the big opens. It's one of the big ones, the Irish Open. It's really become one of the most important tournaments in the world. I hear it's going to be a fantastic success.
A great success.
Yeah. It's a very hard course.
Mr. President, what progress have you made, Mr. President, in getting America's allies to assist the U.S. in escorting those oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we don't need too much help, and we don't need any help, actually. In fact, we just put out a notice. I was watching over the last couple of weeks.
I don't even like them anymore.
All of our NATO allies were very much in favor of what we did. They thought it was very important. We were just discussing it, actually. Very important that we take out the nuclear threat from Iran, and we've done that very strongly, very powerfully. We've wiped out their Navy, wiped out their military in every aspect. Their Air Force is now decimated. They have no Air Force, no Navy. They have no radar. Their radar is entirely gone. Their anti-aircraft machinery is gone. Everything is gone. Their leaders are gone. I guess one of their top person was, they say, a lot of people say their actual top was killed yesterday, along with somebody else.
He might have even been a bottom, to be honest.
The killing, the man that was responsible for the killing of 32,000 people over the last 2 weeks. He was in charge of the killing of protesters. It's an evil group. I mean, they've killed much more than 32,000 people. And the man who was responsible for that was also killed yesterday. And all of the NATO allies agreed with us. But they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much, we have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world. And they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be. But we don't need help. That war has been long prosecuted as far as I'm concerned, almost from day one. We knocked out many of these things. We knocked out the Navy essentially in a couple of days. But I was surprised to see that NATO, while they agreed that it was a very important thing to do, they agree fully. Nobody said, oh, you shouldn't do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month of when we had the B-2 bombers bomb the nuclear potential. I call it the nuclear dust. So I think NATO's making a very foolish mistake. And I've long said that, I wonder whether or not NATO would ever be there for us. So this was a great test because we don't need them, but they should have been there. The other thing is, and I think, very important, we didn't have to be there for Ukraine. Biden chose to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on Ukraine. And I guess the head of Germany just made a statement that, they weren't involved and they have nothing to do with the war. But at the same time, they think we did a great thing by knocking them out. Nobody wants to have Iran or anybody, but nobody wants to have Iran with a nuclear, because these people are crazy. They're absolutely crazy. They're vicious, violent. I mean, they kill. Think of it.
Like the Iran military.
About 41,000 people. They put out a notice 2 days ago. Anybody that protests will be immediately shot and killed. That's pretty tough stuff. So everyone agrees with us, but they don't want to help. And we as the United States have to remember that because we think it's pretty shocking.
President Macron has just said in the last hour that he will never join a task force in the Strait of Hormuz until hostilities finish. Yet yesterday you said...
Who said that? Who said?
President Macron of France. What's your reaction to that, sir?
Well, he'll be out of office very soon, so we'll have to see. I don't know.
Mr. President, on Doonbeg, you're building an extension to it at the moment, but there's been an objection put in, and it's being held back at the moment due to small snails. What are you disappointed about that?
No, the planning commission is.
I have not heard that. No.
Mr. President.
I mean, the course was built and it's been operated very successfully. Somebody's objecting. Human and environmental group is objecting to.
Mr. President.
How close the EU is to announce a coalition of willing to secure the Strait of Hormuz? Which countries are joining and which countries have...
Well, we've had great support from the Middle East. Qatar has been great. UAE has been been great. Saudi Arabia has been terrific. Bahrain has been very good. The Middle Eastern countries have been very strong in their support. And of course, Israel has been our partner. Israel's been very, very strong along with us.
Why is it so laggy? Come on, dude. I'm back.
And if you look back ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world. Strong. It turned out to be, I was right. In fact, I was against Iran long before I even thought about Israel being against Iran. If you look back, many years ago, I talked about Iran was a big threat to this country, to this world of ours, and turned out to be I was right. In fact, I said you have to attack Kharg Island. You have to attack them years ago when they were acting up. They've been acting up for 37, 47, I guess now 48 years. For 48 years, they've been bad players, vicious players, and you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. If they got a nuclear weapon, I would say they would have used it within 24 hours after having it. And they would have had it if we didn't bomb them out on that great raid with the B-2 bombers 8 months ago or so. You would have had a nuclear war in the Middle East and maybe beyond. I think it would have hit Europe.
Bro,
Maybe
the
not
prices
Ireland,
for
but it
Palm
would have-
Jumeirah,
it would have been a
the
nice
Dubai
piece of
hotels,
it.
they're still
It all gets you.
expensive.
It's big enough that you
They
would
went
have-
down
it would
after
have hit
everything
Europe.
happened, but bro, the one on the beach is still $1,300 a night.
Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent.
I don't know, that's
resigned
bullish,
today.
dog.
He said he can't support your
Even for this
company.
weekend,
What's your
you can't
reaction
even
to that?
fly
Did you
there.
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his
It's
statement,
the
I
palm.
realized that
Yeah, there's also
it's a
bombs.
good thing that he's out.
What do you
because he
mean, the
said that
palm?
Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat.
Like, bro, they
Every
got a
country
fucking white dude
realized what a threat Iran
paddleboarding
was. The question
on
is
their
whether or not
fucking,
they
you know what I'm
wanted to do
saying? Like,
something
I don't
about
think
it.
that's the situation
And many
right now.
people, many of the greatest
Is that
military
New York?
scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran
Yeah,
because
bro.
they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go
Oh,
a
is he
step
talking
further,
about Joe Kent?
If I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s
Barack
over
Hussein.
there, loaded with cash, hundreds of millions of dollars? You would have been very happy. This was a wonderful. They said hundreds of millions. People forget that. Does anybody remember? Right? You remember. Hundreds of millions of dollars in a Boeing 757. I think they had two of them loaded. They took the seats out and they put cash. And it was so much that there wasn't a bank in Virginia, Maryland, or D.C. that had any money left. They stripped them of all their money, put it into place, sent it to Iran, almost as ransom. That's not going to happen with Trump. And nobody ever did anything about it. Nobody ever said anything about it. Can you imagine if I did that? So they've been a threat for a long time. But they've really been a threat. If I didn't terminate Obama's horrible deal that he made, the Iran nuclear deal, you would have had a nuclear war 4 years ago. You would have had nuclear holocaust, and you would have had it again if we didn't bomb the site. So when somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people because, and there are some people I guess that would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people. Iran was a tremendous threat. And virtually every NATO nation, and this is the thing, if they told me it wasn't a threat, and therefore they don't want to help, but when they say it was a threat, and it was a major threat, every one of them, I think every one of them, I don't know if one that said they're not a threat, but when they say it was a threat, but we're not going to help, I think they're very foolish. You know, it's interesting. It's interesting because I could say this, that what's happening in Ukraine, we're probably in there for $400 billion. We don't spend any money anymore. They buy it from us and they pay full price. But Biden gave them between $350 and $400 billion of equipment and cash. Someday they'll have to find out about the cash. And you could say that wasn't a threat, you know, we're helping them. So we helped them, and they didn't help us, and I think that's a very bad thing for NATO.
There is video. After the video is posted, it goes up. Spy coming down.
Well, yeah, on China,
resetting the meeting.
A little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship with China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Repercussions for NATO for not supporting you on this? Any repercussions?
Well, no, I just think that it's not good for a partnership when they say what you're doing is a great thing, but we're not going to help. You know, they say what you did is a great thing, but we're not going to have
Mr.
them.
President, in Iran, because the Iranian regime has told Sky News, if you put boots on the ground in Iran, it will be another Vietnam. Are you afraid of that?
No, I'm not afraid of. I'm really not afraid of anything.
Good answer, but
Are you rethinking
you don't have to agree. I'm just so big on the no fear thing, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Many trillions of dollars. It's one of the
It's a
reasons.
good
we have
answer. Now,
deficits
audience,
and
the
we help
stakes
other
are a lot
countries.
higher.
And
you
when
know,
they don't help us,
small group of people making a decision
something
for
that
everybody, but
we should think
I
about.
appreciate
I don't
the
need
sentiment.
Congress for that decision,
I'm saying non-politically. I love that answer.
Some very smart people.
I'm not afraid of anything.
And I always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress.
Y'all
for
can
that
learn a
decision.
thing or
But,
two if y'all. Before you answer a question, just have that go through your head.
I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in one day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment, given by Sleepy Joe Biden. No charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world. No charge.
Groupon for javelins.
I will say that I'm not happy about it.
Mr. President, two questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour.
A firm CRM software is coming
There's
down.
nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no.
Whoa, a firm,
again,
big candle.
No radar, no anti-aircraft.
3%, 2.5%.
And we don't. And it was a decision I made. We discussed it. Pete, Marco, JD, all of us, Chris. We discussed it. We can knock out their electricity in a matter of minutes if we wanted to. There's nothing they can do about it. We can knock out their oil in Kharg Island. The only thing we didn't take down was their oil because if we knock out, I call them the pipes. Very complex.
There's one cheap one. I'll leave it for you, but I don't know the headline on it.
Forever
I don't know if
to
that one's going to
rebuild,
hit.
Meaning whoever, and hopefully it's a sane group of people, but whoever it is, it's going to be running that, and we're going to try to get people that are going to run it well, and it's going to be a prosperous, wonderful place. It used to be, if you go back, it used to be the people are great, the people are smart and energetic, and it used to be very successful. Now it's a country run by fear. It's a country where they tell protesters, don't go outside because if you do, we're going to kill you. Yeah, Cuba. Well, Cuba right now is in very bad shape. They're talking to Marco. And
again, spies
we'll
kind of
doing something
tweaking
with Cuba
downside,
very
and then
soon.
oil's still right below 96.
We're really focused on this, but we're dealing with Cuba. Marco, do you want to say a couple?
Could be another report.
Yeah, I mean, Cuba has an economy that doesn't work, and
it may not be what he's saying.
They can't fix it, so they have to change dramatically. What they announced yesterday is not dramatic enough. It's not going to fix it. So they've got some big decisions to make over there.
But Secretary Rubio, do you support, and I know this is up to Congress, but do you support easing the trade embargo if you get more cooperation from them?
Well, I'm not going to discuss what we would talk about or not. Suffice it to say that the embargo is tied to political change on the island. The embargo is codified. And but the bottom line is their economy doesn't work. It's a non-functional economy. It's an economy that has survived. That revolution. It's not even a revolution. That thing they have has survived on subsidies from the Soviet Union.
Hey, yo, why isn't he wearing a green tie, bro?
So they're in a lot of trouble.
The fuck, Marco?
They don't know how to fix it. So
he's like, I'm handling 18 different situations. I don't know it was St. Patrick's Day.
I think you could almost say incredible. It's been really good.
No,
It's been
I'm
good
not
for
wearing
Venezuela.
green.
And it's been good for us. And I congratulate the Venezuelan baseball team because that was a big win. And I guess they play another game tonight in the finals. And I said a lot of good things have happened to Venezuela lately. This is the first time they've ever been in the finals, and it was pretty exciting. Yeah.
Iran is just a military operation to you, but do you not have a day after plan? And if so, what is your day after plan for Iran?
Well, we have a lot. Look,
Cigna, HCI, healthcare is on the low.
It would take 10 years for them to rebuild. But we're not ready to leave yet. But we
Rosenblum, I believe Mob is a similar drone company to SWMR with 5x the revenue and fraction of evaluation.
Decimated from every standpoint. And again, we've had great support from countries in the Middle East, great support. But we've had no support from, essentially, no support from NATO.
What about your relationship with London? Has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Keir Starmer?
Well, he hasn't been supportive, and I think it's a big mistake. You know, they make a lot of money on trade with the United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly,
Latinos don't celebrate St. Patrick's?
I do look forward to seeing.
All right, keep that same energy when Cinco de Mayo come around.
He's going to be coming, as you know, very shortly.
I don't know where I stand in this. I'm a little Egyptian boy.
Keir was willing to send 2
I used to
aircraft
get mad
carriers
when
after
people
we
would
won.
pinch me.
It's essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right
pinching
now.
me.
And they said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed. You see that man right there? You know who that is? Churchill. That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Do you have
No, hold it. Right.
Just could I
hold it? Hold it.
Just make a number of points. First of all, I think, notwithstanding what has happened, the transatlantic relationship between Europe and the US is very, very important on a number of fronts. And I think we've had issues
Google's
over the
bottom
last year
right.
until we settled them. And I think many of these leaders engaged with you, particularly on trade initially. Remember all the fuss last year, but we got a landing zone between Europe and the US, and I think we can get a landing zone again. And I think I just met with Keir Starmer last week. The British-Irish relationship is a very important one. Churchill was a great wartime leader, although in Ireland there was kind of a different perspective in terms of during our own war of independence and so on. He created his own bit of difficulties for us. But that said, he was a great wartime hero. Keir Starmer has done a lot to reset the Irish-British relationship. I just want to put that on the record. But I do believe that he's a very earnest, sound person who I think you have a capacity to get on with, and you've got on with him before. And you've got on with other European leaders as well. And I think you have that capacity again. And I think everyone exists. I mean, you cannot have a rogue state with a nuclear weapon or the capacity for a nuclear weapon. Iran was a sponsor of terrorism. We sanctioned Iran, all European countries did, as a and the IRGC in particular as a terrorist organization. They sponsored Hamas, they sponsored Hezbollah, the Houthis, they created mayhem, a most maligned force in the Middle East. The Irish position has always been ultimately, can we resolve this can we get peace? And obviously there's preconditions before you get to that situation. We had our own conflict, which went on for 30 years, and we learned a lot from that in terms of how to try and bring about peace. And I think I listened to you in terms of, you're correct, I mean, our hearts go to the Iranian people who have been repressed and suppressed for so many years, culminating in that savage murder of thousands and thousands of Iranians some months ago. No one was in a position to do anything about that. I think, and likewise with Ukraine, I mean, the Russians did invade Ukraine, have attacked civilian infrastructure and so on like that. And for the people of Ukraine who just want peace and an opportunity to live, I think we have to continue to work to see can we bring peace different regime to Iran, where Iranians can live in peace again, and the people in the Middle East can live in peace. And you're doing your bit there in terms of the work in Gaza and so on like that. And I think that's what we want, is a peaceful resolution of conflict. That's where we come from as a small nation. Right. We've been peacekeepers all our lives. And we're the longest serving nation in terms of provision of peacekeeping forces in the world, as it turns out. But we think ultimately all conflicts come
Conor
to an
McGregor
end.
gonna pop out. Peace breaker! No? Okay.
I'm sure European leaders and the US administration will engage, and hopefully we can get a landing zone somewhere.
I mean, the only thing, and I agree with everything you said, but
some building on
we
fire
helped with
in New York.
Ukraine.
Yes.
And they don't help with Iran. And they all acknowledge that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. You yourself say, these are horrendous people. These
Terrible
are the worst people. And going back to Hitler, right? Going back to Hitler. These are the worst people. That's a long time ago. And there's been nothing close. Every problem, so many deaths, 90% of the people that got blown up by landmines, they loved them. Soleimani, we killed him. If we didn't, it might be a different story, because he was a horrible person, but he was a very powerful person and leader, smart. But we killed him. If we didn't, I think you'd have it. I did. But I think it would have maybe a different situation. It wouldn't have been so easy as it has been, because it has been very easy. It's all of their military is there, but you can always have somebody drop a mine in the water. It's like terrorism.
Yep.
And then you have the people that own the billion-dollar ship saying, well, let's not move that ship yet because we want. So we thought that Europe would help that, because they do have some minesweepers. But it's amazing that, they all said, what a great job. They would call me congratulating us on the great job we did with respect to Iran, and we knocked the hell out of them. They're no longer the bully of the Middle East. They were known as the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. But you would have thought they would have said, we'd love to send a couple of minesweepers. It's not a big deal. It doesn't cost very much money. But they didn't do that. So, it's...
you guys want to invest in the farm?
I think it's very unfair to the United States. Not to me, but to the
We're taking investments on the farm. If y'all want to put some money down.
She's a fantastic reporter, by the way.
Oh, no, you just want to congratulate me on it, huh? Oh, when it come time to fucking pay for a fucking saffron plan, y'all ain't want to know. Oh, what happened? What happened? Yeah, exactly.
That we help you.
I thought you guys were happy for me.
Long-term relationship.
Smile in my face, but are you happy for me? The dividend payout is peace in the Middle East. I'm Middle Eastern. I would be peaceful.
Should be the best.
You don't want peace in the Middle East.
Until Kharg came along, and now.
And we will prevent any attacks on our water and beef supply and saffron supply.
Everything's perfect, but
there's an imminent threat to the amount of saffron that will come into this nation.
Very expensive. I just said,
you don't want to stop that.
Carriers. Send me a couple of minesweepers. We don't need your aircraft carriers, but even the aircraft carriers.
I just need a couple of ground sweepers. That's all.
I mean, he's sending them when there are no planes left.
Yeah, Jensen says he has strong visibility of 1 trillion plus.
Like 8% of the missiles. The rest we demolished the missiles, and the factories. Largely, the factories are going even as we speak. They just hit another factory. They have a lot of missile factories. They have a lot of drone factories, and so he's wants to send them when we don't need them. But we'd like to have minesweepers, because just in case. We don't know that there are any mines down, because we wiped out, I think, 24. They actually have to think of this for a country. They have 24 boats that do nothing but put mines in the water. This doesn't sound like a great country. This doesn't sound like a friendly country. But we killed all of those boats. They're at the bottom of the sea. So we don't even know if there are any mines there. But if there are, we'd like to have a little help in finding them. Probably most importantly.
Would you like a change of Prime Minister? Do you have confidence in Keir Starmer? Would you prefer to deal?
Well, it's not for me. It's really for the people of the UK to have confidence.
Of course, but is he
I've been very critical of Keir, and I did it in a friendly way. I said, if you don't change your energy thing and get away from windmills and go back to oil and gas, and you have something that's No other country has. Very few countries have anything like it.
They don't believe that I found gold on the farm.
Some of the greatest oil and oil.
That was a joke, you guys, on the farm
in the
investment.
entire world.
But I'm kind of down now. But yeah, all the farm does is break even, lose money. I don't think it's a good investment.
Norway.
Just equity.
You know where they get their oil?
There's like 20% when we
and
sell.
You pay a very big price.
But
so
yeah,
why
for
are you
now,
paying a lot of money?
you're not.
I tell
I'm not
them,
selling
and
that
you
shit.
have the better part of the
I'm
North
gonna wait
Sea.
till fucking
so why aren't they taking
deflation,
the oil from
AI,
the North Sea? Why are they
let the
buying
fucking
oil
war
from
start,
Norway?
bro? Then
But
that
they have
farm
windmills
gonna be
all
millions.
over the country, destroying those gorgeous Scottish.
We could sell
fields and those
timeshares though.
beautiful
Maybe we
fields
do a timeshare.
all over the windmills, which
I'll
don't
sell you
work.
1 week out of the year.
They're tremendously expensive. And the best
Should we
testament to that
can we though?
is the windmills
You know,
are made in
motherfuckers
China,
have been doing that.
But China doesn't use them. You know what
You
China
guys want to
uses?
try it? I don't know
Coal.
if that guy got in
They're building
trouble.
58 coal
I want to do
right
one of
now.
those
That's up
houses.
to them.
I want to
But
sell you guys one of my
These
houses,
foolish
but like
countries
for like
that
a
are buying
$1
windmills,
ticket.
putting them out of business. I'm
You know what
proudly
I'm saying?
telling you that
Where you sell the
we're gonna
raffle
try and have
tickets
no
for
windmills
$1,
built in the
but
United
then that
States
way
during my
I could at least
life.
pay for some of it. But then somebody could get a house
They're
for
very
$1.
bad. They're very bad environmentally. They kill the birds. They're unsightly. They make a lot of noise. And for some reason, the environmentalists love windmills, okay?
You say he's a very nice man.
I think he's a nice man. I think he's a nice man, but I disagree with him on two things primarily. Immigration policy is a disaster, and his energy policy is a disaster.
You'd raise bees on it. No, that's a
about
good
the biggest
idea.
policies you can have.
I'm scared of bees,
You've
but
allowed
I think it'd be
millions and millions and millions of people to come into your country that shouldn't be there. And by the way, that's all over Europe. Europe is a different place. It's a different place. And you know, I originate, to put it nicely, many of us do, from Europe. I love Europe. I've spent a lot of time in Europe. It's a different place. Bad things have happened to Europe. Very bad things. And you better do something about immigration, and you better do something about energy, or you won't have a Europe.
What's your time frame, Mr. President, for when cargo ships can safely go through the Strait?
It won't be, I don't believe, too long. We're knocking the hell out of the coast. It's basically the coast and the water, and it won't be too long. And the Middle Eastern states, including Israel, by the way, who has been terrific, the Middle Eastern states have been helping us a lot. Go ahead, you, please.
Mr. President, on fuel prices, what do you have to say to the people in Ireland who are paying sky-high prices because of your war in Iran?
Well, I think the people in Ireland are very happy that I'm getting rid of, I have a lot of friends from Ireland, they're very happy that I'm getting rid of a nuclear power, a nuclear terrorist, and as soon as that war's over, which will be soon, your prices are going to drop like a rock. You watch. I've been very good at pricing.
Oil took 50 cents off that.
What do you think about our president's comments that your actions in Iran are breaking international law?
Say it.
What do you think about our president's comments?
Can you speak? You're speaking right into your phone.
Mr. President, how do you respond to the increased attacks by the Iraqi militia groups against the U.S. Embassy and consulate in Kurdistan region?
You want to answer that, JD? Do you want to?
Yeah, well, Marco, obviously, the Secretary of State, has control over the embassy. Look, there have been a lot of militia attacks against our base, or our embassy in Iran. I think Marco's done a good job of limiting the number of people who are at that embassy so we can provide essential functions but also protect our people. But it goes to show there are a lot of terrorists in that region of the world, and we've got to eliminate them when we find them.
And you can't give them nuclear weapons. You can give them rifles, you can give them guns, you can't give them nuclear weapons. I think we agree very strongly on that. Please. Yes, excuse me.
Just first of all, I would say, like, Europe is still a very good place to live in.
Good.
A lot just to let you know.
I'm glad to hear that.
And our view is you have to have robust and fair rules around migration. But on the other hand, a lot of people, within the European Union, we have free mobility of people. And in Ireland, our population is growing, but in a very positive way. Our economy is going well because we're attracting a lot of people from Europe and beyond into work, legally and validly in our country. In fact, I'd love if we could develop a legal pathway between the US and Ireland into the future because of our history and so on like that, that we could have a legal pathway, because no one is in favour of illegal immigration or and so forth. So you have to have robust rules for that. But fundamentally, I think sometimes Europe gets characterized wrongly in terms of it being overrun or whatever like that. It's much more robust now. There's much more stronger mechanism in place to facilitate legal migration. I think it's important that understanding is there. We need more economic growth in Europe. It doesn't have the same focus on innovation as you do here in the US. We discussed that earlier with the Vice President in terms of technology, in terms of AI. We need to pivot more to innovation as opposed to regulation. I think investing in people, and that's the key to.
Okay, Euro close in 5 minutes.
We do learn lessons. You're doing things and picking it up.
Prime Minister, Mr. President,
The Irish president has said that your war against Iran is illegal. It's an attack on international law.
Who said that?
The Irish president.
Look, he's lucky I exist. That's all I can say. Because if you're going to allow countries that are sick and demented, and they are demented, to have nuclear weapons, everybody in the whole world should be very thankful. And I'm disappointed in NATO, very disappointed. I'm disappointed in a couple of other countries too. But
would I
they should
entertain
be very thankful
long-dated
that this group
USO
of people
puts?
Feels the way we do.
The premiums are still
Because
high.
If a country
so
like
I think we're
Iran
going to
was
find
allowed to
out
have
end of March,
the power of a nuclear
second
weapon,
week of
we didn't
April
stop
max.
them. I
but
stopped them twice.
I do
stopped
think
them.
that the
My first
contrarian
term
play
when I
has puts
terminated the Iran nuclear
oil
deal,
going
which was
down now,
Barack
but at the same
Obama's
time,
deal. It
the
was one of
premiums are
maybe the worst
jacked
deal I've
both
ever
ways.
seen. It gave
So you
everything
just got to work out. You got to be on the
Iran,
target
including
if
billions
you're
of
getting
dollars
longer
in
dated.
green cash. I don't mean cash. I mean green
You'll benefit
cash
on the first
flown over
drop,
by
but
airplanes.
yeah, you just got to be a little bit more
I
specific
can't to
with
this
it.
day believe that was allowed to happen. And come to think of it, it would be a good thing for somebody to look at. Does the president have the power to hand hundreds of millions of dollars of cash to terrorists? But it began with that, and I terminated that deal. If I didn't terminate that deal, we might not be here right now. If I didn't terminate that deal, unbelievable nuclear holocaust would have taken place. And then I did it a second time when we hit them with the B-2 bombers, and we totally obliterated their potential nuclear weapon that they would have had in less than 1 month. They think 2 weeks, but in less than 1 month. And it would have been, I believe it would have been a much different world than it is right now. We have to go, we're going to a lunch, so maybe we'll take one more nice question.
Can I ask you how you're doing with your legal case against the BBC and their fake news documentary?
Well, the BBC was incredible. What they did is they had me speaking something I never said. And I've never seen anything quite like it. You know, CBS had that. We had the situation on 60 Minutes, and not the current owners, the past owners. The current owners, I think, are good, Ellison. But BBC took it a step further. They actually they put words in my mouth, and I said some pretty bad things. And I didn't say them. It was AI generated. And I said, I never said that. In fact, some of my people said, wow, that was pretty bad stuff you said. I said, what did I say? You know, I'm pretty good at this stuff. I mean, if you can go through years of these press conferences and you're a popular president of the United States that won in a landslide, that won all 7 swing states, that got record numbers of votes, I mean, so I guess I'm okay at this stuff. I said, I never said that. And then we found out it was AI generated. And they admit they made a mistake. BBC. But I watched them this morning for some crazy reason, and it was so inaccurate. Their reporting on the war was unbelievable. We have decimated that country. And if you watch BBC, it's almost like they're fighting us to a draw. They're not fighting us to a draw. It was very inaccurate news. It was fake news. So I'm very proud of the term fake news because it was my term. I came up with it, but it's no longer accurate. It really is. It's corrupt, fraudulent news. It really is. It's fraudulent. It's not just fake. It's beyond fake. It's really criminal what they do. But I watched BBC this morning, and I don't know much about BBC other than what took place, because people were calling me saying, that was a terrible thing you said. I said, what did I say? And I said, I never said that. And when we checked it, you agree? They agree. It was somehow generated, I guess, by AI or something. with me saying unbelievable. So we brought a lawsuit against them. They admit they're guilty, but we'll see how it comes out. Thank you. I like that question. I like that question. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that was uneventful. You didn't get much. Again, same comments before. Once again, you got your oil will drop once this is over. That's what I was saying, bro. Even then, we're still kind of holding up. Oil came back down. Again, you had that little freak out with Syria. They didn't address that Syria comment that caused some of the volatility. I think you're going to hear about that in the next couple of days or maybe next couple of hours. But this is what I was saying in the morning. I hope you guys could see it to a certain degree. The war is not over. We're definitely still pricing in a couple more weeks, even worst case scenario, a couple more months. But at the same time, whenever this shit does end, I think the market has already priced it in. That's why I'm saying, like, the only thing at this point that might start moving around more, or again, if you think that the war is going to end and the market's going to rip, no, I don't think that's going to happen. That's why you're not going down as much right now. Does that make sense? And then I think oil is still going to be the one that goes back and forth. So we do have Euro close now. And then I don't know. What do you guys think of this?
All right, breathing state of my...
I want to, I found this...
All right, breathing state of my...
I might be going to this chiropractor. Do you guys have any what do you guys think about this? I'm going to go visit this chiropractor after the bell today.
I have a little decompression, okay?
Got it. Okay.
3.
Wait. What? Oh.
It's AI, bro. My girlfriend just sent me this one. I got freaked out for a second. I thought that was real. Yeah, that's not. That's AI. So no, I might go. Trump beyond cooked. I feel you, man, but the problem is that that's a crowd view right now. That's the problem. I think how the markets are playing it out is that a lot of people just we're 3 weeks into this now, but there is an idea here. That's why it's like oil is overcrowded. More people than not think oil is going to keep going up. People, they are making big assumptions, but remember, like the options curve, the curve to the options pricing on oil, it's like mid-April, you're like 60% chance of this ending, or 50. And then by like June, July, most odds are sitting at 80. So like I keep telling y'all, look ahead, keep looking ahead, because before we know it, I mean, that's what the market's going to start doing. I think you got a hint of that the last couple days. So we're going to see. Senator Enradi Anwar Garash, UAE could play a role with other countries in ensuring safety and security of Strait of Hormuz. What's your first good one? I was just my back's good. That video made me laugh. It looks. I thought it was real for a second until he jumped on her head. Signs of Democrats winning midterms priced in. There's probabilities, but there's no like financial indication of it. But remember, we just had a couple of votes, and it wasn't as if like some of the preliminaries, you didn't get too much Democratic wins. But I do think as we get closer, we'll find out more. But like socially, and the conflict and approval rating, things don't look too good for Trump right now. But that's why I still believe in my tinfoil. This is what I was saying just even a couple of weeks ago. And again, the war makes it a little bit more complicated. But I do think I think they're going to pull something out of their ass financially, affordability. They're going to do something major 2 months ahead of the midterms. Ironically, that correlates with the midterm money glitch, but I think right now, Trump and the Republicans are trying to get all the bullshit out of the way now so that they could bribe you right before the midterms, because you're not going to remember this shit. Like, think about it. It's been 3 weeks of this war. Probabilities don't go out. Like, again, you're mostly resolved by July. And again, that could all change, but think about it. You know, by the time we get to July, if this is really over, you're going to look back and forget a lot of this stuff. And that's why it's like, if they could bribe you right before, with some affordability, a tax break, stimulus, the market, Bitcoin goes up. Who knows what it could be? It could be a mix of all of them, but that's my tinfoil. I think, and again, otherwise they're going to get fucking slaughtered. And then that way, if you have this start to the year with no sort of bribe ahead of the midterms, all people are going to remember is this. But remember, people are very short-sighted, especially when it comes to voting, kind of the what have you done for me lately mentality. So it's like if they do something for the people right before, that might be good to keep it on people's minds ahead of it. No, the Fed meeting's tomorrow. That's one thing my 6'7" brethren are jealous of. You short guys don't have back problems, but chiropractors more hurtful than helpful. Yeah, I don't mess with them too much. But yeah, I mean that's where I feel pain when I read the tall guys and they do complain about the back. I have sympathy for that. I think that's a big guy problem, because that would suck. I mean, my back, I just bad posture. And the hips and the glutes, but it's much easier to fix with the small guys, just like anything else in the gym. No, because they always have to bend over, like when you fucking ogreish and you gotta fucking dude, they their whole keyboard is the size of their hand, and you have a standing desk. It's still, you guys need a crane. That'd be the only way. You agree with me? Well, that's good. Some people might think I'm a delusional Trump supporter, but I'm just putting the politics together. Otherwise, like I'm saying, I am aware of the alternative. If you start off the midterm year like this, and you don't have anything to bribe the voters with right ahead of the midterms to remind them, I think the Republicans might have a very difficult time. And the only way they don't is if the Democrats do anything ridiculous, but at the same time, I think the Democrats are realizing silence is a better strategy, especially if Trump is going to make the mistakes. You might as well let him do that. Try not to talk too much about, transitioning kids or spending more money or other God knows what else they could come up with. But yeah, like right now, there's a lot of bad shit. It doesn't look good for Republicans at the midterms. But if you got a bribe right ahead, don't underestimate how people will react to that. Well, the affordability issue, I mean, again, with the manufacturing, the run it hot, things are looking good to start off the year. The last thing you needed, though, was oil going up. Like I've talked about that, where, again, dude, mortgage rates were getting low. Mortgage rates are back up again. Like you had, up until this war in Iran, there was things in their favor, where most people, like if you were a real I hate Trump, you probably didn't see it and you probably wasn't good enough, but it was getting there. You had month after month build on the bonds, yields were coming down, you had oil really cheap, manufacturing was booming. Again, you had these issues with the job market, but they were starting to disappear as much, even though you had to deal with the AI. But yeah, it was looking good. It was like good 3, 4, 5 months from where we were starting. The trend, the trajectory, you were going to get some relief, but then fucking you rocket up oil to 100. I mean, that's going to slow you down. How many people have changed their view on Trump? I certainly have. I mean, it depends on the patience. I mean, let me put it this way, though. The machine operates with the back and forth mentality. So let me put it this way. It's like when Democrats are like, oh, what have you done for me? I'm never voting Democrat again. And then the Republicans like, I'm never voting Republican again. Those are two parts of the same bird, essentially. It's just over and over and over and over again. Welcome to America. So it all depends on the time frame you're looking at it. I mean, I don't know why I feel like it's more of they're all pieces of shit. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's the whole problem, is that it gets people back and forth. Everybody votes for something and then you don't really get it, or then like we talked about the other day, you just have small groups of people voting for a bigger group of everybody else. And unfortunately, we've seen how the power politics and the incentives for politicians nowadays. I mean, remember, politicians make more money than NBA players. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's a fucked up game there. So that does happen a lot, but I think we still have 3 more years of this, and the timing of it is going to, I think people are always going to be left unhappy, regardless. So I don't agree with Trump on a lot of different factors. I've voiced my concern, but I am still a Trump supporter. I still generally, people are like, Josh, you voted for him? Yes, I did. They're like, you still love Trump? I do. Unfortunately, I hate to break some people's hearts, but I don't make my judgment that quickly, and I don't think he did everything perfectly. But I do think he has been very consequential, and I do think that at the end of the day, I still weigh the scales of some of the alternatives and where we're heading. I would have much preferred this than not. Now, granted, like I said, I don't like the war. I do think that some things from the AI bill all the way down to the spending, the gambling, the crypto, there's been things that, I've said this from day one, but goes back to that Richard Feynman quote. I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. And that's kind of where but like I'm saying, if this is where we're going to, I'm still more ever happier than ever that this is not Kamala Harris. God knows what this would have been like, but that doesn't mean Trump is perfect. And like I'm saying, I'll tell you, even if it starts to look weak, there's certain things right now where if he doesn't play his cards right moving forward, it could hurt him. But, I'm not, even during tariffs, cutting through this stuff objectively. I don't change my view on homeboy every quarter. I just can't. And I'm telling you, with politics, if you play that game, before you know it, you're going to come to the same conclusion that I've came to. You're going to realize they're all dog shit. And I believe that. I understand that. That's the problem. It's just like I do react a little different. I'm not expecting people to tell me the truth. I'm not expecting them to operate wholeheartedly in a certain way. Not just because Trump is a bad guy, but because they all do it. Every single politician out there. So, yeah, I'm not necessarily. It's funny when people even ask me that. They're like, "You voted for this?" I'm like, "I did. I did. I have not. I don't change my mind every couple of months, but it is something where it doesn't mean I agree with everything." But it also doesn't mean who am I holding hostage to flip-flop my vote and support all the time? I only think that benefits the machine more than not. So we'll see how it ends by midterms and then by the end of this administration. But I do still, I genuinely feel a better way than I did in some instances, and then some things that I was really disappointed with off the get-go still kind of remain, and it's allowed me to kind of project and understand where things are going just by how kind of you got some bait and switch pretty early, but at the same time too, it's I would have rather taken this any fucking day, but that's not a justification. Like I'm saying, I do think if he plays his shit wrong in the next couple of he has a couple more turns and moves, but it could end up bad. I don't think that's what I said from the get-go. Do you guys remember? What is something I was always telling you? I said, I disagree with this. I'm not down with the bill. Some of these things, what he's supporting when he shouldn't be supporting it, I was not down with it at all. And what did I call it? Do you guys remember? And again, it makes sense with the name Donald Trump, the father of gambling, which I'm very well aware of. I don't know if you know that, the Mr. Atlantic City. But think about it. There's one thing I told you from the get-go. I said this a year ago. I saw the videos, everything. Exactly. I'm glad you could answer that quickly. The BBB, the big, beautiful bet. That's what I told you. This is a gigantic gamble. I don't think Donald Trump is playing it safe. I don't think he's playing it small. I think if he's right, he's going to be, like I said, I think he's going to be extremely consequential. And he already kind of is. But at the same time, if he fucks it up, if he's wrong, it's going to be terrible. I've been saying that from the get-go. Whereas, like, I think Kamala would have just been terrible, no matter which all roads led to terrible. Where I think you have one outcome that's a little bit more favorable with Trump if by playing these cards and if he wins, but at the same time he's risking a lot, and if he's wrong, and you're not going to know in a month or 2 months, but that's what I'm saying. We'll see at the midpoint, and then we'll see towards the end, but. If these plays don't work, he's fucked, and I think we're all fucked. But at the same time, if this works, I think more people would be left better off than not, both in the short term and in the long term. So, but it's a bet. I've been saying, can you guys all, whether you think I'm full of shit or you don't agree, I hope you can acknowledge I have been saying this over the last year and a half since Trump got into office, or a little bit before and all throughout, whether it was a tariff, whether it was a conflict, Venezuela, it don't matter. I think all of this is one giant, big, beautiful bet. And again, as any big bet works, you're either going to take it home and you're going to clean out the house, or the house is going to clean you out. So that's, I mean, welcome to the gambling culture we were just talking about. Mm-hmm. We don't know, but all of these are clues. I mean, remember, the future gets revealed day by day. You never get the future all at once. You couldn't handle it. Nobody could. That's why I'm saying it's like we've gotten a year and a half. You've got to see the good, the bad. You've got to see how people have overreacted. You've got to see some underreactions. And it's just like every day, this answer of how this, just like poker, right? The first cards come out, you put out the bets. Then the flop, the odds change depending on what you're holding. Then the next card comes, and then the next card comes. So that's why I'm saying, a lot of people are asking me after the, same flop is still on the table. Think about it. There's 4 turns in poker, 4 years of a presidency. And they're like, are you going to fold? Do you fold yet? And I'm like, well, there's 3 cards on the table right now. The odds have moved a little bit, but it's not something where I'm, like I'm saying, I would want to put my money up to see the next card before making a decision, and whether you like it or not, you're gonna go through it anyways. Arizona charges Kalshi with operating a legal gambling business. Check DraftKings and Penn. What are the laws in Arizona on DraftKings? Arizona charges Kalshi with illegal gambling, and then explosive drone targets U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Jill Stein over Kamala? Yeah. What was wrong with Kamala? I could tell you right away. I told you right away when it happened. Because right when it happened, that's where I flipped. I did it live. I did it before RFK. I did it before everybody. And I said, fuck y'all. I don't care. And it's not because I don't like you and I wanted to say fuck y'all. I just said that's the stakes. And that's what it was. And whether people understood it or not, it's very simple. Kamala was not selected. That was not democratic at all. And even then, democracy has so many good and bad, but yeah, that's what I said right away. I just couldn't get behind that. And the fact I saw so many people in a generation be so willing to support that and be blinded by the hatred of a man, whether, again, it's not like Donald is perfect, let alone just everything we already went through, I couldn't tolerate that. Like, literally, I 0, 0, 0 could have tolerated that. So remember, the primaries, that was the thing that made me very turned off. And the way people funded it were down. It was frightening. It was very frightening. Almost as frightening as AGI. So yeah, that was the thing I couldn't really, that's what flipped me. I did it all live. Again, some of you were shocked, and I didn't want to bother anybody, but I said that's unacceptable, dude. Yeah, that was very unacceptable. And I would still stand. If they tried that with J.D. Vance, if they tried that with anybody, I would have said that's a fucking crime, dude. I would not. There's no way when I take it to my grave or anything, I'm not gonna go down saying I sat there and said nothing about it, let alone didn't try to go against it. So I'm happy with what I did. Again, that's why I'm saying, people try to bully you into, you support this, you this. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that was a crazy thing we've ever witnessed. What was crazy is that it almost happened. That shit almost occurred. I was blown away by how many people were so willing, and you saw the media machine and people promote it. She got a lot of votes, which is, good for her. And, that's what I'm saying. If she did it the legitimate way, it could have been different, and there would have been people like me and other people who probably would have been more supportive. But if you've studied history, America, this country, that was a grave, grave offense that I couldn't, it did not sit right at all. No one was blinded. I know. I mean, dude, Uncle had songs making fun of Joe Biden. That's it. Joe Biden should have just stepped down from the beginning. They should have nominated her to the primary. It would have been normal. That would have been totally acceptable. But the fact that they pivoted last minute and y'all got a Democratic candidate that was not even selected, that was the most fucking third world country shit you've ever seen. And people were down, bro. People were ready for that. That would have changed the landscape more than that would, especially coming into this AI, AGI world, that would have been fucking mind-blowing. It would have been nuts. Regardless if she was the incumbent. I mean, again, Joe Biden was the one selected. Joe Biden was the one running. He ran a campaign for a little bit until they were like, yo, he's not there right now. The new Fortress signs restructuring support agreement. And then Path didn't move on any of that. NFE, they're popping on that. That's up 15%. Jeez. NFE. Oh, there's one. It's still... You need another 15% to go in the money. I'll leave it for you. Again, those Boeings. I've been leaving them for you. It's 5 cents. Oh, I don't have the wire up today? Oh, my bad. There you go. Yeah, no, for real, straight up. If Biden wasn't even if they were willing to even say Biden was incapable, they could have naturally elevated her to the presidency. And that would have had more constitutional legitimacy than what the fuck they tried to pull. And that's what I'm saying. That right there was just very... it's shocking, because that would have changed so much, bro. I don't think that was less of a grave offense than January 6th. No, I wholeheartedly disagree. Because like I'm saying, January 6th, if anything, it warned people and put a apprehension about the transfer of power in America. It would not have established a precedency that people have warned and set up against for many, many years. You would have circumvented the nominations to the presidency and borderline audibled the rules in real time, and that would have determined the next president of the free world. So no, I disagree. That's my opinion. You're free to have your own. But yeah, that's, again, when people ask me, you're like, what's wrong with Kamala? It's not what you think is wrong with Kamala. I may not like her for other things, and just like you would not like any other politician, but if you were watching and if you saw how I behaved and why I vocally put my support towards Trump, because that was, I believe, equal and opposite reactions, that was a bomb that if that was allowed, it would have been terrible. And I couldn't agree with that. I couldn't even agree with staying silent about it, more or less. January 6th was constitutional. We're having a conversation, you know what I'm saying? Don't be a dumbass. That's not what I said. But, the nominations and how that's established, yes, like I said, January 6th is a warning to the transfer of power. I think everybody can agree on that, but not nominating the presidency and avoiding the primary process and literally anointing somebody rather than having them be at least vaguely represented by the people. So, you know what I'm saying? If you want to have a conversation, you can, but isn't that, that's not why, I don't know how you got there. Yeah, Chesterton's fence was almost taken down by the 24 elections. Exactly. It happens in Senate. It does, and there's different rules and terms and other stuff there too. And maybe we should reform that. But again, in the presidency, that just would have been a very big, that would have been a seismic shift in how presidents get elected. And I don't think Donald Trump was a bigger threat than that. Damn, did those hit? Oh, they hit, bro. You got 200%. Well. I voted for the guy who instigated it. If you're talking January 6th, I mean, ironically, I didn't vote for him that time. So, no, I didn't. I voted for him when any threat to that power, and I think Kamala, it was different. Because guess what? Even after January 6th, you still had Biden. That didn't change anything. It gives you something to look back on. Like I said, a warning towards the transfer of power and how things have played out, but it didn't stop the history of how it should have went down. Whereas, again, Kamala, if you actually elected her via that process, that would have, again, let alone imagine the implication of what you just said, the government and these people can do and get away with. If you're already pissed on what happens now, and what people in small, powerful groups get away with and do, imagine if you just said, hey, yeah, you guys could do it just like that from here on out. And as long as there's enough political diversity or apprehension towards the other candidate, we will let you do that. That'd be insane. So, yeah, but even then, I didn't vote for Trump in 2020. I've never voted in my life up until recently. I voted for him after seeing that, which makes it worse? No, because I wouldn't have voted for him if the Kamala and Democrats did not try that. I would have sat my ass out like every other one. That's my point. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell y'all. As somebody who has tried to, you've watched me for most of my career be in the middle. I've never voted in my life. That's exactly what I'm trying to communicate. That was something that absolutely blew my mind. That almost even happened. So you don't have to agree with it, but I am answering if you're asking why, and then the whole, do you still support this and that? So it's just I don't know if y'all realize that I think Kamala, and if you elected her the way it would have been, I think that is 10 times worse than January 6th, which is, I know, nuts to think for some people, but at the same time, again, just this country and giving people power, and that would have fundamentally altered how people would have been elected from the time any of your children even died. And then mix in the technology and AI, it would have been insanity. So yeah, that was the only thing that ever drive me to vote in my entire life. And tell people, because I said, wow, this is fucking crazy. It was very unconstitutional, yes. And the last time something unconstitutional happened, I got banned 3 times on YouTube trying to explain it. And I was still kind of vague about it. So I said, I don't care. I said, I'll delete my videos. I don't care if some of y'all don't fucking like me, whatever. But I'm not going to sit there and not say anything or do anything or throw my position behind anybody who could have fucking stopped it. And again, that unfortunately, it came with a lot of other stuff, but yeah. No, I'm gonna need me a bathroom break. Oh, it's already 10? Yeah, well, that's why you don't have to agree, but I would encourage you to maybe try to ask why I think it's such a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Dive deeper into the topic. And ask, like I'm telling you, I've never done it. I've never voted in my life, and there was something about that got me to that point. So you should look into why, because like I'm saying, I really think that would have altered a lot of this country. Whether you were a Republican or Democrat, I don't think it mattered as much as it was. Because again, if a Republican did that, I would have voted for a Democrat. I really would have. You don't have to believe me, but at the same time, it's like you should understand why that was a big deal. And that is what I was trying to communicate to people, because it really was a big deal. Give me a second, and then we'll get ready for Philo.
The exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. The Dow's up 100 points at the moment. The Nasdaq, we could call it up, leading the way of the major averages of 410.
All right, give me a second.
The small caps are up 0.5%, though. The S&P's up 21 points to 6720. Now, this does come ahead of tomorrow's Fed decision, where they are expected to keep rates on hold, keeping things steady. We'll get the dots, as they're called, their projections, but traders don't seem too concerned about a hawkish outcome, at least as of the moment. Software and memory names are leading again today, as the IGV is now up more than 5% since the start of the Iran war, and the memory names continuing their climb. Western Digital up 10% in 2 days, Seagate up 7%, as SK Group says the wafer shortage could last until 2030. Oil is also rising again after Iranian attacks on Gulf energy production infrastructure, some saying that's a first for the war. Iran also hit a fuel tank at Dubai's main airport. All this has WTI up 2% to 95 a barrel, and diesel is over $5 a gallon for the first time since 2022. So let's begin with the latest developments, including a surprise resignation today from the U.S. counterterrorism director opposing the administration's war. The president himself addressing that just a short while ago. Eamon Javers has the latest. Eamon?
Kelly, that's right. The resignation came from Joe Kent, who is the top counterterrorism official at the Director of National Intelligence Office here in Washington. He said he was opposing the Iran war, and he said he believed that Israel had pushed the U.S. government into a war that it simply can't win or doesn't have a quick way to achieve victory. The president was asked about that in the Oval Office a short time ago. He said that Joe Kent was somebody he always saw as a nice guy, but he thought he was weak on security, and he's glad that he is gone. The president, remember, yesterday in the Oval Office suggested that he had a number of countries who would send naval support to help open the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Today, though, he said that the NATO countries have turned down his request for naval support. Here's what he said about that.
All of the NATO allies agreed with us, but they don't want to, despite the fact that we help them so much. We have thousands of soldiers in different countries all over the world, and they don't want to help us, which is amazing. I mean, amazing. And I didn't do a full court press because I think if I did, they probably would be, but we don't need help.
Kelly, so the president's saying two things simultaneously there. One is that he's deeply disappointed with NATO countries for not helping the U.S. military. And secondly, that the U.S. military doesn't need any help. So we'll see ultimately where all this ends up, Kelly, as we wait for the president to signal what his plans are to get the Strait of Hormuz open, as obviously oil markets and world financial markets are watching that situation very carefully.
All right, for now, Eamon, thanks. We appreciate it. Eamon Javers. The market continuing its rebound from the Iran conflict today, even with oil prices on the rise. But geopolitics isn't the only story that's been rattling the market. There are also concerns around private credit and its exposure to software, which led to an exodus of investor money from private credit funds. The biggest lenders going on media tours to downplay the risks, although Apollo Global's John Zito is calling out the industry as being arrogant in a recent Wall Street Journal article. He also called out one firm in particular, Thoma Bravo. And that brings us to our first guest today. Orlando Bravo is founder and managing partner of Thoma Bravo. He joins the program alongside our very own Leslie Picker. Leslie?
Kelly, thank you very much. And Orlando, thank you for having us. We're here at your Investor Day in Miami, the largest investment firm exposed to software. So it's a really critical time to be having these conversations. And I'm just curious to just address the elephant in the room here. Are your LPs freaking out about everything that's happening with private equity and software right now?
First of all, it is so awesome, Leslie, to have you here at our annual meeting. Our LPs are relieved. You know, just in the hallway after our morning session, one of our biggest LPs comes up and says, "Thank you for having this conference, your annual meeting, at this time. 2 weeks ago, I'm just reading the news and reading about all..."
Yeah. Yepper. NVIDIA planning to use 50% of free cash flow for investor returns. Sees shift to buybacks and dividends in the second half. Bro, why are they becoming a value stock? What is this? Or? They're like, after we fucking dump every single rip. It's not moving yet, but see if you could put a dollar amount behind that. That's it. So we were going to get into Philo. We could keep talking the politics. I mean, again, I think some of y'all are still bothered a little bit, but I think this is a very mature and straightforward conversation. Okay? I'm not trying to bother anybody. I'm not trying to be offensive. So welcome to America. I hope we could return back to this. This is how it mostly would be. But that's why, too, I am, if you want to have a real conversation, feel free. I have not placed any rules on you. And then at the same time, too, bro, I know you want to lock in, but I have dumb politics. That's okay, because the one thing I was even trying to tell people, like at some degree, I am not here for the politics. I told you exactly what I did and why I did it. It all makes sense. It tracks. I mean, I've been there you've got to see me over many years. Some of you not as much, but another thing I'm telling y'all, like, do you think everybody agrees with my politics on the locked in? Do you think all of the people I have made money in this lifetime, do you think they have to agree with everything that I do? No. That's the fact of the matter is, I could get you info, I understand what's going on, and I could fucking run it. If you want to put yourself on the bench because of that, you feel free to. That's not my problem. You see what I'm saying? I'm not expecting you to agree with me. I'm expecting you, though, to get a long term, and I'm expecting you to be productive and make some money. That is something I believe in. So, yeah, that's all it is. But that's something, too, like I said, I don't know if y'all remember when I bought Intel. I was even like, yo, bro, this might be borderline Chinese. I don't know about this fucking state ownership, but I'm like, yo, I've never seen anything like this in my life. It was trading at a certain value. There's value. There was an opportunity. I thought a lot of I didn't agree with those critical mineral stocks. I thought half of those stocks, I would look at the balance sheet. I'm like, this is dog shit. Absolute fucking dog shit. Guess what? I got a fucking house off of that. I'm fine with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, that's just the and I told you all of this too, though. That's the same point. Even the guys on the locked in, that's why I think they did good. And even without the locked in, if you guys are using the info, I have been straight up with you. If I'm with an opportunity, I think SOC is dog shit. There's a catalyst that's going to move it, and there's going to be different opportunities with all of them. Again, S&P value stocks and things going on. You know what I'm saying? So That is what I know I do, and I'm good at it. And I have a very good track record with it. So I'm not expecting you, during the election, I told you exactly what I believe, why I believed it, why I did it. It tracks with my other theories and my other lack of voting. I've kept it very straightforward and 100 for everybody. But like I'm saying, it is something along the lines of, if you want to stop that from making money in your future, which is why we're here, why we've been here, what we've even accomplished, by all means, I can't do that. I don't think that's a good idea, but it's up to you, man. So, but I do want you guys to find a way to profit off of whatever's going on, because I do believe at the end of the day, you do got to protect yourself to a certain degree. And that is what I believe in, and I don't hold that back from people. Somebody, like, again, people are like, I thought you were gonna throw the ladder down. I will, bro. If you want help, ask me for help. I will help you. You want information, ask me, I'm gonna give it to you. But don't come up and say, do you still support this? Are you this? Your politics so stupid. It's like, okay, I mean, if you want to talk about politics, we can, but at the same time, it's like, if you're really here for the value and you want to take the info and make money, I would love to help with that, and I can. But anything else, I mean, we could talk whatever you want, but if you want that, you could get it. If not, I mean, by all means, bro, it's life. I think SOC is a dog shit stock, but it's probably going to move because of, again, a government federal jurisdiction that's pushing it to an area where it's going to make money. So that's why, and then it's high priced, even from when we bought it. But yeah. And same thing goes with Jesus too, bro. You may not like my Jesus, but that's fine. I'm not expecting you to, but you can't let that. If you want to insist on not playing from the game, I can't stop you. You see what I'm saying? And if you're gonna let that be off of, like I'm telling you, judge me off of a shitty play. Judge me off of getting you false information. Judge me off of getting it slow. I could understand that. Be like, man, fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to willfully take your game out of just because of my opinion, I could guarantee you there's people making a lot of money off of me who don't give a fuck about that. And that's not what's stopping them or starting them. It's just straight up content. The actual quality info at a timely manner. And God bless God and God bless all of you. There's an ability that we have here. Especially even some of the Chads who provide too, which is amazing. We're able to distill that information both quickly and accurately, and that offers a certain value. So it's all how you want to do it, man. And that's what I'm saying. It's something along those lines where I strongly would encourage you to not let my opinions nor anybody else's opinion get in the way of that. And that's why, objectivity and facts, best thing you could always go for. And especially if your goal is market, you'll get it. But these are some of the noise you're gonna have to navigate. I do. That's what I was telling you even last year, man. I think accurate, objective thought and certain information in the day of AI slop and everything else, everybody could get all this information, but distilling it, putting it into something actionable, even looking ahead, that's becoming more and more rare. Being able to think objectively as we move into this AI world, man, that is going to be very important. And I've given you all a heads up on that. Everything, every single thing, all of the AI trends, I've given it to you so fucking early. And that's why it's like the more we could all think, I think the better. And I don't think that's going to be bad. But it is something where it is coming at a premium nowadays because of all of the other noise. So that being said, it's now time for philo. Time for a little Jesus talk. I got an interesting one today. I got a couple of clips for you, but I guess it's not Jesus because I have some. We're going to just talk, I guess, yin and yang. And then I have some Bruce Lee for you. So yeah, you guys are gonna like it. You guys are gonna like it. Where's my track? So yeah, give me a second and we'll begin. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gas, it's time for Philo. You do have oil hitting a new high right now. Intraday, it's coming up. German foreign minister, controlled regime change in Iran is not realistic. Chaos in Iran is not in our interest. Says Germany, the Germans. Wow. So, today, my friends, today, I have an interesting one for you. I got some Bruce Lee clips. I got a good Miles Monroe, bro. I like it. I like it a lot. But I'm going to start with something a little Would you guys, we want like philo technology? A trippy philo technology? I heard this the other day, bro, and I've never thought of it like this. And it blew my mind. I think you guys will get a kick out of this. Are you ready? Did you know, with AI, we keep talking about APIs. Do you guys know how an API works? An API is like, it's pretty much, it's allowing two different systems to connect, right? And again, APIs even cost money, right? You give, you're saying, let me, like, right, there's stock information, you make a platform, you want to get news, you access the API. Again, your AI, let's say. You make a Claude bot, you connect it to an API so that you could go get information easily, efficiently. It connects two different systems. You pay a price. Sometimes it's cheap, sometimes it's expensive, but it allows you to share information between systems, right? If there's one information process and then another one and you want to combine them, you could pull data via the API. That's a simple explanation. If you have a better way to explain it, you let me know. If you have a better way to explain it, I would love for you, feel free to educate the chat. But that's APIs. You've probably heard about them a lot. So, dude, this is where it gets crazy. Are you ready for this? A couple medical, NVO and Eli Lilly are dropping. Yes, it's an endpoint for connection. And it's systems that are different at being able to kind of communicate. API is for communication, right? It's allowing you to communicate. That's why. So you want to get, I need stock info, API will tap it. I need news, API is getting you info and connecting it. And you can all have it connected, whether you want it to an AI, a program, you name it. All right? So are you ready for this? This is going to blow your mind. This is amazing. There was an API that existed before APIs. Yeah, you need to speak its language to use it effectively. Uh-huh. But what if I told you there was an API that existed at the beginning of time? So before computers, APIs existed. Do you want to know what the first API was? It wasn't humans talking to each other. Deeper than that. What was the first API? Allowed two systems to connect. You're close, God. How did human and God connect? This was before you had the cross. They had a process back in the day. You've probably read the Bible and this thing showed up a lot. And they would all do this. It was the altar. I heard somebody say this, it blew my mind. The altar was the first API. That was how they did their connection. Two different systems that were very different connected. Man, God, they would come together. They would be at the altar. They would have, that's why they would make it a certain way. And then they used to, again, this is why too, a lot of people don't understand when I even tell you, I'm like, man, do you not understand why Jesus was so important? Do you not realize why everybody hates Jesus? Why? Because the Old Testament, that's where they were using altars. You had the religious leaders. But what did Jesus do? The Old Testament was the law. Your first API code, altars, they said this is the only way you connect with God. This is how you connect the two different systems. You have to do this, follow the law. Otherwise, you get no God. You don't get it? What was Jesus? Jesus said, I came to fulfill the law. I hope y'all realize that. So it's not saying the Old Testament is bad. The Old Testament is a reference. But at the same time, the whole, like John said it, Jesus said it, the whole idea was to fulfill the law. So if Jesus came, fulfilled the law, that doesn't mean you go back to what has already been fulfilled. You use it as a reference, but at the same time, Jesus ushered in the whole entire new system. Well, I don't know if they feel me. So if you ever wonder where some of the tension comes from, it could be that the law has been fulfilled. That's what he says. That's the whole, all the prophecy, everything. But yeah, back in the day, as a reference, the first API, that's why there's a difference between using an altar, the API of that, versus the guy saying the Holy Spirit is inside of you now. He's saying you don't need an API. It's already, you got Wi-Fi that connects you. You could be connected whenever you want. You don't need to there's not two different systems anymore. You're the same system as God. You are the same system as Christ. There's no man and human, and then you have to connect, do this, do that. It's different. So yeah, that blew my mind. And I've never heard anybody explain an altar like an API. And I was mind boggled. So I thought I'd share that with you. The second thing, here's the great part. Light and dark, my friends. This is where we talk the yin and yang. This is the law of polarity. I mean, even Jesus said it, man. He said, if your light is darkness, oh, how deep a hole that one is, right? So think about this. Light and dark is not what most people imagine. I hate to break this to you. You are not fully light. You are not fully darkness. You think you're fully evil? I disagree. You think you're the best person in the world? I disagree. That's not how it works. It's not what we imagine usually. Let me put it this way. Every darkness carries a seed of light. And every light carries a seed of darkness. So like I said, bro, this is yin and yang. Other cultures, religions, they call it the law of polarity. Again, Jesus has mentioned this. The light is inside of you. Where do you think this whole sin thing comes from? Why do no man is perfect? That's been established. So when you think light and dark, you're trying to think, oh, how do I live this life? But that's why anybody telling you they're perfectly good, that's cap. Anybody saying I'm a demon, that's cap. Why do you think even the wicked man knows how to give a gift to his child? You see what I'm saying? It's not what you think. Not everything is all bad, not everything is all good. Everything carries a seed. Just like we've talked about that many times, everything is a seed. You should view everything as a seed. Next time you get paid, it's not money, it's a seed. You could eat the seed or you could plant it. Guess what? Same thing with good and bad. Same thing with light and dark. Every darkness carries a seed of light. Every single seed of light carries a seed of darkness. It's all there together. The idea is what your inner light. You care about the light, you care about the good. It's very simple. Your inner light will either have the ability to overshadow or be overshadowed. That's it. When your inner light isn't strong enough, that's where the darkness starts to shape you instead of you shaping the darkness. We were kind of even talking about this yesterday. I'm telling you, I'm aware of what's around. I think a lot of you are. You're aware of all the different influences. My question for a lot of y'all is, what are you going to shape it? I'm a firm believer that you could shape it. I'm sorry. I know some people get so mad. I don't believe I have to be shaped by anything. I don't think you should either. This isn't just for me. I think any human right now on this planet who could listen, you have the ability to either get shaped by the darkness or you will shape the darkness with your light. That's fully what I believe. 100%. You all have a light inside of you. Guess what? You all have darkness inside of you. Guess what? Me too. The question, are you going to let the darkness shape you, or are you going to shape the darkness with your light? The salt of the world, my friend. It slows things down, it preserves. That's what the light should do. It should shape the darkness. So do you see why I'm telling you this? Because I brought this up yesterday. I was saying there's funny because like up until a point, until you have like a true enlightenment where the fear and the sorrow don't play with you in the same way, up until then, most of it's just the ego trip. I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Why do you think, bro, you could go and understand the whole entire world? You could have all of this knowledge. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, I must rise above then. And I must rise above everybody. And before you know it, it's a competition and the ego is trying to play with you. That's why some people could get all full truth. And that full truth, if without letting light shape it, it could become darkness. Full truth will turn you into elitism. Then you'll start thinking, oh, I'm better than this. I'm better than that. I'm better than everybody. Oh, they don't know that? How could they? They're idiots. Oh, they don't know that? Then okay. Look at that. You could have a good thing. You could have light, and that could turn into a darkness. All depending on how you shape it. Think about it. Your insight could turn into irritation. You could be the most insightful person. if you don't shape that, and if you don't let that light get strong enough to a true enlightenment of it, you're just going to be a very irritated individual. That's why some people will be right at the door of an awakening, like a real spiritual awakening, bro. And you know where it's going to stop short? Moral superiority. Again, light and dark, brother. You will have the light. You will have all of this info, awakening, how the world, a lot of these things. And if you don't let that light truly shape it into what it should be, you're going to end up, it's all just a game of moral superiority. The funny part is we've all either seen this or done this ourselves. No? Light and dark, my friends. Every seed of light carries a seed of darkness. Every seed of darkness carries a seed of light. It's all about how you shape it. It's all about how you shape it. And I'm telling you, bro, the final state, until you actually get it, until you reach this enlightenment where your light is the one controlling it and you are the one shaping it, you'll see the lack of fear. You will see the lack of sorrow. Doesn't mean these things don't exist. It's how you shape them. Then you're going to really get there. Otherwise, every stop ahead of it is an ego trip, unfortunately. Took me a while to understand that one. That's why it's so, it's both alluring and deceptive at the same time. That's why you could get all the knowledge in the world. You could learn all about the deep things of the world. All the esoteric knowledge. You could learn about the books. You could learn about how they operate, the people, everything. That doesn't mean you get enlightenment because again, imagine all this information, all of these things. The more you understand, there is a seed of darkness in there. So if you don't strengthen your light, there's like 4 stops that all lead at ego trip before a true enlightenment. It's funny, man, because you think drugs gonna get you out of it? It won't. I got an ego death. No. This is something, that's the beauty of this time on this ball of fire that we spin on. You're gonna have to learn it if you want it. You have to learn to shape the light, to shape the darkness around you. You are a creator. I think that's what we're all here to do, create. So yeah, man, I hope you feel me. I think life is crazy. I think it's an exciting place. I think a lot of us are going to see a lot of things in this world together. Some before others, some after. But yeah, man, you got to shape it. And don't let all of this stuff lead you on anything less than a true enlightenment, I would argue. A true reduction of fear and sorrow and real thinking, and not letting knowledge in the world lead you to irritation, moral superiority, or God elitism, or all these other things that, again, you're gonna have to learn it. But like I'm telling you, man, there's no only good, there's no only bad. It's what you shape it as. And every religion and book and ancient society, they were all talking about this. That's why I'm saying it's not, you think this is a coincidence? Different languages, different time frames, all of it. They all say it's what you do with it and how you create it and shape it. This is a key. The sooner you get this, I think the closer you are to becoming using your brain to the fullest. The closest you are to freedom, my brother. So, yeah, I hope you get it. So that being said, now I got a couple clips for you. I guess that's all just your intro. So I'm gonna give you this one. I'm gonna start with Bruce Lee, bro. I like this one a lot. Tell me if you like this one.
Why should anyone listen to your ideas?
No one has to listen. Ideas are invitations, not commands. People test them through their own experience.
You act like you're different from everyone else. What makes you so special?
No one is special by default. The difference comes from awareness and effort. Anyone willing to observe and grow can change their path.
All this philosophy of yours sounds pretentious. Are you trying to sound smarter than everyone?
Philosophy is not decoration. It is reflection on experience. If it helps someone understand themselves better, it has value.
Isn't your confidence just a way to show off?
Showing off seeks approval. Confidence seeks clarity. One depends on others, the other grows from discipline.
Isn't all this philosophy just talk?
Talk is easy. Living the ideas is difficult. Real philosophy appears in daily action.
Why should anyone care about these ideas?
People care when ideas help them see life clearly. Clarity removes confusion and gives direction.
Why should anyone listen to your ideas?
Clarity removes confusion and gives direction. Wow. Bro, all of it. All of it, bro. CP, DG, Alcoa, CNI, a couple names dropping all of a sudden. Index isn't moving. Ideas are invitations, not commands. You know that? I love sharing ideas with you guys. None of them are commands. That's up to you. Anybody willing to observe and grow can change their path. Wow. That's amazing. Anyone willing to observe and grow can change their path. I want to say that's a universal law. Any path can be changed. If you're willing to observe and willing to change it, you can. That is a wholehearted message we have said in a lot of different ways. She said philosophy is a reflection on experience. Is it valuable? Yes and no. If it gives somebody the ability for reflection of an experience, gives somebody value, then there you go. If not, if my experience, if anyone doesn't give you, then that's up to you. He said, confidence or boasting. One seeks approval. Confidence seeks clarity. I think y'all should write that down. I like clarity. I've been yelling that for all year, man. I've been telling you, that's a big one. Clarity. Lack of fear. Clarity. You should write that down. That's what you should know. You want to know what you're doing? You want to know if your next decision is emotional. I could figure that out right now. All you got to do is ask yourself a simple question. Is it providing clarity? Yes or no? If it's not providing clarity, it's probably doing something else. If it provides clarity, well, there you go. And then you know how you build it? The other one depends on approval. One depends on something else. Discipline grows. Confidence grows on discipline. Isn't that amazing? That's why, bro, you could be both. You ever notice you could boast all day? People always need to boast, no matter what. Confidence you build. You seek clarity, goes hand in hand with confidence. You build up your discipline, confidence is going to grow with it. He says, you think you're better than me? You think I'm this, that? I don't know. There's a very big difference between approval and confidence. You build on confidence, you could build it, and it's shown with discipline. The real philosophy appears in daily action, my friends. Damn, Bruce Lee, bro. Bruce Lee. Isn't that amazing? Build your confidence. Oh, I love it. Are you ready for this one? I'm going to end it with the Miles Monroe. This one's a couple minutes.
So he told me to give you these instructions. Plan your year in detail. Accounting for every day. And plan it in detail according to the vision he will put in your heart. He said, plan it in detail. Number two, he said, tell the people to initiate. In other words, you're going to make the initial move. You won't wait for change to happen. You are going to make things happen. You will not be a victim of change. You will be an initiator of change. And you will expect for that change to be in your favor. In other words, God says, commit and make changes that will be the change that you desire for your life, your own destiny. In other words, plan the change you want to see. And I will do it, he says. What did I say? Plan the change you want to see. Don't let change change you. Change. He said, pay respects to me daily. He said, I want you to come to me every day in the morning this year and ask me, what is your plan for the day? Because he will have divine intervention. He's going to interrupt things. You have to talk to God every day this year, because when you wake up in the morning, he's going to change the schedule. Hallelujah. If you think that this is not God, I'm going to demonstrate his confirmation. Come here, son. Come here. Hold your hands up. Stand behind this man. The power of God's going to hit you. You've been praying for God to give you a change all this year. A miracle. Today. Hallelujah. Watch the testimony.
There's one part I just wanted. That's the long clip. I'm gonna make you watch the whole sermon. Hallelujah. Trump tells Ireland we have a great relationship. War is proceeding strongly. But man, this is Miles Monroe. Again, bro, rest in peace. He died 10 years ago, I think, a little longer. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, man, do you get it? This is all we were talking yesterday. Trump says we have had a big day today, knocking out targets. Is he talking again? There's another set of Trump headlines coming out. But bro, oh, Trump is live right now. All right, well, I'll play it here in a second, because I just want to tell you guys this. Hey, do you guys want to have an altar call? That's what he did here, but I want an altar call. I don't think you need to give your life to the Lord right now. I do think you should consult with the API within you. Don't get me started. But I was telling all of y'all yesterday, y'all need to make a decision. I encourage all of you to put this in your life right now. You are not going to wait for change. You are going to be the initiator of change. You are not going to be a victim of change. You are going to be the initiator. Do you understand? Not only that, you are going to initiate change, and you're going to expect it to be in your favor and good. Bro, he said something this is what I was trying to say, bro. I don't care what happens. I don't care who is in control, my brother, and I'm not the only one that's supposed to believe this. All of you should. That's what I'm saying, bro. Anybody willing, bro. For whatever happens in the world, like, it don't matter, bro. I think y'all want to say you're a cult. Very simple. You want to say you're this, you want to say you're that, bro. It's very simple. Do you believe this? Do you believe that you are not going to let change you? That you are going to change. Do you understand? That's it. Look how simple that is. So he said, you are going to change. Oh, dude. I hope y'all feel me. No more waiting. I'm going to wait for change. And I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to wait. Oh, but life and all these. No. It's very simple. It's a different mindset. I don't care who you are, where you're from, your background, what's happened, good, bad. It doesn't matter. Because some of y'all are going to do some great things the moment you adopt this. The moment you start saying, bro, I am going to initiate change. Not only that, it's going to work in my favor and it will be for good. That's it. That's a belief. That's a belief system. So, Chad, I hope you believe. I hope you believe in change. And not that it's going to happen and that eventually we're going to wait and maybe it gets better. No, it's going to happen through you. You all have this ability to mold so many things. Mold the light. Mold the darkness into light. And that change, when it happens, you are going to be moving in it. Not only are you going to move in it, it's going to be at the benefit of you and everybody else. All around you. That's a belief. You understand? It's not a prophecy. It's not this. It's not, oh, well, the probability. No. This is a belief. And if you have that belief, you're going to make something from it, man. It's simple as that. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile. Hi, chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Here is your president. The green tie is tripping me out today.
What could have gone up? It was
he
only
touts
going
stock
in one
market
direction.
Performance.
But I think now it's going to go much higher than it would have gone had we not taken this little journey. And so I appreciate all of the people that have worked with us. That was not an easy decision to make. We have a country that was hotter than any country anywhere in the world and doing great in every way. And I say, we have to put out this cancer. It's a cancer. We had to take that operation, and we did, and it was very successful. And it continues. Frankly, as somebody said, they could leave today, and it would take 10 years to rebuild the damage that's been done. But I think we have to make it a little bit more permanent because no other president has to go through this, and we shouldn't have any other president having to go through this kind of a thing. And if they didn't want to do it, if for some reason they didn't want to do it, would have the same problem. We don't ever want to have that problem again, not with lunatics. You can't have lunatics controlling nuclear weaponry. So I just want to thank everybody. Let's get back to Ireland. Do you mind? Ireland, we don't mind. Ireland is a nice place. I love Ireland. In fact, we're going to have the Irish Open at a property that happens to be owned by yours truly, but I have nothing to do with it. I own it, but I don't even like to talk to my son. He says, Dad, we're doing great with I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to run it, but I don't choose to. Dad, we're doing great.
Eric calls up. He's doing a good job. Do you like Eric? I think so, right?
He said, I'm allowed to run it.
But he calls up, Dad, we're doing a great job in Ireland. What's going on? Well, we're doing this and that. I said, don't tell me about it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about it. Of course, if we were treated badly, I'd let him know very quickly. But I think you are very proud of what's been done over there by the Trump organization, right? It's one of the greatest places, one of the greatest golf courses in the world, and it's an honor to hold the Irish Open there. It's coming up very shortly, and it's a great honor. Thank you, and say hello to Rory McIlroy and all of those great players because they are truly great talents, and they're wonderful people, friends of mine. But over the centuries, 130 members of the House and Senate have been born in Ireland and been elected to work in these great halls. Think of it. It's a lot. Our national anthem itself was signed by the sight of the Star-Spangled Banner waving over the fort named for the son of Ireland, Fort McHenry. When Americans ventured west on the Oregon Trail, they were guarded by troops stationed at Fort Riley, named for the Irish-American warrior who President Grant called the finest specimen of physical manhood I've ever looked upon. We didn't know that about President Grant. I think we just learned something. But I could say that about your sons, okay? Kelly, I could say that about your sons. One's a boxing champion. They're like champions. Who would think from this one? It's got to be from them. Well, I didn't know about your Italian roots either. I thought he was a super wasp. You know, to me, Mike was always a wasp. Now I learned that this is serious Italian stuff, right? Well, that'll be good for you, I think. You know, his image has changed a hell of a lot very quick. He's great. Even today, when Americans visit Gettysburg, they find a Celtic cross honoring the soldiers of the famed Irish Brigade and defended our Union in its pivotal hour, most pivotal hour, and they were there. And it said that more than 50% of all congressional medals of honor are awarded. Think of that. 50% went to people who had parents, one or the other, Irish American. That's a lot. We're going to have to look. That's because we have so many Irish politicians. That's how that works. But we can't let that. We got to make some changes in that. That's too many. Don't you think, Kelly? I think. But from 1776 to today, our country has stood strong and free, in no small part due to the spirit of the warriors. You really are warriors. You're incredible. And the Fighting Irish, you know, Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, is a reason for it. I don't know how many Irish people are playing on the team, though. How many Irish people do we have on the team? I'm not sure we have so many. Well, you got him. You have Kelly. Kelly's a warrior, let me tell you. As the Taoiseach has said, and the President reminds us today, the United States and Ireland continue to build upon the age-old bond together. We are strengthening the ties of culture. We have a tremendous deficit, by the way, I want to tell you right now. I looked at the numbers. You guys are much better business people than our past politicians. We have to talk about that deficit. Are we allowed to talk about that today? It's a substantial deficit. Okay, tomorrow. Okay, Walt said tomorrow. And cooperation that really does stretch back many, many generations. Under our leadership, as we speak, Irish companies are investing more than $6 billion into the United States, including $45 million in Pennsylvania, $70 million in Colorado, and over $100 million in New Mexico and Ohio. And I'm hopeful that we'll soon reach a deal to let American liquefied natural gas, and that'll bring down your deficits a lot. So I think you have to make this deal with us. We, got to do something. But these companies are going to be fueling your homes and factories and all of the other things. We have a lot of energy in this country. We have more than anybody. We have the most energy of any country in the world by far. So we want to sell a little of that to you. And the deficit will come down, 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 and everybody's going to be happy. So you got to buy a lot of our stuff. But in this small and beautiful, it's a beautiful room. I love this room. It's been a very warm room. I've had a good time. I have so many friends and so many relationships that I've gotten from this room, mostly from this event. But on this St. Patrick's Day, as we press ahead toward the opportunities that await, let us Remember the beautiful words.
Your little
of
bounce
Saint
here was him
Patrick
saying,
himself.
we're
May
a couple
the power
weeks,
of
not
God
much longer.
preserve us.
Again,
May
another
the
one of the
wisdom
war's
of God
over pumps.
instruct us.
But Spies didn't really
May
react.
the hand of God protect
It bounced
us.
off that low.
May the way of God direct us. May the shield of God defend us. And may the host of God guard us. That's beautiful. Thank you. And today we add,
Philo's done,
may
bro.
God bless the people of Ireland. and may
I
God
already
bless
having my protein.
The United States
You know I have a post-Philo
of America,
protein
and it's
every
great
day.
to be with you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm happy for you.
Actually, I'm gonna put, I have more Costco game to put you on. Let me see though. Let me see if I could be a YouTube hoe. Cause remember last time I was able to put the fire blankets. Nobody bought a fire blanket. But hold on, let me see. Cause bro, I have some Costco game to put you guys on. Oh, I don't know how it works. Oh yeah, here, hold on. Are you ready? Let me see if they have this.
Okay. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you.
I feel bad though, because if I tell you, nah, bro, these are fire though. Listen. I got water. I have protein, but I just saw these. Where are they? How do you spell crisp? Yeah, right. Oh, bro. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you want these. Yeah, go refresh the video. It should show up on the thing. Bro. Wait, who's this? Bro, Costco. Yeah, did you see him already? How did you know? Did I tell you about these already? I put them on the video. Bro, Sonoma tomato basil pizza crisps. They're terrible. They're like terrible for you. I don't know what they're good for you or bad, but like, bro, last time I had these, I think I might have told you the last time. I had them like 2 months ago, and I ate the whole entire bag. It was very, very bad. Bro. No, it was fire. Sonoma tomato basil. Yeah. They have them at Costco. It only let me link a Walmart link. But nah, bro. They're actually amazing. But then, yeah, I did eat the bag last time. But, that's it. My only other Costco discovery was the Chobanis. Chobanis are in stock. I got 3 cases the other day. So telling you guys didn't fuck them up last time. So it's good. We gotta keep those on the low. It sucks though. I still have some Fairlifes. I have so many Fairlifes that don't expire for a while, which is scary. But I've had them. I kind of supplement because it's hard with the Chobani. You have to have like 2 or 3 of them. But other than that, Chad, Philo is done. 3 minutes till 11. 2 hours, 3 minutes left here. And then, yeah, we're going to find out. Were you or were you not high? No, completely sober. I don't know. I don't really snack too crazy, but it's all my girlfriend's fault. She'll just buy shit at Costco. And then she'll, like, put it at my house. And then, yeah, because then I'll just... Sometimes I don't really like them all. But, like, if there's something good, bro, like, that's it. And then if I need protein or I need to eat food, because I don't eat throughout the day, but after I work out, I get, like, a lot of protein. So I could eat some calories, especially when I'm active. No bad oils? Really? Did you look? Then fuck yeah. I'm down, bro. I'm down. But yeah, no, last time I remember she like brought him over, and then by the time she got back, I ate the whole bag, and it was a big bag. I felt bad. It took me like a day, but it was still like I just kept eating them. So yeah, other than that though, I stopped. I had a Rice Krispie phase from Costco, but those are terrible for you. Are Rice Krispies bad? I feel like it's all processed. Peanut butter filled pretzel rods. I like those smoky ones. Like the smoky pretzel shit. Wait, what's this? I want to see this. El Coyote tagged me in this. Afro Man? There's an Afro Man trial? Deputy claims Afro Man singing about sleeping with his wife has caused him tremendous pain as grounds for defamation. Have you heard about this? I have not heard about this. The shiitake mushroom. Are they at Costco? I swear I only be going getting Costco snacks, if anything. And it's all a scam, bro. Because I just get, they're Chris. Is it the same brand? No. Because that shit's good, bro. It tastes like sugar. But no, it's because Costco, like, you're just going through, just getting other shit you need. And then you're like, oh, I'll try this. Oh, SoFi. 1% candle on SoFi. You went into the Afro Man. Didn't they raid his house? I want to see this now.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, doesn't he have to know for it to be defamation? Again, SoFi down 2 now.
Know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
I've been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
I feel bad for laughing.
A thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Ask your client. All right. Wow. So I didn't know Afro Man was getting sued. EU Kostra says proposal to change market stability and reserve free permits expected in coming months. Is that why it's reacting? Not bad. That's kind of crazy. I remember that. I remember they raided his house. I remember he made a song. That was the last time I heard of Afro Man. Besides high school, you know, when weed was still edgy, Afro Man was a hit, dude. Afro Man was a hit. And then I long term, and then I long term, and then I long term. I would have traded daily options, and then I long term. Ooh, I would have went out to drink, and then I long term. Ooh, okay. SoFi now 3. I think SoFi. I see the UBS one. I think SoFi's reacting to the EU stuff. Otherwise, there has to be individual news. And then I long term. Yeah, I don't see a headline on SoFi specifically, but it could be the EU saying there's markets to be, unless if it changes something with banks. Unless it's all of XLF. They kind of did. Apollo and KKR were just going up. Do. I don't see news on SoFi. There was an EU headline. I don't know if it relates. Visa's on the low too, but so I don't know if this is broader, but SoFi just took 3 now. Muddy Waters. They calculate the loan charge-off rate at 6 versus the 2.89 reported. Loans are disposed days before the charge-off threshold, understating losses that feed into fair value models. Well, not if they sell them. If they get somebody to buy them, I mean, I would argue that's normal. Huh. You saw Afro Man at a show and you don't even smoke? That's crazy. I didn't even know he had shows. Afro Man? It was a classic song, though. It was a classic song. SoFi Muddy Waters short report. It's literally a core memory. 100%. Because I long term. And then UMAC, drone companies. Well, I'm not performing this spot, and I know why. Why, man? It's a classic, dude. Classic. Well, we'll see. I didn't know someone was suing him for saying he slept with their wife. That's amazing. Alrighty. So you guys want to know what's next? Oh, dude, Hunter, bro. Hunter was in my dream the other night. I think it was last night or the night before that. I had a dream and Hunter Biden was in it. And it was wild, bro. It was Hunter Biden. Oh my, you just triggered that memory for me. I forgot. Yeah, I had a Hunter Biden dream the other day. He made a guest appearance. It wasn't like the whole dream wasn't about him. Oh, what did I ask him? No, it was a dream. I don't have nightmares. I haven't had a nightmare in a while. Knock on wood, but like, no, I don't even. I told you, bro, even the scariest dream I had was the Charlie Kirk one. Because that was like terrifying. But no, but he showed up in my dream. Yeah, it's like, I think I found another Hunter files. And I was tripping out because it wasn't released. And I was like, what? And there was a whole nother set that we didn't see. And it was Hunter. I was like, no fucking way. And then I met him and I was like, is this real? And he was like, yeah. But it was just a dream. I used to get really bothered. And then I long term. HP unveils AI grid powered by NVIDIA. Isn't HP, they're still kind of lagging. Oh, it came up a little. I'm going to spy right at VWAP. So, front page of Reddit. If someone offered you $100 million, but a random person in the world dies, someone you don't know, would you take it and why? Okay, that's number one. Plaster cast of a victim of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD. It's terrible. President Trump's disappointment in oldest ally Britain. Today I fucked up by having athlete's foot for 15 years. Okay. Ticket inspector doesn't understand how the passage of time works. Why do these cars have their hoods slightly scooped? CNN airs compilation of Trump's contradictions from his afternoon event. Interviewer asked me with no right answer, then explained exactly why he does it. Actually changed how I think about interviews. Micron still going. VST only 40 highs. Pizza Chris? Yeah, bro. I don't talk about him. I might have to go get more. I'm trying to like limit myself to like one handful. Am I the asshole for thinking my daughter will look back and wonder why we treated her differently? Deaf women removed from Frontier flight for not listening? Am I being gaslit by my tattoo artist? I feel like my new piece looks incredibly rushed. It's a cool tattoo, but like, oh, you guys got to see this. It's a cool tattoo, but like, I don't know. Like, what do you guys think about this tattoo? The skeleton balancing this. That's a fucking big ass tattoo. I don't, it looks good, man. It looks good. Dude, he doesn't even look like he has any tattoos. And he's just like, one day, bro, this looks like his first tattoo. And he's like, yeah, I want a giant dagger across my whole torso. Please. It looks like a fillet knife. That's amazing. Sober people, no alcohol, nicotine, etc. What is your end of the day weekend wind down? Someone brought up the reason why things like house parties and block parties went away was other than the lack of time. People are afraid to let their guard down because cameras are everywhere. Okay. Musk says taxing every billionaire at 100 would barely make a dent in national debt. Bernie says tax them 5 and you're $3,000 richer. The words don't justify Trump's mistakes. He lied again. Top Trump counterterrorism. Joe Kent resigns. Sandwich served at a friend's hostel. Would you guys like to see it? It's not bad. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad. Spy above VWAP. All right. Like I'm saying, bro, they give me way less propaganda. A couple more Trump lad. Couple of those today. So now, my daily warning that if you're depressed, do not go on Reddit. If you go for what you're depressed about on Reddit, you are going to get more depressed. Okay? However, if there's something in life that makes you happy, go on Reddit. You will find people to talk to about it, and they would love for you to support and brag with each other. So my example is r/short and r/tall. And I want you to understand the dichotomy, especially with this modern world. I'm an advocate for the short kings out there. And I, as somebody who is both short and lives an awesome life, I don't think my height has gotten in the way of doing anything except picking things up from a high shelf. Okay, people do pick me up when they hug me, and I'm fine with that. I've embraced it. But everything else I think is propaganda. So that being said, I want you to notice how different the lives really are on the internet, okay? So we're going to go through r/short first, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Found my fiance's alt Twitter account and saw some brutal old tweets. Is this a guy or a girl? I'm 5'7", my fiance is the same height, maybe a smidge taller. We're both in our 20s. Height has never been brought up in our relationship. I found her alt Twitter where she just posts random stuff. I went down a rabbit hole and saw her multiple times just slandering short men, saying she could not stand short men, and that a guy shorter than her would never work for her. Now, these were 2 years ago and we weren't dating. Call me insecure, but it still hurts to see that. Stuff like this and seeing other painful things on it, like glazing how tall her boyfriend at the time was, really makes me wonder who I'm dating right now. I get that people can't change massively in 2 years, but everything she said on that count is such stark contrast to how she portrays herself to me. It doesn't help that social media is an outlet to show our true selves due to anonymity. I feel completely blindsided and don't know how to proceed. I just want to vent. This has 100 comments and 99 upvotes. That's the one they support today. That's 20 hours ago. So that's the first one. He doesn't know what to think anymore about his finance or his fiance. Reasons why. Why do they keep posting this? I don't get it. Reasons why I'll never complain about my height. Dad 4'11", mom 5'1", me 5'6", brother 5 foot. They all look the same. Should I install a big metal bar over this part of my ceiling so everyone taller than me is forced to bow down to my level? I kind of like this post. I'm kind of down. I'm not, I feel like that's the most optimistic one. He's not really like fight. I like it. I like that one's not bad. Absolutely. Oh, what the fuck is this? They're saying what? Okay, Reddit. Bro, it's what I mean by homegrown terrorism. Why install a metal bar when you could eliminate the competition? Yo, what the fuck, Reddit? Alright, you terrorists. Josh is humble. I am, bro. I'm fucking balding. I'm short, okay? I can't say I live a good life. I live an amazing life. Fuck all. It's a mindset, motherfucker. It's a mindset. Look at these guys. How tall are you, bro? I can't. You're not tall. You're short. You're just trying to keep us down. Crabs in a barrel. You see, that's the problem with the short community. Anytime we try to be encouraging, you got other homies saying, bring out the Kalishnikov. And now he's like, oh, so humble. You think we have room to be humble right now? This is a war going on. Not in Iran, in Reddit. Man. Hi, hey, hello. I'm female 37 and 4'7". Can y'all or anyone see me? Don't step on me. So the girls are so out of touch. You know that? The girls go on short and tall, and they don't realize that they get love no matter what. It's ridiculous. So cute. Rugby star Viduna Armaneth is 5'4", pushed his club to championship with sensational tries. Fuck yeah. 10 upvotes. No one cares. Can men have wide hips? What the fuck are they on today? I don't understand why my pants and shorts look stretched out as if my hips are wide. I guess maybe since I'm on the shorter side of height, my proportions look weird. I don't know how to fix this issue. I just got mocked by 3 girls because I got out of the toilet. And they tell you height does not matter. What does this mean? At what height do you consider a man to be short? I'm 5'7". Is it enough to avoid feeling self-conscious? My father was 165 centimeters and told me for his time it was normal height, sometimes even taller. Nowadays, young people are tall. My nephew is 15 and 6'2", and my little brother is 5'8". He doesn't even know how to interpret the society around him. He said, can y'all reassure me on the internet? I despise my height. I never was interested in height. This is a fucking post, dude. But as I grew up, I'm the most insecure. It's a girl. Shortest in my family. Anybody here the shortest? My mom is 5'3", my dad is 5'8". My half-brother and sister are all taller. Laughing my ass off. Does height affect crotch size? Oh, man. As a person going through puberty, I'm insecure because of my crotch size. And honestly, I'm not sure if it'll keep growing or not. This is... bro, you all got little kids on... Man, look at what you have done. Get this... Somebody give him parental controls, bro. You know that? This is insane. He said, I'm short. Will my crotch ever grow? I'm already insecure about this. Is 5'8" considered short? It's honestly not bad today, bro. Not bad, bro. Not bad. That's crazy. Okay, now let's go to r/tall. Okay, let's see the other side of life. Today wasn't too bad. The guy was like, I don't even know how to look my fiance in the eye anymore. This is amazing. Girls will judge you even if they weigh a lot. No, man. Can I tell? I don't want to make the ladies mad, but you want me to encourage all of you? and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, but women are liars, okay? They're all liars, okay? They just say whatever. So you all have a shot, okay? Believe, bro. You know that? They're like, oh, I only like this. They're lying to you. That's the best advice I could give you. You like my reaction to Tall? Because this out of touch political party, bro. You have no idea, bro. Tall is just a political party of just out of touch individuals. You know that? And they just live life. Again, I feel bad for the guys who are like, they have back problems. Look how fucking excited they are to live. You know that? The other guys are like, I can't look my fiance. What do I do? Will my crotch ever grow? I'm insecure. Should I murder people because they're taller than me? Watch what happens. Just watch what happens. Are there any sports cars that are good for a tall person? I'm 6'5", and every sports car has been a tight fit. That's the #1 post. These guys worried about, oh, should I get a Lambo or a Ferrari? Oh, I might have to get a Lambo SUV now. Oh, so sad. Look at this guy. This is crazy. Oh, look at #2. Where do you get your sweatpants? I need a new pair. No matter which ones I try on or look up, they're too short. It's driving me crazy. That's what's driving him crazy. Not social ostracization, not insecurity, not his family relationship because of height. No, nothing with this fiance. His sweatpants are driving him crazy. Do you understand the fucking level of bliss you have to be at? Where he ain't got no mortgage, he ain't not a car payment, bro. Gas prices, while Donald Trump has began a war, is not even driving this guy crazy. Y'all don't feel me, bro. I've changed my mind. At 5'8", what's this one? A while ago, I posted here asking tall people on their thoughts on height surgery, whether being tall made them happy. Most of you said I shouldn't get it and disagreed. I've came to the point that I could afford it, and now I'm not going to get it. Yeah, bro, they don't care about you're too short for this. Look, they all upvoted it. They just don't want to let you in. You're an imposter. They're like, we don't have enough room. Sorry. This is like, bro, they believe in the natural handing down of height genetics. You're not going to cut it, bro. Tall people in Netherlands, I have a question. The national average is 6 foot and 5'7". I have questions. Do they stock tall sizes? This guy, he don't care about the language. He don't care about lodging, travel. He's like, yo, how about them shirts, dog? How does it fit? Does it fit? You got good fitting tall clothing? Is driving me crazy. It's fucking ridiculous. You see how fucking, dude, they're living life on r/tall. They're loving life. Where do y'all buy shoes? Do you know where I could buy shoes? Wow. Were any of you used as muscle size intimidation by employees or friends before? One of my first jobs, I was asked to walk the bank deposit bag. Later learning, I sometimes held $500 to $2,000 in cash. Like I told you, if you ever say, Josh, I'm tall and unemployed, you will get hired, bro, for anything. You could go be a bodyguard. This is ridiculous. He's looking back on his ample employment history, wondering, is that why people hired me? Michael Lewis, there's a thing with really tall people. You spend your life knowing people are watching you. I think it makes you better behaved. Do you think that's it, tall people? Are you guys better behaved because everyone's already fucking marveling at you? No matter where you go, you got so much attention. These guys, they're loving life, bro. Anyone live in a place where you have to duck for the doorways, lights, and showers? Just wondering. You guys talk about this every day. This is ridiculous. Oh, we saw these ones yesterday. Look at guy next to a door, bro. Crazy, bro. All right, well, there it is. I've never been on rich/poor. Should we try that one? I don't even know what it's going to look like. poor? 78,000 weekly visitors? Let's see. I've never thought about rich and poor. Should we try rich and poor? But like I'm saying, if you are, like if you go and if you're depressed, it's only going to make it worse. Oil's coming up. Literally another oil pop, USO. SPY's coming back down. We've kind of been pinned. What time is it? Almost 11:30. You were scared when you were younger about height. I never let people step over my legs because they would steal my height. It's a superstition. That's crazy, bro. You're lucky, though. Did you end up being tall? I got rug pulled, bro. My dad is tall. You know that? You know my dad's like 5'10". My brother's like 6'2". So I was extremely confident. I was like, fuck yeah, I'll be dunking. I thought I was going to get hand-me-downs. And then it just stopped, bro. And I was like, this is bullshit. So I learned to adapt. But that's why maybe I developed the tall personality. I front ran it. Because I, in my mind, I'm pretty tall, you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm short as hell, but, you know, in my mind, I'm ready to go, bro. Is there a Iran headline? I mean, oil's coming up. They waited till we finished. I don't see anything yet. Phillips, EU. No, oil just hit a 96.19 to do fat versus skinny. Bro, everybody's tall in my family. I even got a tall sister. I got one sister. She's like 5'8". I'm like, this is bullshit, dude. But nah, bro, I should have been dunking. I was able to grab rim at one point. I could still hit backboard, but I'm scared when I come down. That's because I'm just getting old. And then Netflix on the low. So again, SPY had a little thing. There might be a headline brewing, but I don't see one yet. Again, that Reuters one hasn't been confirmed nor denied. Unless we got a Truth Social. Let's see. DJT, that's me. About the Strait? Where are you seeing that one? I don't see it yet. DJT, that's me. Won't return to pre-war status. Do fighting with it. You want me to fight with that, or is there a Reddit for that? I'm telling you, bro, ever since I fucking conjured up that fucking demon dude, I'm not really down with that AI. I haven't voice chatted it since. You know that? Oh, U.S. tells embassies to review security after strikes. Washington Post. That's the only thing I see coming in right now. Iran's parliament, Strait of Hormuz won't return to... Oh, that's the one? That's Reuters. I see it now. Iran's parliament speaker, Khalibaf Strait. Khalibaf Strait. I don't think that's enough to get his clap, but... Yeah, I see that now, and I see the WAPO one. That's what it's Reuters. That's why I was like, why did that come in so late? Is that not when I post? I didn't see it. Did your message not go through? Yeah, I didn't see. You don't have a message that came through. MPT. Once we stabilize with bonds a little. Remember, MTPT was just at 6 something. I think REITs are part of the kind of the run at hot risk. Tasman News says projectile hit near Bushehr atomic plant. No damages reported. So Israel struck near an atomic plant. That would be bad. That one I think would be more than the Parliament headline. Remember that one day with with Russia Ukraine when Zaporizhzhia, when that almost got hit, and we freaked out that day. So I don't know. Keep your eyes out for that one. Yeah, that one seems a little more aggressive. But for now, I mean, you need, again, oil's is back to 5 a.m. now, which is still up 2%, but now, first day in a while, you got both oil and the market up. Low tickers picking up now. More software, more tech. So see, again, we flushed a little lower around 9 o'clock, but see if that ends up going. SoFi was the short report. Now there's just a couple of Iran headlines. You have the Parliament talking about the Strait. Then you have U.S. saying embassies to review security. And then Iran News is saying that a projectile hit near an atomic plant. You can't post longer messages. Come on, YouTube. Peru PM resigns. Confirmed by President's office. Presidente. Hello, my brothers. Bless them, bro. Market in no mood to go down. Well, remember what I was telling you. It's kind of held up 2 days in a row, but I really do believe... I don't know fully if this week will be a burn one. I think it'll be a chill out week, kind of, but that could also change. But like I was telling you, we're going to be a little less headline sensitive this week, just with kind of how everything's playing out. TTD on the low, Fastly on the high. Oh, TTD's dumping. What's up with that? TTD's down about $1. What happened to Dow 50,000? Ah, what happened to it, bro? What the fuck? Where is the Dow? 47.5 is it bullshit? Doesn't hit the same. Dow's at 47.5. A whole dollar? A whole dollar is like fucking 3%, big dog. Welcome to the stock market. Aries, Trade Desk. I was in the morning. I don't know what it is. Hey, yo, dude, I heard that as of March 17th, CDC reports 97 people from 32 states have been infected with one of the outbreak strains of Salmonella. No, there's nothing on True Social. I saw that Strait of America thing. He didn't post it. I was like, damn, they took my girlfriend's joke. I was like, it's a genuine question. We should just call it Strait of America. Why don't we? All right, yeah, TTD. I don't have a headline on that, but that's dumping. I bet you it's going to be another short report at this rate. DJD, that's me. And then 30 minutes till power hour. Yep, TTD. It's probably like 4% now. 28 to 26.50. Almost 5. Salmonella. Well, that's the tinfoil. I don't want to scare you guys. Do you want tinfoil? Let me go to the bathroom and I'll give you tinfoil. I'm gonna go get me a fucking pizza crisp. I sponsored the pizza crisp, yeah. YouTube will let me add products. I'm pretty sure they'll fucking boost my video if I become a hoe. Does it show up? Yeah, bro. Look it, bro. It's affiliate with Walmart. Sonoma Pizza Crisps. That's good, bro. Other people trying to front run you on a prop fund in the fucking Caribbean and get $200 per every account they open up and hope you lose all your money getting B-booked. But I could get you pizza crisps. I'm down, bro. It's not an official sponsor, but I would get a commission, I think. I think I would get $1 if you buy a pizza crisp. And then you get a pizza crisp. I'm gonna go get me a pizza crisp. No, do you guys want it? I could give you one, bro. I could give you one. I got a good tinfoil, but it's scary. I don't know if you want it. Saudi Arabia says they intercepted a ballistic missile fired at Kharg. All right, BRB. I need to get a water and a bathroom and a pizza crisp. Man, nothing's playing. No propaganda? Where's the propaganda when you need it? Financial Oversight Board. Trump participates in Shamrock Bowl presentation? What? Dude, they're going off for these fucking Irish, bro. I didn't know we even had this many Irish people. There's a Gabbard Patel. Alright, it's the best I could do, you guys. Nothing's
They conduct
loading.
certain risk assessments,
All
review
right.
some partners'
BRB.
past performance,
Oh, wait, no.
require reporting of suspected...
CNBC, sorry, Cash.
As an opportunity to buy.
Ed Yardeni.
Our next guest has kind of a similar point of view, looking through the uncertainty, bullish on the markets. The stocks could rally 15% this year. I hope I characterized it correctly. Matt Orton is the chief market strategist at Raymond James. Good to see you again. I mean, is that kind of your point of view, that geopolitics in some ways, or at least this time around, just creates noise that lets you buy into what, you know, in the long run is a rising stock market?
It's always great to be here, Kelly, and that's exactly it. I think when you see these periods of uncertainty, which frankly we haven't had that much of downside in the market so far during everything that has transpired over the past 2 weeks or so, you want to lean into dips because the fundamentals that are both underlying this economy and the market itself, incredibly strong earnings growth, record profit margins across the S&P 500, even small caps finally having earnings growth that's likely to exceed that of the S&P 500 this year. Those are really good underlying fundamentals. So when the market gives you a chance to get in at a better level and actually buy low, that's what we should embrace as investors. But the key is being selective because not everything is created equally.
Unilever reportedly weighing potential separation of food assets. No final decision may retain current structure.
The uncertainty that we
have.
Yeah,
UL.
I like where you took that, where it's a broadening out of performance.
That one just came out, and then
the
TTD still dumping.
That are the 493 of the S&P 500. Their earnings growth projections are going from 6% to 12%, or maybe even higher in some cases, while the large cap is going from 40% all the way down to 15%. We said this to the first guest that was on. Does that make you encouraged? Which it does. But what my pushback would be, 40% of the market are the large cap. The market goes where they go, not where the others go.
That's exactly right. But a lot of the large cap companies still have that positive second derivative with respect to where their earnings growth is taking place. You look at some of the big tech companies, you look at an Alphabet, for example, their earnings growth is still incredibly strong and continuing to accelerate higher with a very, very diversified businesses. So again, it comes back to this idea of selectivity, right? You can still own some of the large cap companies. They can tread water, frankly. And as long as the rest of the market continues to see that very, very strong earnings growth, you can have the market push higher. But to your point, Steve, you need at least some of the market leadership that we've had in the past to start to work again. And I think it will. And whether it takes, this crisis to play out or the next earnings season to see an ROI that some of these companies are getting on the massive CapEx investments they're making, I think we're going to see that play out, and I think that will be the catalyst to start getting this market to move higher, including some of those larger names.
You say the biggest opportunities are select tech, industrials, and high-quality small caps, and your biggest concerns are the consumer staples and the financials, which we've been having a lot of debate about the past couple of hours. Why the financials?
So financials have been concerning simply because of private credit, and we could spend a whole segment going into what's right and what's wrong about the messaging with private credit. But I think for some of the higher quality managers, the concerns are overstated. But when I look at the price action of the banks, the BDCs, insurance companies, it's not constructive. And so that's not an area that I think we need to wade into. But when you look at the flip side of other sectors like technology, semiconductors, names like TSM, which are some of my favorites that are down over 10% from their all-time highs, but are going to benefit from all of the things that we see playing out, including the numbers that Jensen was talking about yesterday at GTC. You also look at some of the memory names, the optical names that are going to require big investments. Tech is still a place to be. You just have to be selective with where you want to go. And industrials benefit significantly from this big CapEx super cycle that we're in. So I like electrical equipment companies. I like a lot of the companies that are early site developers for data centers. These are places to be in industrials, and maybe avoid some of the early cycle cyclicals that could be impacted by higher energy prices in the short term.
Yeah. What do you think, Grasso?
Yeah, I do like the broadening out theme. I think
Amazon with a pop.
The big,
again, you had AI,
OpenAI
news earlier.
Tremendous tailwind that no one talks about.
Publix no longer recommends.
I think the lower permanent tax rates.
Amazon
really
CEO AI to
the
double
AWS
sales to $600
but we do have
billion
a couple of refi
by
walls
2036.
that Kelly and I were just talking about. For the smaller companies,
bro, that's like 10 years from now.
And I think it depends on where rates go. So if we believe
10 billion
we're in
a year,
a sideways,
20
no one's
billion
saying
a year?
higher. If we believe we're in a sideways
100
rate
billion a year, I
environment,
don't know.
How does
That's
that
10 years
affect
from
your
now.
Scenario
That's
if
60
rates
billion
don't
a
come
year.
down? Because obviously that inflates all.
I don't know if that's as good as
It
$1
does,
trillion
and that's perhaps a
next
reason
year.
to
Yeah.
avoid some of the more sensitive consumer names in the market. You've seen a huge run in consumer staples that I don't know is quite justified by the actual fundamentals.
So yeah, Amazon to double AWS sales with AI in 10 years. Well, yeah, that got it to pop again. TTD, Publix no longer recommends trade desks to clients following audit. Not yet confirmed. I mean, it already dropped a shit ton. Amazon Prime, they're not really known for their videos. Although a lot of people have adopted it. I watch a lot on there, but yeah, Amazon is just still like Prime, dude. You don't order stuff off Prime? Every single Airbnb, if I don't buy it at a grocery store or Costco, I buy it off Amazon Prime. Bro, it's so fast. It's so fast. Dude, they offered 1 to 3 hour delivery, but even then, I've had same day delivery for a long time. It blows my mind, bro. That's why some people, they're like, oh, fuck America. They want society to fall. But, like, have y'all ever had same-day delivery? Do you not understand how, like, wasteful as well as a modern marvel that is? That I could order something on the internet and get it in the same day? You know that, bro? The other day, I needed a sink, a snake for the sink, right? I couldn't find one. I'm like, bro, if I went to Home Depot, that would have cost me like $20. Bro, I ordered one for $5. 10 of them. And it came in an hour. Like, okay, 3 hours tops. Same day. I ordered it middle of the day just an hour after the bell. That shit was there. I was shocked. Do you understand how crazy that is? No, bro. It's still, that wasn't even bad priced. Bro, I think it's amazing. Bro, same day delivery. That's so fucking crazy. Even in Hawaii, you get things in 2 to... That's crazy in Hawaii. That's nuts. Yeah, bro, I think it's a modern marvel. But that's what people use Amazon for. It's cool if you get it fast, but... Yeah, that's the other one. It's just so quick, bro. But what sentence do I expect from FOMC? It's gonna probably be a little bit more hawkish, just because it's gonna be what's it called? Just because of the war and then the inflation expectations. But as far as changes, it's probably gonna be their outlook to inflation, something along those lines. But tomorrow's not gonna be as the statement as much as it will be the SEP. Because remember, right when it comes out tomorrow, you get the summary of economic projections. So that's where it's going to be kind of important. Amazon CEO internal meeting. That was that pop and lock. Three days in rural Arkansas. That's crazy. You use gift cards for the family members you don't give a shit about? I mean, respectfully, why don't you fucking be a man and not give them anything? Well, come on. Enough with this sassiness. If you don't even like them, fucking say it with your chest, bro. Come on. All the shit you talk? Come on, bro. I expect more from you. I didn't know we fucking trying to, you know, not step on toes over here. Get me a gift card. What the hell, bro? Remember last time you were like, Josh, I'm surprised you didn't ban me, and now I got it listed. So, bro, get me a fucking Amazon gift card, bro. I'm trying to get me some crisps. The fuck? So you're a nice guy, bro. You're a nice guy. Yeah, bro. Go fucking kick the Christmas tree or something. Let's go. Get some fucking trauma in there. I didn't realize you were so respectful. I saw that one. The command. Wait, is that another guy? Oh, no. Is Soleimani? Is that different than the guy in the morning? That is state media. Glomoreza Soleimani. You had to replace your box truck's headlight assembly because of the tornadoes. No one had it. And then Amazon. Bro, I almost bought the fucking AC thing. I almost bought the AC control board off Amazon. But I found a guy to do it, bro. I found a guy to do it for like $600. No, not bad. Not bad. Iran confirms death of the Basij parliamentary chief. Micron, is their earnings today or tomorrow? Well, I know there's a lot of prem de la prem. Publix is reportedly telling clients it no longer recommends them. That's what the internal report was. Or they said it's not confirmed, but they're down 7 now. So you could have hit those. Yeah, they jacked. Good afternoon. Welcome, Evan. How are you feeling? All right, man. Is it Power Hour? 12 minutes. You got, again, those, all the, like I'm saying, man, headline sensitivity. I think today, if we close green, it'll be fascinating. It'll be your first day since this all began with oil up and the market up. Because any of these other days where oil was up, the market would be down. But you're technically up 2.8. $96. It's not like it's a cheap price. But yeah, all those little headlines, the Strait, the commander getting killed. You probably had like the atomic, the bomb near the Isfahan, all these other things, bro. None of them have really, you haven't moved in like 3 hours, 4 hours, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 hours. It is Pin City. I mean, we'll see how we end the day. Remember, this morning was pretty hot. Let's see what we got on the checkup. S&P, no, I gotta update that. There's no way. Dow's 1515. NASDAQ 72 green, 29 in the red. SPY 361, 140 in the red. It chilled a little bit. APH I keep seeing, and then NVIDIA. Bro, I have pizza crisps stuck in my teeth now. Bothering me. I might need to go get a floss real quick, bro. You think this happened because the SEC chairman left? He wasn't the chairman, but I have my own tin on that. I think he was like, are you guys really getting rid of quarterly requirements? Or quarterly reporting? Which I think is nuts. Skew came down over the last couple days. We could get an update on it, but it has chilled out. All right, bro, hold on. I need to go get a floss. I can't.
Build on this performance. Zeno, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And more Power Lunch after the break.
More Power Lunch? What is Power Lunch? Sound like a protein, huh? Google's ripping. Yeah, bro, I need me, all right, now you get the cap.
Hundreds of thousands of lives lost in the name of eliminating fraud that didn't even exist. By 2030, these cuts could lead to more than 14 million deaths, including the deaths of more than 4.5 million children under 5 years old. Because of this administration, children were allowed to starve while food was left to rot at ports and in warehouses and die of treatable diseases as medicine expired on shelves. And while Secretary Rubio continues to claim that no one has died from his aid cuts, I think we all know the truth. He's continuing to endanger lives and, even worse, is causing more waste, fraud, and abuse. In February 2025, he fired the USAID Inspector General Paul Martin when he warned in February 2025 that $489 million in food assistance was at risk of spoilage or potential diversion. In July 2025, he greenlit the State Department incinerating 500 metric tons of emergency food assistance that could have fed 1.5 million children. The GAO defines waste as the use or expenditure of resources carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose. Spending $800 million of taxpayer funds on life-saving food aid that feeds no one, and then another $125,000 to incinerate it seems to match this very definition of waste from the GAO. So, Director Love Grayer, in your expert opinion, would incinerating life-saving food aid and spending nearly $1 million in the process be considered waste under GAO's definition?
Paying for food that never reached its intended beneficiaries would be something that we probably would classify as waste if it could have been avoided.
And on top of that, spending money while wasting.
Spending money to do so, if it could have been avoided, is something that probably would meet that definition.
Check. Waste. The rapid termination of our foreign assistance programs and the firing of expert USAID staff caused many reported instances of wasted supplies and equipment. There are reports that USAID inventory and equipment were abandoned or auctioned off at a significant loss to the US government due to a lack of guidance from USAID and the State Department. Before USAID was illegally closed, there was clear guidance on what to do with extra supplies. But now, over a year after the administration shuttered the USAID website, erasing that guidance, the risk of waste continues. That's why I introduced the Supplies Act, which would require the State Department to establish clear guidance on handling unused supplies to ensure that aid is not diverted, destroyed, or allowed to expire. So, Mr. Kaplan, what guidance should be established to prevent continued waste and to ensure our aid helps the people we intended to save, not waste away in warehouses or on shelves beyond the reach of those who need them?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Look, after we issued that report in February, that launched a multitude of USAID IG products, and we did look exactly at that issue about the disposition of
Thank you. So you try to save money, you killed kids. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I had to get floss, bro. Yeah, the pizza crisps from Costco? Fuck yeah, dude. But no, they're terrible, bro. I've already went back 3 times. I just saw them, bro. I just saw them. I walked by. I said, oh, let me try one. And now I've definitely had more than a serving. But I'm gonna play basketball today. I have to go right at 1. I do, so I only have an hour left, as the market does. But yeah, I got a busy day ahead. I'm gonna still try to make basketball, so we're gonna see. The tin on the tin, I forgot to tell you. I didn't tell you the tin. It was related to the salmonella. So pretty much the tin is that a terrorist attack, if Iran wanted to retaliate against America, they wouldn't use drones. They would just contaminate the food supply on some weird fuckery shit. So yeah, I don't want to scare you, but I heard people talk about that as a possibility. So again, it all depends on how much you think Iran is, how strong they are. And then yeah, I would hate to not give any ideas. Because last time I was like, y'all need to bomb the Hormuz. They were like, okay, Joshua, not a bad idea, finally. NVIDIA CEO Grok could add 25% data center opportunity. Rotten potatoes. A smoothie. Amazon's still up from that headline. A smoothie. Oh, man. A smoothie Nibis. A Nibis. King Salmonella. Khomeini Salmonella. Alright, Spy's getting another candle. Latest headline was a homeboy getting clapped. Another one. So again, I think they've killed like 3 different commanders today. So again, this time market's not moving too much. You're eating right now? I mean, we're all gonna eat today. Well, most people, but yeah, I'm not trying to scare you. Revenue opportunity for Blackwell and Rubin likely to be larger than 1 trillion. Huang at press conference. He said more. Well, 1 trillion was just me being conservative. Do you think Jensen tips well? If you do everything correctly. What did he say to that lady yesterday? He's like, maybe if you practiced, it's okay. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. this? I keep seeing fake videos. But yeah, you actually had way more drama today in Iran, hence oil being a little up. But this is, I mean, it's chilled out over the last 6 days, but still, the reaction today, very, very muted. ONDS on the high. Owandis. You saw the pizza crips at Costco? Get them from Costco. I have the link up, but that's just so you can see it. It's 18 bucks at Walmart. Yeah, bro, I'm pretty sure the whole bag is like $5, dude. 5 or 7. Holy shit. But yeah, that's the brand. The Basil. You know, the Basil one. I have looked at Nike. I said that one is kind of on the list. I mean, if it's kind of between them and Tap. A little bit, like $53 is kind of that zone I wanted, but it's definitely appealing. I mean, I think we got to give it a little bit too, you know, some of the drama and the trade, but I'm not afraid of it. I do like Nike a lot. The news in Iran is slow. I do think things calm down a little bit, but I think potentially we are at like a 1 to 3 day lag in terms of what's happening. I even looked at it today, bro. I went and I looked up some of the hotel prices in Dubai, and some of them are still pretty expensive, which is kind of weird because right after it all happened, they dropped. But now, even though they had like airports and stuff down, like some of the hotels are cheap. I know the flights are a little bit weird, but yeah, it's pretty good. How many cows per serving or smiles? Oh, I don't know. I didn't look. Let me go check, but then I get to eat one more. Okay, J&J on the low. I get one more, or just one. I'll bring the bag. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's not looking good, bro. 160 calories. 160 calories per serving, and that's 15 crisps. I probably had like 2, bro. Terrible. 11 grams of fat, 2 grams of carbs, and 13 grams of protein. Oh, Habibi, not bad. No way. 13 grams of protein. I thought it was all carbs. All right. Saturated fat, 7 grams. Could be worse. They have the wild protein chips at Costco are everywhere. It's crazy though, because if you go to Sprouts, they got like 20 different flavors of those. You know that? You know those wild protein chips? They have chicken and waffles. It was actually, I tried them before. They're really good. They have a chicken and waffles protein chip, and it's amazing. It just tastes like maple syrup, kind of. And then it has like a chicken aftertaste. I don't know if that sounds appealing to you, but I like it. That's terrible macros. Pretty bad. But 13 grams of protein, you know? I feel like a dividend investor. I'm like, it pays 5%. Chobani way. You look at Bitcoin, you're short from 76,000. You wanted it to drop to 72. But damn, this price action. Well, just be mindful if it starts to trail with software, because there was a little bit of a gap the last couple of weeks, and now it's kind of tagging along. Other than that, I mean, it's either more volatility, global weakness, dollar moves. It should bring Bitcoin down. Otherwise, if if we kind of start looking ahead, Bitcoin might do a little bit better, especially if software does better, and then once we even get macro data. And then tomorrow's the Fed as well, too. That sounds fire. It's good, bro. A steak has 8 grams of saturated fat. But aren't people... Remember, saturated fat's bad, but then, like, fat itself is not really the same thing. We're like... My mom was talking to me about that. Because remember, back in the day, they're like, oh, fat. But, you know, certain saturated fats and hydrogenated oils are still bad, but it's not. I mean, again, high protein, low calories is usually a good mix. I'm not saying those chips are good. NVIDIA, Huang, again, Blackwell, 1 trillion, topping 2027. That's coming out again. Meta on the low and CoreWeave. And then Stryker again. Remember, they were the first, I think the only one that got hacked. Stryker's dropping again. I remember, bro, in like the 90s, everyone was like, cholesterol's terrible. Now they're like, you need cholesterol. On tax to let me know, man. Give me some ideas. I do look forward to some of the tax write-offs on the farm. Yeah, Stryker down, a decent candle. Meta's still dropping. Couple more software names. Iraq Kurdish PM Barzani says Kurdistan will allow oil exports through regional pipeline at earliest time possible. That's good news, but SPY's still coming down. Oil kind of moving, but still at 96. Kurdish Bazari says talks with Baghdad will continue to ensure safe environment for oil and gas companies to resume production. Not the only one, but the first. Who else was it? I know ISRG, but it didn't get that bad. Otherwise, Stryker, I remember that was a little bit bigger. Another one starting with C. I'm in a call. 53 minutes from it. You think we'll fill the gap? You're almost near the low of the day. You're like off by what? Maybe like a little bit more than 0.5. Again, tech, China's on the low. CoreWeave, you just had Stryker. Yeah, Meta came down. And Meta was up a decent amount in the morning. Same thing with CoreWeave. Remember that had that big pop in the morning? Your buddy at Stryker said they got hacked. Yeah, it was a bad one. I think they got affected the most. But yeah, we didn't hear much of it. I don't know if they've even resolved it. That's what you should ask him. Trump is planning to take control of the Strait of Hormuz by force in a move that could last several weeks. Khan News citing several Israeli sources. And you just had the, what's it called? The Iraqi news. And then Amazon's still going. Again, that guide on the AI and cloud did good. And then Google's been running up all day. So that's what's keeping up the market here. Remember, it's supposed to be NVIDIA. NVIDIA's technically not down too much, but yeah. I do think a lot of the other parts of the market are keeping you up. XLF's still under 1%, but I was at 1.5 at one point. Staples have gone negative. And giggly. You use ISRG? Really? Like robots? Like you do surgery robots? Check TME. Isn't that the one with the metals or the Ambler Road? Or is that another one? Oh, Tencent. I'm tripping. Yeah, they had bad earnings this morning. That was TMC. Yeah. TME, Tencent was this morning. They had bad earnings. BOK, another bond-affected, private credit-affected bank. Remember, they were down the other day, too. I'm thinking of TMC. Pfizer. Banks are going up. PNC's on the high, too. Shout out to PNC. Yeah, bro. Pfizer. Remember, Pfizer got near 28 the other day. And then sold. Yeah, those NVIDIA headlines keep reiterating, but nothing has happened. Profit or loss, you could deduct things like chemicals, fertilizers, gas, fuel, oil, insurance, repairs and maintenances, supplies, storage, taxes, utility, and business meals. That's good. I have a lot of repairs. I have to repair the hot tub cover. I have to repair the AC unit. I had to buy another propane tank. What else did I have to repair? Something else too. That's it. I had to repair the fucking pipe. Dude, I said it yesterday. I was telling the guy, because I went to the farm yesterday. I did it before the watch list. I had a long day yesterday. I had to meet the AC guy there. But then, dude, every time I go to the farm, it cost me like $1,000. No matter what. So it's good. A good tax write-off. Good tax write-off. That's good to know. That's it. I would have much rather bought a Ferrari, but I guess I get easier to write off the farm, though. I might audit you for the Ferrari. But yeah. And then, too, equity, man. That's the one thing. That's the one thing. And then I'd walk. You know what I do, bro? I started realizing. Because, like, they hella, like, bro, they be, all the contractors, once they, like, know the area, they start, like, fucking upcharging me. So I have to, like, I tell them, the first thing I do is I tell them, I was like, listen, man, this one guy quoted me here. I can't afford it. I need you to, so I was like, what do you think? And that's why, too, though, the other guy, the guy who I got to do the AC hooked me up. But then, like, if I can't, like, yesterday, I couldn't take another car out there. I had to drive the G-Wagon. So I parked it on the top of the mountain, and I had to walk my ass down there, because I was like, I'm not risking this, man. Okay, everybody, they see the property, then they see the car, and then I'm like, listen, man, I'm just managing this, bro. Can we get a good price? Otherwise, we all gonna die, bro. And you know what? I got it for $600. $600, bro. The first guy said $1,000 just to fix it. And then he said, we won't even know, and then I'll have to do this. And then he recommended a $15,000 unit. And I was like, are you high? Even the other guy said that. He was like, yeah, he was probably high trying to upsell you. But yeah, so I got him at $600, bro. $600. I have a hoopty. It wasn't available. We had a couple other people using it. All the cars were out. I was far from the farm, so I was like, fuck, man. We're going off-roading in the G-Wagon. It's amazing. G-Wagon's a work truck, but still, it's just not, you know? In this economy, bro, they're like easy 30% G-Wagon tax. But yeah, the guy told me, though, he was like, as long as it worked before, he was like, we could fix this cheap. He said, as long as it worked, I said it was working perfectly before. So he said, yalla, habibi, yalla. I forgot. Gas is really expensive. I'm gonna write that shit off too, bro. What the fuck? Give me that. I'm gonna write off the mileage. I gotta write off the fucking gas. Pulling a Steve Jobs. No, bro. It just sucks because, like, the property's big. So, like, for the guys who've been there, I have to, like, park it up on the, like, near the main house. and I have to like hide it so you can't see it, and then I have to walk my ass down that fucking mountain, bro. I be getting a workout. I be getting a tan. It's hot as fuck too, bro. It's like 90 degrees. I'm like, man, it's all just love of the game, bro. It's worth it. It's worth it, bro. I do need to get a golf cart for the farm. But I'll get a golf cart once somebody lives there. Like, once we have somebody, like, maintain... Like, I need somebody to live there, and then just, like, that's it. Either park an RV and live in the RV, or I'll give them the guest house, and then we'll get a golf cart so they could drive it up and down. But until then, bro, it's been good. It's been operating decent. You know, I've rented it for a couple of events already, so that's been good. It's been generating some money, but like I'm saying, just all day, bro, fucking all day on the repairs, but more so too, just the still a lot of work. And then I just did the lawn shit. I had to fucking get some guy with a bobcat out there knocking shit down, bro. So yeah, but it's good though. I'm glad it's no longer winter, no more rain. It costs $600 in gas to drive there. No, man, that's not how it works. Might be like $40 in gas, $30 in gas, but it's not too bad. I mean, a full tank in a G-Wagon at the low end is like $100. My latest fill up was $140, but that gets me like 400 miles. So you could go back and forth to LA on $100 and still have some left over for the city. So yeah, it's not. If that was a fucking Prius or a Camry, $100 would last me a fucking week. I go back 4 times. But yeah, it doesn't cost as much as a plane ticket. China ramps up scrutiny of Meta AI deal. Oh, I think they were trying to buy a company. You want a carpenter? You're down? Do you have an RV? If any of you will have an RV, that would be the best case. Because then we could keep running the little operation we got going on. You could get a free place to live. And then, yeah, just like, he will be the hometown hero. But that's what they did on the last time. So the last time they had somebody who had horses live in the barn. Then they had a groundskeeper who parked a RV right outside of the barn. And then that guy just lived there in the RV. And he got free rent. And then he would just like drive around the property, help out at nighttime whenever with some of the animals. But we don't have animals yet. I still want the animals, but I can't do it until I get somebody there. And then we're trying to do more planting shit. And then again, the events and other rentals like that have been doing pretty well. The Amazon call? I didn't buy any Amazon calls. No. I was looking at them even this morning, but I didn't take any. I called out a couple today, but I just left them. I said there's a couple of penny or a couple cent movers. Yeah, like they're telling you. Well, the locked in, there's the news in the morning. There's the watch list, and then it's the same exact stream, just without the 1 minute delay. So it should say it if you click on it. It tells you what's available. The new Honda CR-Vs? No. I'm sure anything with good gas mileage is popping right now. I don't know how they look. I used to love the Toyota Highlander. Those are kind of expensive though. You could get one? Well, yeah, that's cool. How are you? What's your stance though on what's your stance on Jesus and Donald Trump? You don't have to support, but like the last guy who was like, I'll live at the farm, he like went on a tirade when he heard me talk about politics. So if you haven't heard me talk about life or politics, you may not want to live there. Just because I'm going to be like, this guy's going to fucking burn the property down because I said something on stream. So we can't run that risk. So I'm just looking for politically neutral. If you love Jesus and nature, you'll love the property. It's a beautiful property. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't realize it till recently. At nighttime, it's the craziest stars you'll ever see. Small good decision. It's good, man. It works. We've been on the small good decision. Yeah, China, Meta, and Manus executives summoned last week to raise concerns over the deal. That's crazy. Manus is Chinese? Because Manus, they're already putting that into service. Highlander, bro, yeah, the Highlanders, I like them. The stream alerts available. They'll either be available in 2 weeks or less, or never again. So, sadly, it might come down to a coin flip. Because like I'm saying, we had that again last year. I was giving you guys the conversation on gambling. You know, I like stream alerts. I mean, we figured out a lot with it. I've gotten so much data that we've gotten it kind of down to a science of who benefits and who doesn't. But at the same time, it's like I don't want people to gamble, and I wanted to make that a point. So last year, I mined the stream of the Strait of stream alerts to prove my point. But I don't know if it was too receptive, but at the same time, you know, it felt right. It still does feel right at the same time, because I want people to have a long term. I want people to take advantage of that, and I do think stream alerts is more advanced, just like the real-time stream, the locked in. I don't think it's for everybody, and even then, like, you know, it really depends on your knowledge of things and how you're going to use it. But it could be a great tool, or if you want to not really think too much, it could hurt you more than it could help you. There's a lake like a couple miles away, I think, but yeah, it's not too crazy. You want to? If you could get an RV, like for real, if you could get an RV and you're not like deeply into politics, and you know what I'm saying, and like gonna be like hella weird, it's like you should know who I am at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to deal with that type of like just, you know, not into politics or not into, you know, not gonna freak out. You're like, this guy owns the land, believes in Jesus. If you could get an RV, I will let your ass. You don't have to pay for anything. You need an RV though. You could put it on the property. You'll get free water, free electricity. You'll just have to, you know, fucking garden once a week. You know, clean up some shit. Make sure the property doesn't get robbed. You know, if I need help with the AC unit, you're gonna have to meet some people. Because that's why I have somebody who could go out there, but yesterday they weren't available, so I had to go and do it myself. So that's the best case that I'm looking for right now. Ban them. I do. I have hookups for septic, everything. It's made for RV. There's even like connected to the barn. There's like a power generator, so I could run all the power from the barn with its own generator straight to an RV. Then there's a hookup directly for septic. So that's why it's like if you park a RV on there, you don't even have to change the water. It just goes straight into the septic tank. And then we have a well on the property, worst case. And then there's a shower too. I have in the garage of the barn right next to where you park. There's like a shower and a normal bathroom if you ever wanted to use that. So yeah, that's the idea. We can't really make it an RV resort though. The city is hella whack about that. So like you could have like a personal one for that like type of process. But then if you have like, they're super strict on like anything with wheels. So again, bro, SoCal Airbnb in like short-term rentals, that's because that's what they'd consider it. If you had more than personal use on there, this city will come down on your ass, and it's expensive. We could build little tiny houses. So I'm trying to get shit approved to build like fucking 16 units. So it's just taking forever. That's like the longer term plan too. Because then I want to build like little fucking, I want to build little things on the mountain, like glass houses. So the Chads who've been there, they know what I'm talking about. But the city is, dude, they're so fucking dumb. You know, for all this other shit, they're like, we speed up approvals. They're like, give us money. It'll take 2 years before we tell you anything. Sauvignon Blanc. I did. So I had a company come out. It's expensive though. So it costs to plant a vineyard. It costs $35,000 an acre. But then the price of wine right now is very low. So we'd only make like, best case you make $8,000 an acre. Worst case you make up $4,000. I want to do another meetup at the farm, and then even then too, I'm gonna open it up for the people who've been on Stream Alerts. If you guys just want to come out, I could at least give you guys a weekend, or you could come whenever you want, really. But right now, I booked out a lot of events, so I have events booked out till like June right now. I wanted to do an event for AI, and then the shit just keeps getting booked. So I'm usually like towards the winter, it kind of slows down. Like last year, it wasn't. Remember, we did the event. We just got it and we were doing stuff, but nobody really like reached out. I put stuff up for like these event bookings, and it's not even nice yet. We haven't even gotten like weddings, but it's still like the property's not that nice. It's nice property, but it's not like I put a lot into like decoration and shit. But it's good for basic events if you want to, like, you need the space and want to do it. But it's not, it was chill during winter. So whenever, because I can't take people's bookings and be like, sorry. But so whenever it's like open, I think we'll open up the schedule to the Chad. And then that way people could come up whenever they want. But yeah, what I'm saying, I want to find a way to get a schedule. So technically for your first Stream Alerts house. That's why too. If you've been on Stream Alerts, if you ever come to Cali and need a place, just hit me up. Worst case, I'll probably have a barn for you. Yeah, wine is really tough right now. I didn't know that. I thought, because I keep seeing everybody, like a lot of neighbors have vineyards. Other people have like I told you, the, garlic and other stuff. But yeah, wine right now goes for like $2,000 to $4,000 an acre. But like 3 years ago, it was going for $8,000 an acre. That's like pretty much how much you could produce. So that's kind of the problem. So like it costs $35,000 an acre to plant, but then you're only best case you're making $8,000 an acre. Worst case you're making $3,000 to $4,000, and then it costs $2,000 to $3,000 a year to maintain it. Cult matchmaking business? Wow, you guys want to do it? Should we have like listen, I could do cult matchmaking if you're down. And everybody comes to the farm. But here's the kicker. Our audience is like 90% dudes. So I don't know how you guys want to work that out. But we could do it. We could try. I mean, it's up to you. But I think it's going to be a little tough. It's going to be a little tough. Yeah, well, I think if you want to relax and you're in California, I'm sure if you are on Stream Alerts, you probably could get a hotel. But yeah, if you ever want to just see the farm or get it, it's relaxing. It's boring as fuck though. Some of you might get like too bored of it, but it's if you want to get away from everybody, I'm telling you, bro, I was kicking it there. Even every time I go, bro, I like walking down that mountain. It's just really like quiet. That's it. You'll randomly hear like a dirt bike go by, and they're like, hear like people, you know, randomly. But even at night, bro. But there's a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs. What do you mean Ilyan is banking? I don't know, bro. I don't know how she did it. Even Gavin, dude. Gavin, his first job was owning a wine company. Isn't that a blessing? More choices for me. That's the attitude, Krista. Yeah, you'll be like, you're like one of 5 women here out of every. There's like 1 woman for every 10 dudes. So yeah, for the ladies, you guys would probably love it, but I don't know what the fellas are gonna think. Yeah, and half of y'all guys are married too, more than half. You know that? We have some good fathers and mothers in here. You know, God bless y'all, Chad. So yeah, we got some nice. You guys are saving society. Elon would be proud. That's why they're like, Josh, when you going to get married, Joshua? Joshua, when you have 10 children, Joshua? Joshua, you don't know life until you have children, Joshua. Joshua, stop wasting your time. Stop playing around, Joshua. You play games, Joshua. Get married right now, Joshua. Have a children. Kim Jong-un wins parliament elections 99.9%. Who the fuck is the 0.07 that voted against him? Oh, dude. It's amazing. You met a stripper in Miami that was a Chad? I don't believe you. I do have a couple of strippers that follow me, but how did you get into this conversation? You talking to this stripper and he's like, I make $100,000 a year. Let me take care of you, baby. You don't got to do this no more. Do you know options trading? And then I watch the stock market live every day. And she said, oh my gosh, me too. How did this happen? It don't make you lying, bro. You're lying. I wouldn't doubt that there's a stripper Chad, but you know, it's like, I don't know how y'all ended up finding your shared love of long term. And then are both of you following the rules? That's my favorite, when Chads interact with each other and either one of y'all actually got a long term and the other doesn't, or both of y'all be like, oh yeah, bro, I love Josh. I love Stock Market Live. Nah, fuck the long term. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Who has the strongest long term? That's a good for, like, if you're a woman, that's a great metric. But then, like, before you know it, or that's hella Arab of you. You know that? It's just starting to turn into arranged marriage bachelorette. Okay, who have the largest dowry, huh? How much a long term? Okay, how much a goat? Okay. This is too small. You can't be serious with the marriage proposal. Who have a house? So then before you know it, you say, welcome to the Middle East. That's exactly how it went. I don't know. Is it? I think I'm close. Or is that what happened? Did a peach go by and then both of you at the same time were like, Bradley Frizzle in the peach? And then she was like, you know Bradley Frizzle? And you're like, you know Bradley Frizzle? And then it was a match made at 11 nightclub. I'll pray for both of you. Let's go, baby. 6-figure long term. Took 5 years. Thank you, brother. I love it when you guys have something to show. You see how much better that is? Another guy's like, give me a long term that goes up. I'm like, bitch, it went up. What the fuck were you doing? So yeah, man, way to be a beacon. Mattel to roll out long-term Sparkle Ken Barbie. I'd buy one. You know that? I would buy that as a collector. I'd give it to my niece. I'd be like, don't open this. Ever. You know that, bro? I got one of my nieces. That's what I did for her little birthday, or I think Christmas. I gave her $100. You know, not too crazy. But oh wait, hold on. But yeah, I told her if I said you can't spend it. Hold on, the guy's telling me I need someone to go open the door for him. But yeah, I told her, I was like, if you don't spend it, next birthday, I'll double it. And then I'll just keep doubling it. But then, like, yeah, and she actually did it. I thought she would spend it. One of my other nieces, she would spend that shit easy. They'd be plotting on how to spend it. So yeah, I think I could do that. And then I gave my nephew something, and I told him he likes collectibles. I told him don't open it, and he's like, fuck yeah, he's down. Am I gonna check the serial numbers to ensure she didn't cheat? Nah, her dad'll snitch. He's an honorable man. That's why he holds her to it. But she gets it now. She like understands it a little. But then I feel like I'm fucking up her mentality, because then she's gonna think you double it all the time, and you kind of do, especially at the lower increments. But you know, that's why I'm like, all right, I'm like, it doubles. She's always like, so what happens after the next? I'm like, it doubles. I said, this is investing. She's really young. She kind of understands the market, not really, but you know, good start. Show them some of the fruit, you know, get them intrigued. You told your stepsister you would match any money she sends. She still ended up trading the savings. Yeah, bro. I don't know. It's tough. Even my sister, once every couple months, she's like, can I sell the long term? I say the same exact answer every time. She's funny how she finds stuff to buy. Or she's like, I need to go on a trip. I'm like, no, you don't. She's like, I need a laptop. I'm like, you already have a laptop. I'm like, you can't pay for it any other way. Why do you want to kill your piggy bank? She doesn't even have a job that needs a laptop. That's the crazy part. I think last time she wanted a laptop was she wanted to learn how to produce music. I said, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting at it. Although I like the endeavor, I like music. I'm like, dude, no. I'm like, you're not. I said, if you want, it's up to you, but where is Colt's sister? Yeah, bro. Cold sister killing it, bro. This was last time she wanted to sell. I think she asked me at the beginning of the year if she could sell it. So she made a couple more bucks off of it. But yeah. Cold sisters, again, this one go up and to the right, dude. Never raised the deposit. Not all that, missed out on meta. So many things. She still did it, bro. Good thing she has a wise brother. Bro, that's why I try to explain to her. I'm like, you're a little Nepo baby. You know that? She's the one out here complaining about the world. I'm like, you are a Nepo baby. You don't understand? It doesn't click for her. I'm like, man, this is bullshit. You don't even understand the irony in all of this. And God bless. I will sell plasma before I touch my long term. I like the respect, but be careful. I feel like that's a slippery slope. You know? You make sure you have enough plasma. Don't they pay you a lot for plasma? I don't know. I would say I would sell something else, but I'm short. I don't know if they'd pay me for that. To be honest, I don't know. But then I'm a genius. Can I market that? How much? We've hosted wedding after parties, but like they get married at a nicer place. Cause I don't have like trees and shit and flowers, and like if I put like 10-20 grand in, I could make it nice. But yeah, but it's good for like after parties and receptions if you like some outdoors and then a nice main house space, bachelorettes, stuff like that. But no, it's not anything there. I know, bro. Pure blood upcharge. That's what I'm talking about. I would sell my teeth. That was still my favorite tweet of all time. It's a 2025 Nissan Versa. Oh no, man. I should have known all of this about my sister when she bought a Subaru. You know that? She drives a Subaru, bro. She bought a Subaru 5 years ago and it didn't click for me. I should have known this whole time. WDC 500 highs on the day. It didn't, like, it makes sense, bro. She's such like a Subaru driver. Like it's so terrible. I'm like, why would you, this brand, bro? I don't know how this happens. And I tell you, bro, in San Fran, like they hella just break her window. Like once every couple of years, she's like, can I sell my lawn term to pay for a window? I'm like, what? She's like, I parked my car outside. They broke my window. She's like, it's not their fault. I'm like, somebody assaulted your vehicle. Okay, what is that? Trespass to chattel? Initial UNIFIL findings suggest Israel tank fire behind March 6th attack in Lebanon. Peacekeeping mission. We gotta keep the peace. Brrr. Peacekeeping is such a great adjective for war. If you and your girl come out, are you down to stay? Have you been on stream alerts for the last year? Or are you just in the Chad? So like I said, for the stream alerts, guys, I'd be down. I mean, assuming nobody's booked it out, or worst case, I could give you the barn. You know, that one, unless they booked that out too. But usually people just get the land and then the main house. You sold plasma before? How much did they pay you? But isn't it like addicting? Like, don't people like who sell the plasma and all that, and you're like, dude, I just made $500. No locked in. Maybe after a year. Again, we haven't even had locked in for a year. But I do think the people on the stream alerts for sure. But then again, I want to do a broader, what's it called? If we do that like AI meetup, I mean, we could open that up more. You know, that'll be kind of for everybody. They gave you they only gave you $50? I swear plasma was worth more. No. I thought one of them you get like $200 or $500. All right, what time is it? 12:40? I mean, low ticker is kind of active. Gents, I drive a 24 Ruby Star Neo Cayman, if you know. Are you flexing on us, Krista? Yo, man, I think Krista really down for Chad Bachelorette. She drive a nice whip, too, so yeah, you're going to need your lawn term now. This is turning to dowry, Krista. Why do you delay the stream by a minute? It's our proprietary anti-crackhead technology. So then that way, everybody gets the full experience. and you get perfect news and information still in a timely manner. But the patented anti-crackhead system, it prevents any crackheads who don't want to admit it and have the skill level. It prevents any unwanted strays so that they don't clap you off of any headlines. And then it also prevents overcrowding and other things. So it's a really cool system, proprietary. I made it myself. And it's crazy how many people will pay for and attack me over 60 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever thought about that? It's a trip, dude. It's an absolute trip. And it solves so many problems, and then it makes sure everything's orderly. But yeah, whoever, 60 seconds, bro, like a Nicolas Cage movie. Stream alerts? No, stream alerts was never free. The long-term alerts were always free. We still have them. We just don't accept any signups. Punch got a girlfriend? No. Speaking of Chad matchmaking, did he really? How do you know it's a girl? His new companion, the color is his mom he used to carry everywhere. Dog, is this a monkey kid? This is not real, dude. Dog, there's monkeys making out. Bro, what? Wow. Look at, is this real, bro? NVIDIA moving 40% of Taiwan production to U.S. will be very difficult, Huang says at press conference. The ACS anti-crackhead system. It works, bro. It works very well. So yeah, if you're not trying to day trade or scalp or, you're still going to get information quickly, but locked in is more for advanced and the people who are aware and know what they're going for with all that. And then it prevents, the unexperienced and people from getting FOMO. Because, imagine yesterday. So, yesterday's NVIDIA candle, I was in and out 1,000% by the time it showed up on screen. If you had your own platform, you could have seen it, but imagine all the people who would have piled into it not knowing what to do. And I'm saying, I'm making those plays we don't need thousands of, I'm not trying to pump anything. So it's we were able to get in and out before any of that. And it's not based off of people or inflows. It was just based off of the actual move. So it'll prevent you from stuff like that. But even then, you still got a nice jump on a lot of the headlines, especially when everything on the news lately is kind of weird with the war. White House sent a letter on possible DHS change, Punchbowl. What's up with Punch's mom? I don't know. I think she started getting into politics, taking SSRIs, and wanted to live her best life. And I don't know, man. I'm not up to date with the monkey culture. Something pissed her off. Didn't it laser? We just saw that one. I think they had news too. They benefited off the NVIDIA stuff. Holy shit. That went 10 to 70? 6 to 70. But that was a year ago. Impressive. Trump could extend war with Iran by months, sources tell Jerusalem Post. There was another one they said Israeli sources. Again, we're not moving on these. Your entry was based off of Jensen spamming the punchline? Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying, because the headline didn't even hit. I just knew he was going to guide something. Like, have you ever heard when we listen to those conference calls? And I'll tell you, when you hear, like, margin, when they start talking guidance, that has the ability to move it. So the way he was just hyping it up, I just heard that it was coming. So that's why I said, you know, I'll take this small one. And, like, someone was even asking me, because I accidentally got the daily on that one. But they were asking me, they're like, how do you know which one to buy? That one, I just, any single one of them would have fucking hit. That's what I was realizing after yesterday. I'm like, bro, you could have bought anything on that short-term chain because we were before the fucking candle, and then it came in, and then again, as long as you are smart enough to protect your, you know, I got out of it. Like, again, you pay me enough, I'll take it. You're not going to really gas that hard off of it. That's the part you got to realize on some of those plays, but you could have picked up anything on that chain with a candle and move like that. I was out within like 60 seconds. I was gone in and out within the 60 seconds. Again, you guys on the real time, you were able to see it. You got to hear it before even the candle, and then you got to play it. But you heard my ins and outs on it, and I even told you. So, but that was quick. Again, anything that goes up 2,000%, you should probably take it. You know, it's like sometimes like you could still have a good play and it'll continue in that direction. But if you get the IV juice and you get the crazy push in your favor, so you're more likely going to make more money on the first move. So that's why it's like, give me my money back, make it free. And then even if those free contracts go big enough, in that case, 2,000%, I'm gonna take it. You should too, probably. Again, sometimes you'll sell it early and miss out, but yeah. I think this week we're going to be a little desensitized to the war, unless there's a major escalation. So think about it. You've heard 5 times the war is over, it's ending soon. You've heard 1,000,000 times it's going to last forever. You see what I'm like? Most of this shit you've heard. Again, even a boat being attacked in the Hormuz today, that was in the morning, but that was the first boat attack in 6-7 days. So tie that in now. Like, the only different thing about today was that they attacked the production, the oil production. So that was a little different, but most of the stuff happening you have been exposed to, and again, the market is forward looking. And then also too, you're fighting geopolitics mixed in with a lopsided weighting of certain names holding stuff up. So we need major escalation, or you need a clear off ramp to kind of get rid of this. But even I was saying that all day today, market may be a little less sensitive to war, but that also means now when the war does end, and it eventually will, I don't think it's going to hit the same way on the market. I don't think it's going to hit as strong. New Burry tweet, Pfizer, Russia sharing satellite drone tech with Iran, sources say. Russia seeks to prolong war as it's benefiting from it militarily and economically. Is it definitely not ending soon? Dude, be careful. Be careful, bears. Okay? Because you guys are in the... If you think the war is going to be like forever, that's like a crowd opinion. Not very contrarian of you. So right now, it's like 40% odds it ends by April. But then by June, July, it's at 80% odds priced in. Not through Kalshi, not through poly market, but through the options on oil. And then again, the forward contracts on crude. So yeah, it's not but then again, it's like, I think you'll find the real repricing by end of March, beginning of April. Would I ever write a book? I have a book I'm writing, but it's fiction. That's what I'm scared of. I feel like you guys would want me to write like a non-fiction book, but I've been fucking with fiction lately. I feel like fiction is a good way to be to get across some deep concepts while at the same time being entertaining. I like it, bro. That's why that one the AI from the future and some other stuff, I like it for some odd reason. That's good. Where you like Instagram and the YouTube Shorts. That's your guys' watch list. Instagram at least shows it to you guys. That's the trippy part. But why? I'm gonna do a test though, so you'll see. You'll see something eventually on how to find the yearly theme. No, I don't actually. Sometimes, I mean, it's hard to. I don't know if there's like a strategy as much as it's like, you know, kind of paying attention through the end of the year and then as things form. Usually I have ideas of what to watch, but yeah, I don't really have a strategy behind determining that. It's kind of one of those, you know, you read the room and what's kind of developed and what it leads to. And like the election year, after the election, there's usually a lot of stuff. It's usually policy driven. That one's like a little bit more predictable. You could sign some copies. I'm honored, bro. You know that? Y'all gassed me up though too much. I didn't. I did. I have a signature now though. I never had a signature. You know that? Until they were like, Josh, sign my long term. You know that? I signed printed out long terms, which is dope though. You know what I'm saying? Because like, fuck yeah, you actually have a long term. I'd be honored, but I'm down, bro. On the house, bro. On the house. If I ever have a book. That's it, man. You got it, bro. That's it. But don't make fun of my handwriting. My handwriting's not good. Nothing. I mean, after the bell, it's just gonna be whatever happens here, with like escalation or not. I mean, you got like 10 different headlines on the war, but we did not move. And then I don't know, man. I don't know if you're listening right now, but I do have a Chad fax that said the QQQ was going to be between 590 and 592. And he said that I could block him if that didn't happen. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I didn't forget. Neither does the Chad fax. But ironically, I did not see them here today. So I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. I think Micron is today. Let me double check. The premiums are fucking wicked. Micron's tomorrow. It might be before the bell or it's going to be after the bell tomorrow, but it says the 18th. After the bell tomorrow. All right, Chad, we'll wrap it up, bro. I got to go right after the bell, though. I'm on the schedule. So, I love you all. God bless you, Chad. I hope you have a wonderful day. And finger to the sky. To God be the glory and the grace of God alone. And I hope y'all heard today's philo, man. You know, you could have got the beginning. You could have got however you wanted to. You know, there were some parts of the philo, but yeah, bro, you're going to change the change. And I hope y'all made that commitment in your heart, in your mind every day. I hope every day you wake up believing that things are going to change and you're going to be the initiator of it. Okay? You are going to change the change, my brother. Not only are you going to initiate the change, but you are going to benefit from the change. This is a belief. Do you understand? I don't want to hear your woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't want to hear but, and you don't understand, and you don't. I believe me, I do, but that doesn't fucking matter because this is a belief. What do you believe? You want that? I'm telling y'all, Chad. I don't know if they. That's a belief. That's it. You don't want religion? I want you to believe this religion. This is a religious belief, but it's not religion. This is an internal belief for you, my brother. Okay, that's what I believe in. I need y'all to believe that because you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, my brothers. It's day number 2 of a little bit less reaction from the conflict. First day since the war has began where the SPY in every index is closing green, even though oil is up by a pretty decent margin. So, Chatadonia, we'll see what the next couple days bring. You got less than 5 seconds. Some earnings around the corner. We'll see what happens tonight. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. That's the day. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a GG. You're going to drop your GGs today to swimwear. That's going to be your GG song. But I got to get going, bro. Good game to all of you. Members, the non-members, the stream alerts, the locked in, the not locked in. Y'all vibe, bro. We talk. If you believe in the change, that you going to change the change. You know what I'm saying? You believe in the lightness in the dark, dog. It's no good and evil. It's how you go straight back.
If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear.
GG's, baby.
I've done this shit for 10
Have
years.
a great Tuesday. I'll see you tonight on the Instagram, the YouTube, the Locked In. That's good, man. It's up to you, dog. It's up to you.
God is the weapon, I ain't boasting.
God bless Chatadonia. God bless the long term.
It's done.
Everybody with the real long term. You know what I'm saying? A beacon of long term.
Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it.
Have a great day, Chad.
Peace. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real. It's not the reason they will kill, it's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. 20 at the bell. Oh, I love you, Midwest. God bless you, Chatadonia. I gotta get going. You got to do some real estate. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Finger to the sky.